take defender का option मिलता है, and even for Max, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी antivirus की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is like, let's say, 1-2 साल पुराना ही है, तो you should turn on the updates because it's very crucial for you to receive these updates. नए फीचर्स मिलेंगे वो अलग बात है, बट द सेम टाइम यू ऑल्सो गेट एनहांस्ड सिक्योरिटी विद ऑल दीज अपडेट्स, तो वो आपके लिए जरूरी हो जाता है. बट येस, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड द सिचुएशन इफ योर फोन इज लाइक लेट्स से 3-4 years old, तो बिकॉज ऑफ दीज न्यू अपडेट्स कमिंग इन जहां पे नए फीचर्स बहुत बार होते हैं, योर फोन माइट फील थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है. तो उस टाइम पे इट्स अप टू यू टू बी ऑनेस्ट. आई मीन इफ यू वांट टू गेट दीज फीचर्स, आपको अपडेट करना ही पड़ेगा. बट देन इफ यू फील दैट यू आर हैप्पी विद योर फोन, आपका सारा काम सही से हो रहा है, तो यू कैन टर्न ऑफ नो.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Watching NDTV 24/7. It is D-Day, like we call it. The ballot boxes have been sealed, and in about 2 hours from now, the real story will begin to unravel. We'll get you the quickest numbers and the fastest updates here across the NDTV network. You don't want to go anywhere. Before we get started with our team of reporters who fanned out across the length and breadth of India, let's first get you the top headlines we're tracking this Tuesday morning. It is D-Day for the big Lok Sabha election. The counting of votes for the 18th Lok Sabha will begin at 8 a.m. The exit polls have predicted a big Modi victory. Is there a Modi wave or an opposition undercurrent is the big question. Counting of votes in the Odisha Assembly polls as well. Will Naveen Patnaik win for the 6th straight time? It's a key contest between the BJP and the BJD in Odisha. And while counting will also begin for the Andhra Pradesh Assembly polls, is a second term for Jagan Mohan Reddy possible? It's a tough fight from the TDP-JanaSena BJP combined. Central forces have been deployed in Andhra Pradesh to prevent any post-poll violence. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is eyeing a record-equaling 3rd straight term in power amid the India opposition bloc's hope of springing up a surprise as the counting of votes in the Lok Sabha election is set to begin in about 2 hours from now. It's been a marathon election stretching over 7 phases over a period of 80 long days. Well, the verdict is sealed and shall be delivered to the people of India today. At 8 a.m., the counting will begin. The ballot boxes, of course, will be counted first, and Team NDTV will be bringing you the fastest and the most trusted numbers, so don't go anywhere. Now, the exit polls, remember, with all of the health warnings, have predicted continuity, predicting a thumping win for the BJP-led NDA in this 18th Lok Sabha. A lot is at stake for brand BJP and for brand Modi in terms of the sheer scale of victory that they can register and, of course, the new territories they could potentially conquer. The opposition stakes are higher amid a reducing national footprint, as is being predicted. It's a prestige battle in some parts for the opposition and one for identity and relevance in other parts of the country. Will the BJP be able to emerge as a strong force in Tamil Nadu and left-ruled Kerala, 2 states where it has currently no seats but is predicted to win a few if the exit polls are to be believed? Will it improve its tally in the all-important state of Uttar Pradesh? Well, to talk more about these two phenomena, the South and Uttar Pradesh, and of course, to also get us a hawk's eye view of what's really happening in the corridors of power, NDTV's team of reporters joins me. Uma Sudhir is joining us at the moment, Vedant Agarwal from the BJP office, and Tanish Punjabi covering the numerically all-important state of Uttar Pradesh. A very good morning to you all. Uma, I want to begin by asking you, the focus really is going to be on the South. For once, it is one of those elections which is going to determine whether the BJP can actually script history in the south of India. It's also very crucial today because there's counting that's going to begin for the assembly election in Andhra Pradesh, which is also a very, very tough fight between the YSRCP and the BJP, TDP-JanaSena combined.
Yes, indeed. A very good morning to all our viewers. And yes, the big focus really is whether the BJP is able to make those inroads in the south of the country, specifically Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and make gains in Telangana and perhaps add to their numbers from Andhra Pradesh as well, where they had less than 1% of the vote share, and hoping in fact really to up that several notches in fact with the alliance that they have stitched up with the TDP and the JanaSena there, and therefore the big focus certainly will remain in the south. And as you mentioned, Andhra Pradesh, where most exit polls seem to indicate that the NDA led by the Telugu Desam there in Andhra Pradesh is able to get the numbers. I'm here in Secunderabad, where in fact for the Malkajgiri parliamentary constituency as well, you are going to have the counting happening here, and also the by-elections to a Secunderabad cantonment where the sitting MLA had died in an accident, and there was a by-poll, one of the few by-polls happening in this particular election. But Malkajgiri, again, one of those constituencies which was in fact the sitting MP happens to be the Chief Minister Revant Reddy, and the person who's fighting there is Itala Rajender, a BJP leader who would be hoping for a seat in the central government once if the NDA does come to power at the center. But the big picture for Telangana really is about who between the Congress and the BJP is going to get better numbers, because that's going to have implications not just for the parliament elections but for state politics as well, because if the Congress gets less than the BJP, there could be political trouble for Revant Reddy. And the big story in Telangana has always been for such a tall party like the BRS, which managed, in fact, even in the assembly elections, it lost only by less than 2% of the polls, but it was post the assembly elections that all the tragedy had happened. And therefore, the decimation of the, I shouldn't say the decimation, but the fall in percentage or vote percentage of the BRS, if that adds up to a BJP, which they are hugely hoping for, and Congress strategists themselves admit that BJP may gain more than they will, and therefore the BJP will be hoping to more than double its numbers. In the last election, they had managed to get those 4 numbers. Andhra Pradesh is the other story, where the BJP only in 2014 had those numbers in terms of parliament elections, 4 seats that they had managed there, and yet subsequently they have not had a presence there, and it is this alliance that they are hoping will be able to give them the seats. Tamil Nadu and Kerala, 30 visits to Tamil Nadu, and that big focus on Tamil Nadu. Back to you.
All right. Well, the 5 states across the south, Uma, put 129 parliamentarians in New Delhi. And 29 of those 129 were won by the BJP last time around, and they're really looking to better that number. If they manage to register wins in any of these 2 states, it's going to be considered, a huge endorsement for the Prime Minister in the south of India. We're going to continue to focus, of course, on the south, but how can we not today talk about the Hindi heartland? Across the Hindi heartland states, remember, 214 of the 543. That's the number that we are in fact talking about. Last time around, Tanishq, in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP was down to 62 seats from 71 that it won during, the big Modi wave in 2014. This time, of course, there are many X factors, including the Ram temple that has been constructed. There's also a sense that there could perhaps be anti-incumbency for the BJP in the Purvanchal region, perhaps even translating into Bihar. That's what the exit polls are predicting. But at the end of the day, Uttar Pradesh is, like we say, the road to Delhi is through Lucknow. So Uttar Pradesh is numerically all important. break it down for us. What is at stake for brand Yogi and brand Modi in all-important Uttar Pradesh?
Well, of course, Rishika, first of all, I would just like to first begin with by saying that it is very disappointing that it is finally raining on the last day, on the result day. It has finally started raining after
what's
1.5 months
election.
of long,
Yes.
scorching reporting in hot election.
Well,
But yes,
many
talking
say,
about
Tanish,
Uttar
rain is a
Pradesh, of
good
course,
omen.
numerically,
Many say that rain is a good omen, so it remains to be seen who it's
But-
a good omen for.
Yes, either who's for whom it's a good omen
Yes.
for. But yeah, talking about Uttar Pradesh, numerically very important, as you said, 80 seats. Remember, in 2014, the BJP had won to around 74 seats. In 2019, it was around 64.
Yes.
So when the BJP started campaigning, their slogan was that their slogan has been "Ab ki baar 400 par," and to achieve that 400 par, there was another slogan in India in Uttar Pradesh of achieving all the 80 seats this time. So it is very important for the BJP, to achieve 400 par, that they should target maximum seats here in Uttar Pradesh.
Yes.
But yes, out of the 80 seats, 64 with the BJP currently. If exit polls are to be believed, it could go around 65, 68, around 68 to 69. If we look at the seats in Uttar Pradesh spread across, from western part of the UP to eastern part of the Uttar Pradesh, there are around 10 seats in which the opposition, 10 to 12 seats in which opposition has a stronger position, and the BJP has a stronger position on around 50 to 55 seats. Now there is tough contest on the remaining 10 to 12 seats. Now those 10 to 12 seats will be the deciding factor on whether the BJP's tally has increased or decreased. But if exit polls are to believe, the BJP's tally is of course increasing by a couple of seats. The BJP had also, of course, I'm right now in the BJP office. The BJP had, of course, tried to rope in alliances. If we talk about the eastern UP, they had of course made an alliance with the OP Rajbar's party. Talking about western Uttar Pradesh, they made alliance with RLD just before the elections. So of course they have given the party tickets very carefully and try to make sure that they get maximum seats this time. But on the other hand, if we talk about, it was the opposition's India bloc, mainly Samajwadi Party and the Congress alliance here in Uttar Pradesh.
Yes.
After, of course, a long drawn tussle between both the parties for the seat sharing, it was finally decided on 63 and 17 formula. But
Yes.
there is one thing here, that the Congress campaigning, actually, we saw Rahul Gandhi entering Uttar Pradesh for campaigning after third phase of election. So
Yes.
that could also somehow have an impact on the voters as well. Yes.
Well, absolutely, and many would say that the BJP in that sense has been in campaign mode for Kingdom Come. So, if you draw those parallels, one of the things that the experts have also talked about, and questions that have been asked, especially if the exit poll numbers are to be believed, is did the BJP, did the Congress perhaps, delay in sort of hitting the ground running, as they say. Vedant, it's over to you. I reckon that, you are at the BJP office, because we can see that there are some kind of preparations that have already been made. I can see, some kind of a pathway sort of a thing that's been laid out over there. But of course, it is the battle for Delhi at the end of the day. You are reporting from the national capital. We won't talk about the Delhi seat, but get us a sense of what's really happening there at the BJP office at 6 a.m. We know that there have been a lot of celebrations that have been planned after the exit poll numbers have unanimously predicted a big BJP win.
That's right, Rishika. This morning, let me show you visuals at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. As you said, preparations already underway for a grand celebration, particularly after what the exit polls have predicted. You know, this pathway, as you said, has been laid out. All these banners here already in place, and they will be put up. These preparations, Rishika, let me tell you, have been going on for the past 2 days. In fact, I was here on the day of the exit polls, and there were massive preparations already. In fact, the stage is also being set for the Prime Minister. In fact, Rishika, what's interesting is that the BJP media cell has already circulated a message among reporters and folks of the media that the Prime Minister will be addressing Karyakartas at around 7 p.m. this evening. And this message, interestingly, Rishika, was circulated 2 days back on the day the exit polls were released. So that's extremely interesting that the BJP already, as you said, is always in campaign mode and is already in that celebratory mode, and that is something that we can see here at the BJP headquarters, where the Prime Minister is expected to address the Karyakartas in the evening if what the exit polls have predicted does turn out to be true. Though of course there's many a slip between the cup and a lip, as they say, and this big LED screen has also been put up here, and Karyakartas have already started assembling here, so you will see a lot of colour at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. As you said, it's a high stakes battle in Delhi as well, and Delhi usually reflects the national verdict. So even if one seat goes to the India bloc, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress alliance, that's going to be something to watch out for as well.
Yes.
A lot at stake for the BJP. The Prime Minister himself has held record rallies, 206 rallies. The aim is, of course, to better its vote share and its seat share as well. While we, of course, keep talking about 400 par, the NDA's bid this time also is to increase its vote share beyond 50%. So whether all of that happens or not, that remains to be seen. But here at the BJP headquarters, preparations already underway.
All right, so preparations are already underway. Messages have already been circulated, and this is how the party always works, with a lot of advanced planning. And of course, they're very confident after, like I said, the exit polls have unanimously predicted a huge BJP win. But Uma, if I can come back to you at the moment, because like I said, the key focus area is going to be the south. Now, if the exit poll numbers are to be believed, there are certain setbacks and losses for the BJP that are predicted in the Hindi heartland, which it hopes to offset as far as the south is concerned. Break it down for us, Uma. You've covered this election on the ground across the 5 states. There has been a very concerted effort by the BJP to make its presence felt, to sort of make that foothold in the south. The Prime Minister has extensively campaigned across all 5 states. Many would say that it's been a very audacious campaign as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, given the fact that there has been no presence of the Saffron Party, in the south. So give us a sense of what this campaign has been like and how it has been received by the people on the ground.
Okay, the first tour of the Prime Minister in the new year was to Tamil Nadu, and yes, multiple trips followed that, not just to Tamil Nadu but to Kerala and of course Telangana and Andhra Pradesh as well, that he has campaigned extensively in, and along with him, of course, Mr. Amit Shah and other leaders have been coming regularly, because Mission South is something that the BJP has given utmost importance to. And yes, in all these 5 states, the presence of the BJP is not something that's organic. Organically, they have not grown in the southern states the way they have in the north of the country. Always we speak about a Hindi, a Hindu, a Hindutva, all of which were in a sense, politically not acceptable in the Dravidian heartland, and therefore those were issues that, you said these are the reasons why the BJP may not succeed in the south of the country, where you have other regional parties which are having a strong presence. But Prime Minister Modi has been a constant factor, and his campaign and his push and the appeal of the BJP agenda, which is said to bring development, even though it's not the the religious card that really appears to work in the south of the country. But yes, Prime Minister Modi's campaign has always had an impact. Let's look at Tamil Nadu and Kerala alone, if you were to talk about it. In Tamil Nadu, the big picture for the BJP is also because this will be the first time they'll be going it all alone and testing their strength there. And in both Tamil Nadu as well as Kerala, if the BJP manages to get even couple of seats in either of these states, it could actually mean a change in the political dynamics of the state. Because Tamil Nadu, we are always talking about the DMK Plus alliance and the AIA-DMK Plus alliance, and it's the bipolar contest that has been happening over the decades. It's even the national parties, in fact, come in as an alliance to either of these ADMK or the DMK alliance in Tamil Nadu. But this time round, the interesting fight in Tamil Nadu is not really for the first place, because everyone concedes that it is perhaps the DMK Plus, which is the India alliance, which is going to get the maximum seats. The contest is really for who is going to be second there. Will the BJP manage to get more number of seats than the ADMK? And that is going to have implications for the elections, assembly elections that will come about in a couple of years from now. So if the BJP by itself is able to get any number of seats in Tamil Nadu, some of the local polls, one channel called Tandi, which has predicted 0 to 5 seats for the NDA and almost a 0 for the ADMK. Many of the polls have in fact said a couple of seats and more for the NDA and less for the DMK. Similarly in Kerala as well, where it's always been a UDF versus an LDF battle, if as we are talking about, whether it's a Thrissur or a Thiruvananthapuram or an Attingal. Thrissur, where Suresh Gopi is the candidate. Yes. Thiruvananthapuram, of course, one of the most high-profile battles with Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Chandrasekhar. And Attingal, where Union Minister Muralidharan is in the contest. If they open their account, then the politics of Kerala also could change, with BJP moving in the assembly as well and making those into tri-cornered contests. But the growth for the BJP in the south of the country has happened with actually talent that's come in from other parties. That's something that you can argue either ways. But yes, that has helped the BJP strengthen itself on its own brand Modi, and the talent that they have acquired from other parties as well. Back to you.
Yes. Uma, also a very quick word before I go back to Vedant on, this whole debate around the North-South divide. If the exit poll numbers are to be believed, there's going to be a whole different trend as far as North-South divide is concerned, isn't there?
So yes, BJP would be appearing to be gaining more acceptability in the south of the country if the BJP were to open its account in a Kerala and a Tamil Nadu. But I must point out that there are also a lot of local factors, the candidate factor and the regional factors. Even in a Tamil Nadu, it is not in one region that these seats we are talking about. Even if they manage to get 5 seats, it will be geographically in very different areas, whether it's a Coimbatore, Ramanathapuram, all these areas that we are talking about. We cannot forget Pondicherry either. You mentioned 29 out of the 129. The plus 130 could be the Pondicherry seat that we are talking about as well. And yes, the BJP will be hoping to better its numbers from the 29 that it managed to get in the 2019 elections. Of course, a huge chunk of that, 25, had come from Karnataka. And this time round, they would hope to be able to spread their seats much more in the south of the country.
All right, let's go back to Vedant, who's reporting from Delhi. Vedant, you've also covered, the election extensively, especially as far as the national capital is concerned, which is a very interesting election this time around, given the fact that, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress have come together. There have been several questions of the fact that, they managed to be in an alliance in Delhi, in Haryana, neighboring Haryana, but then they're contesting against each other in Punjab. A phenomena in a certain sense that's believed to have really worked against the India alliance in a certain sense, with many questions really being asked on the sustainability of this rainbow coalition going forward. But how interesting is the battle for Delhi, given the fact that the BJP has this 7 out of 7 tally? They have unseated 6 of the 7 sitting MPs, given tickets to new people. And there is a tough fight in at least 2 of those seats in Delhi, isn't there?
Absolutely, Rishika. Delhi is just 7 seats, but as I said earlier as well, it's a reflection of the national mandate, which is why the BJP, both in 2014 and 2019, maxed out all the 7 seats. This time around, Absolutely, it is a bellwether area, and this time around, as you rightly pointed out, the BJP has unseated all its incumbent or sitting MPs except Manoj Tiwari. So, of course, that has been interesting because the BJP is battling a 10-year incumbency. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress alliance is concerned, well, there was a lot of confusion over ticket distribution, but finally, the Aam Aadmi Party fielding its heavyweights, and there is a real fight in the seats where there is a direct contest between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP.
Yes.
As you said, Northeast Delhi is extremely interesting, where there's a contest between Manoj Tiwari and Kanhaiya Kumar. That seat is one seat to watch out for. Even the South Delhi constituency, where this time, again, it's a Gujar factor that matters. So 2 seats very interesting. Also, West Delhi, something to keenly watch out for. You have big, high-profile faces in the fray, including Manoj Tiwari and Bansuri Swaraj. So all of that extremely interesting. Arvind Kejriwal surrendered just 2 days ahead of the big results day. So the optics also extremely interesting for the elections in the national capital. As I said earlier as well, even if one seat goes to the opposition in Delhi, that is going to be something to watch out for.
Well, Delhi will be very closely watched. Vedant, and we'll of course keep coming back to you as you report live from the BJP headquarters in the national capital. It's awfully quiet there right now, but not for long. Of course, momentum will pick up. It's only 6 in the morning. We're going to slip into a very short break, but our team of reporters will be live with us on the other side as we get you a 360-degree view ahead of counting. Do stay with us.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
चुटणी એટલે NDTV.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है, what happened सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to
Welcome back. In about an hour and a half from now, we will in fact see the first leads coming in. And if you're confused about what you're seeing on your screens, the reason we already have one in favor of the NDA is because remember, Surat was uncontested as far as the BJP is concerned. They didn't have an opponent. A lot of politics that played out over there. We'll get into that in just a bit. But joining us at the moment, we have Saurabh Gupta. He's going to get us a sense of what's happening across West Bengal, which is, of course, going to be one of the most keenly watched states today. Saurabh will also get us a sense of what's happening in Odisha, where, remember, counting will simultaneously be taking place for the assembly elections that have taken place. Will Naveen Patnaik manage that 6th historic term, or will the BJP, in fact, dent the BJD's run there? Those are going to be big questions. And, of course, all-important state of Bihar. Prabhakar Kumar is joining us live from Bihar. He's going to get us a sense of what's really happening on ground zero in Bihar. Remember, the BJP is touted to lose a couple of seats as per the exit polls, if those numbers in fact hold. So, Saurabh, to you first. As far as Bengal is concerned, the exit polls this time, the poll of polls data shows that the BJP could actually cross the tally of the TMC. In fact, they could perform better than the TMC if the exit poll numbers are true. This is, of course, going to be a huge setback as far as the TMC is concerned. But many would say, and you've covered the elections in Bengal on the ground, that the BJP has actually been preparing for this for the last decade.
Yes, it has been the BJP's intention in this election to cross the TMC's tally, and they've worked towards it. And that's been something that has been on their agenda as far as West Bengal is concerned. It's in a way for the BJP considered, the final frontier or the final bastion. But obviously this is something that is being taken with a pinch of salt by the Trinamool. The exit poll results are something that the Trinamool has said are completely inaccurate. But, however, we've seen exit polls sometimes can be right, sometimes can be wrong. In 2021, though, the exit polls were largely wrong when it came to West Bengal. This time around, however, exit polls, those who've organized those exit polls and those who've conducted those exit polls seem to be confident. However, the Trinamool is confident that the figures will be different. Counting will start. It's just a few more hours before we get to know the actual results. But whatever the result in Bengal, you can see, of course, a lot of security, central forces plus, state police at counting centers, because this is a state where there is a lot of concern over electoral violence, and that's something that perhaps even on counting day would be playing on the minds of those in charge of security, which is why you see this kind of security placement, both central forces and state police outside counting centers. And this will be the picture across the state as well, because remember, this has been one of the most bitterly fought and closely watched states in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And as we head into results day, as the results start coming in, everybody will be keeping their focus in Bengal, because this is a state where the BJP has been looking at it as a catchment area to increase their tally. The TMC will be defending its bastion. So in that context, it'll be very interesting to see which way the results pan out. If, like you said, the exit polls are correct, and if the results are what the BJP is expecting as per the exit poll, forecast, then it would be a huge political churn in West Bengal, because it would mean that the BJP would have finally crossed not only the halfway mark, but also become the single largest party in parliament from West Bengal. And the last time that happened, well, there was a political upheaval. So, if the Trinamool gets the higher numbers and the exit polls as far as Bengal turn out to be incorrect, then the Trinamool, of course, would be preparing for 2026, because there is no time for the Trinamool to actually, let its guard down, because the BJP, as we know, is an aggressive party when it comes to elections. It will come back with full force because it's been a party that's been on a growing curve in West Bengal. It would like to maintain that growing curve. So 18 seats in 2019. What will be the results in 2024? We'll know in a few hours.
Yes. Well, it was 18 and 22 as far as the BJP and TMC is concerned, with 18 to the BJP and 22 to the TMC last time around. But what was very crucial was the fact that, you know, the vote share was very neck and neck, just over 2% vote share difference. So it is a close call. And as far as the exit polls are concerned, they're almost predicting a reverse. The polar polls is predicting 23 for the BJP and 18 for the TMC. Well, 1 to the Congress. It remains to be seen what really happens. We'll come back to you, Saurabh, in just a bit and also talk about Odisha. But I want to introduce Anurag Dwari joining us live from Bhopal and Pratibha Raman joining us live from Bangalore. We're going to get you a sense of what's happening in Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh as well. But Prabhakar, to you first, you know, it was a near sweep for the NDA alliance last time around. They lost just 1 seat, which went to the Congress party. This time around, their tally is expected to come down a bit, but only just about. Has the India alliance managed to really galvanize on the ground? What's the sense that you've got? You've, of course, covered this election. It's been a hot election to cover. You've covered this election on the ground. So get us a sense. What is your sense? Are the exit poll numbers, according to you, you know, nearing what the sentiment on the ground is?
See, if you see the 2019 tally, the numbers were stacked in the favor of NDA. They had 39 out of 40 seats, except for the Kishanganj seat, which was to the Congress.
Yes.
Now, going by the exit polls or the poll of polls, what we are saying, what we are showing to our viewers, it is the numbers have gone down by 4 to 5 numbers for NDA. So they are showing somewhere around 34 to 35 seats for NDA in Bihar. But this number is completely being written off by the India Alliance leaders. If you talk to them, we had a word with SV Yadav yesterday off camera, and he said that there's no way NDA is going to cross the halfway mark here in Bihar, which means that they are very much hopeful that the India Alliance would be able to garner around 20 seats out of the total 40 seats which Bihar has. Whether they'll be able to achieve that number or not, but the India Alliance leaders are very upbeat that the way they have seen their campaign panning out across Bihar, the way the public showed their support to them, and based on the inputs they have from the ground, they are very hopeful that they will be able to cross this 20 mark here in Bihar. And if actually that happens, so it would be a big blow for the NDA. So we will have to wait for the day to progress and numbers to actually start sipping in, and only then we will be able to tell which faction actually kind of has the right numbers on their side.
Okay.
But the fact remains, this is where this is the BJP headquarters here in Patna, and this is where the action will happen. You'll see laddus being distributed here, or you'll see sad faces coming out of this gate behind me. So these are the two places: the BJP office here in Patna, and of course, not to forget the Lalu's residence here in Patna. So these are the two epicenters as far as the political action today is concerned.
38 minutes into coverage, Prabhakar, I have to confess, I was a little surprised that we didn't have any mithai preparation, laddu preparation shots. But I'm told that we do have them. So we don't know. I'm not sure where those shots are coming from right now. But laddus for sure are being prepared. It's a very good day if you're in the flowers business or the sweet business, because whichever side wins, there will be plentiful of those laddus and those flowers. So those shots have come in. The signs are all very good, and it's overcast at the moment, I'm told, in parts of UP and Bihar. So we hope it's a cool day. Okay, those shots are from Delhi. That's what I've been told. So clearly, the preparations are underway. We don't know which side has commissioned those laddus yet, but laddus are being prepared. Anurag, I want to come to you. As far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, there was only 1 seat again that was retained by the Congress last time around, which was Chhindwara. And this time around, the exit polls are predicting something very similar. Given the kind of route that the Congress has seen in the state elections, what's the sense that you've got from ground zero?
Rishika, you must be having those shots from Jabalpur also, but we are at the BJP headquarters in Bhopal, and I was just listening to my old colleague Yeah, I was just listening to my old colleague Saurabh Gupta. We have covered elections there in the eastern part of the country as well as the western part of the country. But here the scenes are totally different. My camera person Rizwan can show you a large screen installed here inside the BJP headquarters in Bhopal, though we don't have any BJP leader or party workers still in the BJP office. But they have just opened up the office, and my camera person can zoom and show you those red carpets just outside the BJP headquarters. And this man, the figure, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, large cutouts everywhere inside the party office in BJP. And I just want to show you a very interesting wall. If my camera person just can pan there, you can see, the figures from earlier elections like 2014, 2019, and now to 2024, BJP has given a slogan, Ab ki baar 400 par. You can see those 400 par. And why? Because of these government schemes. Obviously, first posters of Ram Mandir, then 370, now Jal Jeevan Mission, Ujjwala, Women Reservation, and PM Awas, then Ayushman Card, Garib Kalyan. So all these schemes, and that's why the BJP is hopeful that they have created different constituencies of Labharthi, and they will vote for them. During the last elections, as you rightly pointed out, BJP has won around 28 seats out of 29 from Bhopal and from Madhya Pradesh, and this time they are hopeful of winning all 29 seats, because all the senior leaders have said that they wanted to present 29 Kamal, 29 Lotus to the BJP senior leaders there in Delhi, and that is why they are hopeful that they will, and all the exit polls are also predicting the same.
Yes.
But the Congress is also saying that they have given a tough contest on at least 10 to 12 seats, and they are hopeful of winning at least 5 to 6 seats in Madhya Pradesh.
All right. Well, it's very interesting. What you've showed us is essentially a hall of fame as far as, the BJP and the promises are concerned. This is exactly what their campaign pitch has been. The red carpet yet to be rolled out there, and all preparations underway at the BJP headquarters in Bhopal. Anurag, we're going to keep coming back to you for more. But on the other side of a very short break, we'll go across to Pratibha, joining us live from Bangalore. Karnataka is one of those keenly contested states, from cardiologists to kings. You have a very interesting mix of candidates. We'll get a sense from Pratibha on the other side of what's going to be a very short break. Do stay with us.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election habiti NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव रसाई मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
चुटणी एटले NDTV.
वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you do not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में कहीं लगा सकते हैं, so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगे ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match.
Numbers coming up on our screens, the fastest and the most trusted numbers here on NDTV. Let me go across to Saurabh Gupta, who is joining us from West Bengal. But Saurabh, I also want to get a sense from you, and we have Sam now joining us as well from Chennai, and we'll go to Pratibha in just a moment. But Saurabh, to you first. We spoke a little bit about West Bengal, and I want to talk about Odisha as well, because Odisha is one of those places where the BJP is hoping to script one of its success stories. If the exit polls are to be believed, it's hugely in favor of the BJP. The exit polls are actually saying 15:5 as far as the BJP-BJD seat is concerned. But I want to understand from you, a lot at stake here for Naveen Patnaik, who's seeking a 6th term as Chief Minister, because there are simultaneous elections there.
Absolutely. You know, in Odisha, the scenario is very different, because not only is Naveen Patnaik seeking a historic 6th term, if he wins it, he is well on his way to becoming India's longest serving Chief Minister, ahead of Jyoti Basu of West Bengal and Pawan Chamling, of Sikkim. So these are very interesting times for Odisha politics. Now, what surprised many also was that a day before the results, on the advice of the state cabinet, the Odisha governor dissolved the assembly. And therefore, this was the last decision taken by the Naveen Patnaik cabinet. And of course, now, once the new assembly is formed, once the results are out, it'll be very interesting to see whether Naveen Patnaik can script history, or the BJP has one of its biggest successes in eastern India, because Odisha is a state, again, like we've been reporting, the BJP has been looking at as a catchment area. And several issues have dominated the election, including the issue of Mr. V.K. Pandyan. The BJP has launched an outsider attack on him. And many political analysts in Odisha believe that that would have had an impact on this election in Odisha. The BJD, Biju Janata Dal, is confident of winning Odisha for a record time, and also Naveen Patnaik scoring that 6th term in office and becoming India's longest Chief Minister. Longest serving Chief Minister, I beg your pardon.
Yes, well, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Even the vote share last time around, there was a difference of just about 3.5% between the BJP and the BJD. So can the BJP really cover up that lost ground, and will it translate into seats? So Odisha is going to be one of those fascinating elections to watch out for today. I want to now go across to Pratibha. Pratibha, it's a prestige battle as far as Karnataka is concerned. The Congress did win the state elections, but many say that the BJP is really covered ground in a certain sense, allying with the JDS, looking to consolidate the Lingayat Vokaliga vote base. There have been a whole host of issues as far as Karnataka is concerned. You've covered the election on the ground. What's your sense? Do the numbers hold?
in fact, it has been quite a nail-biting contest as far as all three parties here are concerned, because each of them trying to prove their mettle here. The Congress trying to repeat what it did in the Assembly election with respect to the Lok Sabha election. The BJP, of course, trying to maintain its prestige by gaining or covering the entire ground here in Karnataka and trying to retain as many seats as possible, just like how they did in 2019. I'm here at one of the counting centers of Bengaluru Central here, and it has been quite interesting to watch the kind of arrangements that have already been made. The building that you see, this is the place where the counting is to take place in a few hours from now. Also, the kind of security arrangements that are already in place. The polling agents are trying to get the exact block that they are assigned to. So that's the kind of action and activity that Karnataka has been witnessing since 6 a.m. today. A lot of action on ground, a lot of action-packed day that is also expected as far as Karnataka is concerned. We've been talking about the Modi guarantees versus the Congress guarantees during the election campaign here in Karnataka. Right through the midway, Prajwal Revana issue also gained a lot of ground as far as the poll plank is concerned.
Yes.
We'll have to wait to see how this prestige battle between the Congress and the BJP will play out in Karnataka.
All right. Well, the Prajwal Revana issue, of course, has grabbed national and international headlines, but the entire controversy really only unearthed after Karnataka had voted. So is it really going to be a poll issue? Well, one isn't really sure of that. But let's go across to Sam Daniel joining us from Tamil Nadu. Sam, what's the sense that you're getting as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned? The exit poll numbers do predict that it's going to be historic as far as the BJP is concerned. Even if they manage to make some inroads in some small measure, they would have in a certain sense scripted history.
That's right, Rishika. Alliance arithmetic-wise, the DMK alliance is a formidable one. They swept polls in 2019 and they hope to repeat. They have a strong alliance with the Congress, left parties and a few others including MDMK and VCK. But the exit polls gave at least 2 or 3 seats to the BJP. That, in a sense, defies alliance arithmetic, and the ruling DMK or the India alliance doesn't really buy that. But certainly the BJP is upbeat about this, and if they manage to win, this will be the first time the Saffron Party is making inroads in Tamil Nadu on its own. Remember, in the past, they won both assembly seats as well as parliamentary seats, but they've been in alliance with either one of the Dravidian arch rivals. And if this happens, then it will be a huge advantage for the BJP to hope to gradually expand its footprint. At the moment, it has only 3.5% vote share. Who would win that seat? If at all it happens to be true, in that case, all eyes would be on Annamalai from Coimbatore, Union Minister Murugan from Nilgiris, and Tamilisai Soundararajan, the governor who turned into a politician again, is fighting as a BJP candidate from Chennai South. But the opposition really refuses to buy that. It's just a matter of few hours, we'll get a clear picture.
Well, we'll know sooner rather than later. Thanks very much, Sam, for joining us. And Nazir, of course, joining us live from the beautiful Dal Lake. It's 5 seats in Jammu and Kashmir, 1 in Ladakh, and it's going to be a referendum on a lot of things. Nazir, we're going to come back to you in just a moment from now. So short break here, and we'll get you all the latest political stories from Jammu and Kashmir with Nazir from the Dal Lake on the other side.
Co-presented by
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result. Understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election havadi NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव रसाई मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
चुटनी
Welcome back, Nazir. It's over to you. Get us a sense of what's likely to happen. You've covered this election on the ground. It's a very, very interesting election this time around in Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, this election was more interesting than one way. Here, let me show you where I am. This is SKICC Sher-e Kashmir International Convention Center, where the counting will take place at 8, will start at 8. And it is in Srinagar, and let me show you the view of the Dal Lake first. And a breathtaking view of the Dal Lake this morning. And here people are waiting who will be the Muqaddar ka Sikandar, who has the public trust, and what will EVMs reveal today. Largely it is seen that NC may win 3 seats, all the 3 seats in the valley, Baramulla, Srinagar and Anantnag. That is what exit polls are saying, but we say it appears to be a very tough contest, particularly in Baramulla, where people will have decided fate of Omar Abdullah, former Chief Minister, and he is pitted against the Sajjad Loan of People's Conference and jail leader Engineer Rashid, who is in Tihar jail for last 5 years, but created sort of waves during elections without spending a single penny. They led a very, very effective campaign because of large number of volunteers joined his campaign. So will he make a difference in these elections? And it has become very tough. Also, Mehbooba Mufti's fate will be decided today, people will say, because she's contesting from Anantnag. Her main rival is National Conference leader Mia Altaf. Let's see, by forenoon, we'll know once in I think less than 2 hours after the counting starts, we'll know.
Well, in just a short while from now, we'll know. But Nazir, what a historic election it has been in Jammu and Kashmir, recording the highest voter turnout in 4 decades. A true celebration of India's democracy. Thanks very much for joining us with that live update from the beautiful Dal Lake. We envy you, and we'll come back to you for more in just a bit. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. Up next, my colleague Vishnu Shom joins me for all the latest political action. It's 1 hour to go for counting to begin. Do stay tuned to NDTV.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है, You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android, जब उन्होंने बना लिया, ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed, and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
चल, हो जा शुरू. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर. ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन. ओरिएंट PLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हॅबिटी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
Just sharing से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you do not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings.
Good morning and welcome to what will be one way or the other a historic day for India. In about an hour from now, less than an hour, right, Rishika? The first leads in these elections, the largest in the world, start coming in. These will be postal ballot leads and results. A small fraction, remember, of the deluge of leads and results that will be upon us in the hours ahead. At about 9 a.m., we should have the first non-postal ballot leads coming in. And given the pace at which the entire process works with electronic voting machines, we should have a firm idea of who will form the government by noon.
By
maybe
noon
1 o'clock.
or even earlier.
Possibly earlier, yeah.
Possibly earlier. The focus, of course, is going to be on whether the exit poll numbers, Vishnu, that have essentially pretty unanimously predicted a third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whether the Modi-led NDA is going to return to power. And many say that it's going to be a landmark third term because it's a prestige battle as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. He's looking to better records, break records as far as personal records and the record of the government is concerned. The question, of course, is going to be whether the opposition can spring up a surprise. Given the narrative that the opposition has drummed up after the exit polls, they are predicting that they're crossing 290, Vishnu.
295 is what they're going at. But remember, some of the exit polls, one specifically said that the NDA might end up with 400 seats. But if the BJP does return to power, Narendra Modi will be only the second Prime Minister in India's history after Jawaharlal Nehru to win 3 times in a row. Now that is a staggering achievement if it were to happen.
Well, ultimately, though, these elections are about the future of the country, the world's most populous nation. So what does a young, aspirational nation like ours, filled with hope, filled with desire, filled with ambition, actually seek? There are also a whole host of issues. Remember, jobs has continued to dominate the narrative on the ground. But the question is, have the people of India once again posed faith in this government to resolve those issues? I think those are going to be some of the key things to watch out for as far as this election result is concerned.
Well, that's a lot of what we're going to be analysing over the entire day and throughout the evening. But for now, we leave you with one number only, 272. That's the halfway mark, the magic number. In our first past the post system, any party or formation that gets more than that forms the government. So that's what we are looking at. The NDA said 400 par. The India Alliance is saying 295. Ultimately, we just got that one number.
Absolutely.
Right? That's the first major hurdle. But first, a look at the headlines.
Yes, we'll get you all the top headlines. And also, Vishnu, just to say that our team of reporters who've covered this election across a very hot summer will join us from the length and breadth of India. We'll get you a pulse of what's happening at ground zero across counting centres and party offices. So all that and more coming up. But yes, first up, the headlines. It is D-Day for the big Lok Sabha election result. The counting of votes starts in about an hour from now. Postal ballots will, of course, be counted first.
The exit polls predict a big Modi win, a Modi wave or an opposition undercurrent. We'll know soon enough.
It's going to be crucial to see what happens in Odisha. Counting in the assembly polls in Odisha as well. Will Naveen Patnaik win for the 6th straight term and script history, or will the BJP dent his record?
Andhra Pradesh, a crucial assembly election here as well. So remember, Lok Sabha and assembly elections being held in a couple of states. Andhra Pradesh, one of them. Will there be a second term for Jagan Mohan Reddy? It's a tough fight from the TDP, the JanaSena and the BJP combined. There are a large number of central forces deployed to prevent any post-poll violence.
All right, well, it's going to be very interesting. Like Vishnu, you said, the Prime Minister is eyeing a record equaling third straight term as far as, his personal ambition is concerned. He's, of course, going to equal Jawaharlal Nehru's term. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. And it's been a marathon election, let's face it. 7 phases, Vishnu, 80 days and counting. The verdict is sealed. And God knows we in the newsroom can't wait for it to be delivered.
And in a sense, end as well.
Yes.
All right, well, we've got many more images coming in. We'll just try and give you an idea of what that is all about. But I think we can start off with our correspondents who've been really the bedrock of all of our coverage throughout this entire process. We've got Radhika, we've got Sunil, we've got Vedanta as well. Let me go across to you, Vedant, first. Give us an idea of what's happening where you are. What is some of the expectations? You are, of course, covering Delhi very closely. It's going to be, a very challenging process. The Aam Aadmi Party, which has done very well in the assembly elections, hasn't quite been a force when it comes to the Lok Sabha elections. So give us a sense of what's at stake for all the formations in Delhi.
And also give us a sense of what's on the menu at the BJP office where you are. Okay, we seem to have lost that line.
Something very interesting here. You were asking...
Go ahead, Vedant.
All right, Rishika, if you can hear me, you were asking me where, the laddus have been commissioned. It's right at the BJP headquarters, in fact. So here,
वो बीजेपी का कैडेंस सकता है उनकी इन तैयारियों को देखकर क्योंकि
Well, Vishnu, it's a lot more than laddus there on the menu as far as the BJP headquarters are concerned.
It's breakfast. There are laddus also, which I saw sort of being kept aside over there.
Yes, I think puri aloo is on the menu.
That's right.
Yes.
So, Vedant, we sent you over there to report. I mean, are you essentially hinting that you're hungry at this stage?
Okay, we seem to have lost that line with Vedant. We'll try and fix that. But I mean, you know, as expected, Vishnu, 1 hour into coverage and we're talking about food already. We have a long way to go. We're going to go right back to Vedant. Let's get a
Sunil
sense.
Prabhu is another person who always has food on his mind. Sunil, what's happening around you? You're at the Congress office. Everybody must be nervous at this stage. What exactly is the buzz?
Well, Vishnu, here it's not about food or laddus. Here it's about questions about the EVMs. And I'm joined by somebody who has been a veteran, who has always been part of the Rahul Priyanka, brigade. Now he's questioning the EVMs. Jagdish bhai, why are you protesting now?
देखिए, पिछले 6 दिन पहले मैंने बता दिया था कि लोकतंत्र ये जो है हैक होगा ईवीएम मशीन। आप बताइए, मैं सरकार से, चुनाव आयोग से, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से हाथ जोड़ के अपील करता हूँ, नाम निवेदन करता हूँ, आप बैलेट पेपर का जो बैलेट से पर्चियाँ गिनी हैं उनको अलग गिने और ईवीएम मशीन से अलग गिनती करें और तो रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर करें तो नंगा हो जाए।
Are you already conceding that आप हार रहे हैं?
नहीं, 100% देश की जनता से हम नहीं हार रहे हैं, ईवीएम से पिछले 10 साल से हम हार रहे हैं। मैं कहता रहा देश के।
How can this be? You can't be contradicting yourself. When you win in Karnataka, when you win in any other state, then it is okay. And when it is against you, then you are questioning.
आप इतने बढ़िया बुद्धिजीवी पत्रकार है, पूरा देश थोड़ी लूटेंगे, थोड़ा बहुत तो रेवड़ी हमें भी देंगे। अब मैं हिमाचल की बात करता हूँ। हिमाचल का नारा था कि कांग्रेस के 60 और बीजेपी के 8, लेकिन 11 बजे तक 25 बीजेपी के आगे वो ईवीएम मशीन ही थी। कहना कि मैं समझता हूँ अगर देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने इसका विरोध करा था, ईवीएम में गड़बड़ है, बैलेट पेपर पर देख के अपना ठप्पा मार कर वोट देते हैं, पहला विरोधी तो प्रधानमंत्री है ना, हम समझ नहीं पाए। अब तो पूरा देश समझ रहा है, सब समझ रहे हैं, अनजान मतलब मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, मैं फांसी खा लूँगा अगर वीवीपैट से राहुल गांधी चुनाव हार जाए तो। नहीं हारेंगे, ईवीएम मशीन से राहुल गांधी चुनाव हारेंगे और पिछले 10 साल से हार रहे हैं।
ईवीएम एंड वीवीपैट आर द सेम थिंग, बट एनीवे जगदीश भाई, आप आजकल संघर्ष का मूड में है, यू आर नॉट रेडी टू हैव लड्डूज एंड एंजॉय। आप क्या ऑलरेडी मान रहे हैं कि आप हार रहे हैं?
जब मुझे पता हम हार गए तो लड्डू या हवन क्या करूँगा यार, मैं तो बुरी तरह पता कि हार है। कहीं ना कहीं मैं समझ रहा हूँ, सिपाही हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी का, चारों तरफ नजर रखे हूँ, 10 साल से शोर मचा रहा हूँ ये मैं गड़बड़ है, पार्टी तो अभी इस लाइन पे आई है, पूरा देश अब इस लाइन पे आया है। और मैं दावे से कह रहा हूँ ना, फांसी खा जाऊंगा अगर वीवीपैट से राहुल गांधी हार जाए तो। जो पर्चियों से उनसे राहुल गांधी जीतेगा और ईवीएम मशीन से पिछले 10 साल से हार रहा है।
So that's the mood you can see here at the Congress office, already conceding to a great extent the fact that they don't, are not that confident. But this is clearly symbolizes what exactly is the problem with the Congress party. The India Alliance, as you're well aware, will be meeting later this evening to take stock of the results. The big question is what do they plan after that, and whether they will be united together after that results come in. So that's, I think, a critical meeting that is taking place, apart from, of course, as we wait to see leader after leader analyze on what went wrong, if the exit polls are as predicted, giving the India Alliance not many seats as and allowing.
So Vishnu, the mood is skepticism as far as the Congress
Rishika,
office
let me
is
interrupt
concerned. Skepticism being served.
Vedant is still not on camera.
Yes.
I suspect he's eating the food at the BJP office at this stage.
We need to check whether there's a connectivity issue there for sure.
Connectivity, right? Quote unquote.
Yes, for sure.
Radhika, huge day, obviously, all across Maharashtra. Some would suggest it's a battle for identity of the NCP at one level, the Shiv Sena as well. Again, basic questions to start off. What's the buzz around you right now?
Well, I'm at Goregaon Counting Centre. This is among the most important counting centre as far as Maharashtra is concerned. I'm just going to show you the scenes around. Of course, we've not been seeing candidates here. Of course, this is a counting centre which looks into the results of at least about 3 constituencies in the city of Mumbai. As you can see, heavy security deployment here, police officials in large numbers. Election agents, counting agents are in fact making their way into the polling centre. Of course, election officials also, we've been seeing them for the last 1 hour. It's buzzing here, of course, but in a couple of hours from now is when we will start seeing candidates, including Piyush Goyal. As far as Maharashtra elections are concerned, yes, as you rightly pointed out, this is all about identity battle and prestige battle as far as both Mahayuti and MV are concerned. Remember, political landscape in Maharashtra went through a sea change over the last couple of years with the Sena split, NCP split. Therefore, both vying for, its identity over the last couple of years. We did see legal battle playing out. We did see how there was, contest as far as battle as far as, symbol and party name are concerned. Therefore, a lot of political churn taking place. How the rebels will perform. Will it be advantage Eknath Shinde? Will it be advantage Ajit Pawar? Or will there be a sympathy wave for Uddhav Thackeray or Sharad Pawar? That is something that we will know in a few hours from now, because at this point, exit polls at least, had predicted a very close contest. Remember, in 2019, NDA had swept 41 seats out of 48. And now, of course, what we are seeing is some sort of, equal numbers as far as both the factions, both the alliances are concerned. So it is going to be, it's not going to be easy to predict, at least this year around, this time around, simply because of all the political churn and the change in the landscape. Is it going to be advantage original Sena, as they call it, original NCP, or is it going to be advantage rebels? Will the BJP strengthen as a result of these, new formation and new realignments, or will it be beneficial for MVA, for Uddhav Thackeray?
Radhika, if there's one state where no one's betting any money on, it's Maharashtra, because it is too close to call. This time around, the dynamics are so different. People are so confused about symbols. I remember, Vishnu, ahead of voting in Maharashtra across different phases, they would actually post on social media of people educating the others on the symbols, because there was so much confusion. It's a whole new political landscape, so it's no one's hedging any bets there.
In fact, even if you looked at the exit polls, it was in Maharashtra that there seemed to be a bit of a contest between the India Alliance and the NDA, as it were. But it's critical, 48 seats. So we'll see what takes place. In case you are wondering what exactly that one trend is on your screen, that's Surat, which is uncontested, right? So that explains that one seat. It's that one trend that you have. But it's 7:14 now. 8 a.m. is when we'll start getting the postal ballots, results, leads and results coming in. We'll get very excited at that stage, but I think we would need to temper our excitement, because as I understand it, postal ballots actually account for about 1% of the total number as a percentage of total number of seats, or votes, I should say, in our country. So that's something to keep in mind.
It's moment of truth right now, Vedant. We want to know, did we lose your line or did we lose you to breakfast?
Well, Rishika, it's going to be a long day ahead, so I just had a lovely breakfast here.
So
and this
we were
is
right.
The BJP headquarters here, and all these halwais have been, deployed here since morning. So laddus and aloo puri is on the menu, as you were saying, Rishika. So this is one thing about the BJP, that you said they're always in campaign mode, but they're always also, everything is about, showmanship and celebration. And there you can see all these halwais at the BJP headquarters, right at the entrance, in fact. Karyakartas coming in here. Grand celebrations have already been planned. In fact, as I was telling you earlier, the Prime Minister is expected to address the Karyakartas at 6:30 p.m. if what the exit polls, have predicted does come out to be true. But very interesting visuals here, Rishika. A stage has also been erected, and Karyakartas coming in. आपसे मैं पूछूंगा, कब से आप लोग सुबह कितने बजे से आए हुए हैं यहाँ पर? रात से यहीं पर हैं? Okay. कल रात को 5 बजे से. Okay, so very interesting. All these halwais have been here at the BJP headquarters since yesterday. And as I said, the BJP expecting to better its 2019 tally, not just in terms of seats, but in terms of vote share as well. Last time around, the NDA vote share was around 45%. This time, they're looking to cross the 50% mark as well. So, of course, grand celebrations have been planned, though, of course, many a slip between a cup and a lip, as they say. But Karyakartas have started coming in here at the BJP headquarters already, Rishika.
So it's awfully difficult to focus, Vedant, with those visuals that you're sending us at the moment. It's 7:15, so in about 45 minutes from now, we'll know what really is going to happen.
Right.
But
Vedant,
meanwhile,
don't eat
breakfast.
too much now.
Yes.
But I thought, Rishika, it might be interesting actually to contextualize all of this. And Gurpreet, we're coming to you in just a few moments. But before we do that, This is what the exit polls actually had to say, and the reason we are reporting these exit poll numbers as boldly and prominently, one of the reasons is that 10 of the major ones have all said that it's going to be an NDA win, not just an NDA win, a staggering NDA win. So let's just take a look. Let's take a look at those exit poll numbers, and this is important to take a look at as we see the strong rooms actually being opened. So that's a critical process. The EVMs inside those strong rooms, this I believe is coming in from Gujarat. So that process is now going to start. Everybody is all set, and sooner than later we're going to have the real numbers come out. But I just want to focus on the exit poll numbers, Rishika, because the average of the exit polls, and we've been doing in NDTV a poll of polls. If we can have that up over there, we've it's 543 is the overall number. Remember, whoever 272 is the halfway mark. The goal is 273. That's the magic mark in our first past the post system. That's what everybody is looking at.
Yes.
But if you look at a couple of these over here, from Jan Ki Baat to News Nation to Republic Bharat, etc., you're looking at a low of approximately 358 to an upper margin, upper number of 400, which is what I think one of the polls actually gave. And for the India Alliance, from a low of approximately 141, I mean, it goes up to about 160 odd. So well short of being anywhere close to coming to power.
In fact, that's the breakup, Vishnu. The poll of polls is, the NDTV poll of polls has given the NDA 365, India 146, and the others 32. So that's the poll of polls. That's a net of what everyone is basically.
In fact,
saying
if we can just have the poll of polls up as well, so that we don't have to go into all of these. We'll have that in a little while from now. But I think again, just to place this entirely in context, let's take a look at what the situation was in 2019. And then, to see what exactly, where what the formations would be chasing, particularly the NDA. Remember, last time around, the NDA was at 353, of which the BJP scored 303. Now, if the BJP were to go above that, and pretty much every major exit poll has said that they will, then it's a staggering. People would have suggested that it might be a swing away from where they were last time around. But if it's a swing in the direction of where they are, going up towards 400, it would be absolutely incredible. I thought we'd get a couple of quick reactions. Shugatosh, Srinivas, Raju with us, Ashok Malik as well. Ashok, just a quick comment for you. Even if we are to go by that last number or the 2019 result, for the NDA to actually lose would mean a massive swing away from that. It just seems unreal or unrealistic to expect a massive swing away without a dominant wave. And some would suggest there's not been any wave per se in the country.
Yes, for the NDA to actually lose, there would have to be enormous
10% plus swing and
an enormous hostility to the government and to the Prime Minister, which has not been detected, of course. But nevertheless, I would caution against the very high extreme figures of some of the polls. There could be a bit of froth at the top.
400 was
yes. But what I would really watch for today, and what could decide whether the NDA wins big or wins as much as it did last time, would really be the eastern coast of India. Bengal, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, which is not a coastal state but right next to Andhra, coming down to Tamil Nadu, and then of course Kerala. So that region is where the BJP and the NDA hope to pick up seats.
Right. Okay, some breaking news coming in. The BJP chief has called a meeting at his residence. Let's just go quickly across to Vedant, who's been tracking that. Vedant, what are the details?
Background में चले? Better background में चले?
Vedant, you're on air. Can you tell us about the meeting? See, Vedant, between food and technical issues.
Right, Vishnu. So of course,
there you are. Go ahead, Vedant. Please go ahead.
In the past 2 days, there have been marathon meetings of the BJP, and BJP chief JP Nadda calling for this crucial meeting. Extremely interesting because remember, it was just yesterday that the key allies of the BJP also met with the Prime Minister. Nitish Kumar was in Delhi as well. And today morning, JP Nadda calling for a meeting. What our sources in the BJP also tell us is that this is, a regular set of meetings meetings where, the plans after the results are out are being discussed, are being sort of mulled over by the BJP.
Yes.
As I said, in the past 2 days, there have been marathon meetings. Day before yesterday, top ministers of the BJP, including Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, Piyush Goyal, all of them met JP Nadda and the Prime Minister as well. So back-to-back meetings taking place. This, of course, is a standard practice when it comes to the BJP. And essentially what they're looking to discuss is the plans after counting, because grand celebrations have been planned at the BJP headquarters as well. The Prime Minister, if the BJP wins, will be making a victory speech here at the BJP headquarters as well. And as I said, in the past 2 days, marathon meetings at,
yes. In fact, Vishnu, all BJP reporters have already been given a message that the Prime Minister is going to be addressing the Karyakartas at 7 p.m. So that's already been pre-planned, and like Vedant is saying, this is just one in the whole host of meetings. But before we go back...
the victory speech, presumably, of the Prime Minister at that speech.
Before we go back to our team of reporters, Mr. Srinivas Raju, if I could just bring you in, very interesting what Ashok Malik said about the South particularly. Last time around, the BJP won 29 of the 129 seats across the 5 southern states. This time around, they are looking to script history by making inroads across all southern states, including the states where they've never opened their account. How have you looked at this campaign, and what does this say about brand Modi? Because that's literally all it is.
Right. No, I'll be a little cautious when it comes to numbers in, say, especially states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala.
Yes.
They're certainly going to add to their vote share, and this is something that we have been saying right from the beginning.
Okay.
And if you saw the exit polls, the vote share, you see a 4% jump in the vote share of the BJP, and you see also a 4% jump in the vote share of the Congress or the India Alliance. India Alliance has, the allies have a greater vote share accruing than the allies of the BJP. See,
yes.
that's what we know from the exit polls. But I will not be very excited about numbers when it comes to Tamil Nadu or Kerala. In Karnataka too, they may sort of lose a few numbers, but I
might lose a few numbers.
The BJP may lose a few numbers because they had saturated last time. They had 25.
Yes.
And if you look at the exit polls, just for the sake of argument, of 28 seats in Karnataka, the poll of polls indicates the NDA 22. A lot of people would say this is surprising, given the fact that the Congress came to power recently in the assembly elections with quite a sweep, and
that's right.
A wave, a mandate, whatever. I know assembly election results don't translate into Lok Sabha, but given the fact that the elections are so close to each other, one would have thought that perhaps the Congress would have done better. But this 6, that's what the poll of polls shows in Karnataka.
That is history again repeating, Vishnu. No, that's history repeating. From 85 on, Karnataka has always, the voter has demonstrated his wisdom by voting differently in a Lok Sabha election from 85, Hegde's time. And even last time, 2019, please don't forget, the Congress was in power in an alliance. And they still lost.
Yes.
And, the guarantees or whatever that they've been speaking, there's been a lot of issues around it. Because, the classic welfare model has been dismantled, where you had no funds for rural development, no funds for urban development, no funds for education, and all of it being given in cash transfers. And it was quite a thing which never got reported nationally, but then locally, there has been a lot of issues with the guarantees as well. So I think all of that, plus the brand Modi issue. I have been trying to say this a number of times, that the brand Modi thing, they said, has diminished from 2014 to now.
No, not at all.
But I think that it has altered. The frames in which we put Modi in 2014 and 2019 has completely altered now. He is... The 2014 Modi was an upper caste consensus, according to me, and now he's an OBC consensus. So the larger base he has been able to sort of attract towards himself has completely altered the numbers.
And
well, the numbers may have altered, but it's going to be very interesting to see how this entire dynamic plays out, Vishnu, especially as far as the South is concerned. It's been a key focus area as far as the BJP is concerned, and the Prime Minister is concerned. Is that going to translate into votes and numbers is going to be the key question. Sam Daniel is going to be with us on the other side of a short break. Gurpreet's also joining us from Punjab. We'll go across to our team of reporters, but on the other side of a short break.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरो सेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरो स्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड, जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result क्या रहा on NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में। लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड।
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually बैटरी सेवर मोड क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग.
Welcome back. It is 30 minutes to go, Vishnu, for 8 o'clock.
Ashok was just asking what is that one in terms of trends and results. Ashok, that's Surat.
Surat.
So
yes.
NDA is already off the mark, and it's not a lead, that's a result.
Is it?
That's a result, uncontested. Well, our team of reporters joining us, Gurpreet covering Punjab for us. So Gurpreet, I want to come to you first. We'll also go across to Sam and Uma joining us for a sense of what's happening across the south. But Gurpreet, it's a very, very interesting fight as far as Punjab is concerned with a three-cornered contest, or many would say a four-cornered contest, because nobody is in alliance with anybody. There are no friends at all. What's the sense that you've gotten this time around? Is it too close to call? How are you looking at the exit polls?
Well, yes, earlier we have seen the four-corner contest was happening in Punjab, but after exit poll, everybody says the three-corner contest is happening in Punjab. As of now, what we can sense with our own experience and reporting what we have done in all the constituencies of Punjab, what we have learned, Congress has an upper edge in most of the constituencies in the state of Punjab, and specifically in 8 to 9 constituencies, they have been claiming such thing. But surprisingly, Interestingly, the BJP is, as per the exit poll, they are also getting 2 to 4 seats, because we have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi held multiple rallies for their candidate and held campaign for them. And what we have seen in the urban area, specifically in Patiala, Hoshiarpur, Gurdaspur and Jalandhar, Prime Minister held specific rallies so that they will be able to put a weight behind these candidates, and they will be able to get something out of this. But these things will be clear once the result will be coming out, once the trend will be coming out. But Shiromani Akali Dal is not in a proper situation as of now. What we have learned even from the exit poll, some of the exit poll are not giving a single ticket to single seat to Shiromani Akali Dal, but some of them, they are still hopeful. Bathinda seat they will be able to get from because former Union Minister and the Bastion of Badals, she is contesting from there. So all things will be clear. But Aam Aadmi Party, who has been making a lot of claim, they had provided free electricity, they had given electricity to all the people, especially the farmers also. There is no cuts, electricity cuts in the state of Punjab.
Sure.
So they have been claiming that development was main agenda.
Okay, Gurpreet, I'm interrupting you just now because we need to just quickly get a quick reaction coming in now. Basuri Swaraj, contesting from the New Delhi constituency, the daughter of Sushma Swaraj, somebody who's worked in NDTV, by the way, for a show. Yes, she did. She worked, in fact, on this very studio that you're sitting in over here as a producer. So reactions, she's contesting for the BJP, of course, in the New Delhi constituency. We've got a quick soundbite of hers. Let's listen in.
कॉन्फिडेंट है और क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे सोमनाथ भाटी?
सबसे पहले तो आज लक्ष्मी नारायण मंदिर आई हूँ, जो पूरी सृष्टि के पालन करता है, आज उनका आशीर्वाद लेने आई हूँ और मेरा अगाध विश्वास है और मैं पूरी तरह आश्वस्त हूँ कि आज भारत की जनता चयन करेगी भाजपा की लोक कल्याणकारी नीतियों को, चयन करेगी हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकास की नीतियों को, चयन करेगी हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकसित भारत के विजन को। मैं जानती हूँ तीसरी बार फिर मोदी सरकार। धन्यवाद।
All right, let's go straight across to Sam Daniel, who's been joining us. Sam, you know, I mean, if there's one state where there is this complete sweep that is expected in terms of the opposition, it is Tamil Nadu. The NDA, of course, do hope to open their account, not open their account, but to do well with their allies in one or two other areas. But what's the buzz around you? Is there this quiet sense of, oh, nothing's going to change, it's going to be the DMK once again? Or do you really sense, you know, some sort of talk about potential gains for the NDA?
That's right, Vishnu. In terms of the alliance arithmetic, the DMK is upbeat because they have retained the 2019 alliance, which had swept the polls for them, winning 38 of the 39 seats in Tamil Nadu. And they feel with the DMK in power now and with populist schemes on, including the 1,000 rupee monthly assistance for women, free bus rides for women, they hope to repeat the same sweep. And they refuse to believe the exit poll results, which give 2 to 3 seats for the BJP. And the BJP again has gone alone this time. They won seats in the past in alliance with the DMK or the AIADMK, but this time they've chosen to fight alone after the AIADMK snap choice. If they manage to win, it will be big because it will be the first time they open their account on their own. But otherwise, practically speaking, they may be wanting to increase their vote share thanks to a dozen visits by Prime Minister Modi for campaign and also the Padayatra by Annamalai. But will it be enough to win seats on their own? That's the big question. But the key fight could be largely between the ruling DMK and the opposition AIADMK, for which this is the first time under the singular leadership of Edappadi Palaniswamy. So in a sense, it's an acid test for his leadership. In terms of the issues, the DMK, besides its alliance arithmetic advantage, is counting on these populist schemes. The AIADMK has again taken up the issue of corruption against the ruling DMK, and the BJP, besides the Modi magic, they're counting on issues of corruption and family politics.
All right. Well, you know, we're also very keenly going to watch what happens in Andhra Pradesh. 175 assembly seats. The counting is going to begin in just a short while from now in the 25 Lok Sabha seats. Uma, Give us a sense of what's happening on the ground. The exit polls, exit poll numbers, if they are to be believed, is hugely in favor of the BJP, TDP, Pawan Kalyan combined.
Yes, indeed. Most exit polls seem to indicate that the NDA would romp home in Andhra Pradesh, both in the assembly and with a majority number of seats in the parliament election as well. But interestingly, both the YSRCP as well as the TDP are in fact making preparations for the oath-taking ceremony on the 9th, and the muhurats, etc. are getting fixed. Yes, the NDA would be hoping to repeat what it did in 2014 when they were able to win the state and give maximum number of seats in the parliament elections as well. So Andhra Pradesh certainly will be on our radar for all that. The interesting part for the BJP in the south is that except in Andhra Pradesh, in all the other states, they are in fact testing their strength on their own, and therefore whether the BJP makes big gains is politically very significant, because it's actually going to change the dynamics or the political the equations within the states itself, whether it is a Kerala, whether Tamil Nadu, or even a Telangana, where in fact one of the polls has said that the BJP will end up with in double digits and the Congress in single digits, which means really that if the BJP is going to end up with a 12 number in a Telangana, it means that their vote share will have to literally double, which means from their about almost 20% that they got in 2019, they will have to increase significantly, and all that gain will have to come from the loss that the BJP, but the BRS is suffering. BRS, of course, there has been a huge fall post the assembly election. Assembly election, in fact, they didn't do so bad. They were just about a couple of, or less than couple of percentage points less than the Congress, which won with about 64-65 majority. But now, after the elections, BRS has suffered huge losses, and the BJP, in fact, across states in the south as well, they have got talent from other parties to be able to create for themselves a political space here. So they are largely banking, of course, on Pradhan Mantri Modi's campaigns here, his own personal brand equity that he enjoys, plus, of course, the talent that they have got from the other parties. So therefore, in Telangana as well, if the BJP manages to get more seats in the Congress and the Congress gets limited to about a 6, then there will be knives will be out for Revant Reddy, who has emerged as a almost a regional satrap for the Congress party here in Telangana. Right. Kerala, once again, we must talk about it. We have always said UDF versus an LDF, but if the BJP does open an account, we are talking about Thiruvananthapuram, Thrissur, or even an Athingal. If they manage to open an account, then there will be an impact on the assembly elections, which could become tri-cornered, whether it's Kerala or even a Tamil Nadu. If the BJP manages to get more seats than the ADMK, then the politics of both those states is going to change in a very basic manner. Back to you.
Uma, thanks very much for summarizing that for us. Ashok, we were having a conversation on the changing image of Narendra Modi as far as how he's been projected within the BJP. And the point that was being mentioned by Shogoto is between 2014, the Narendra Modi and his projection is very different from how he's projected now. How is that the case?
Well, one, of course, he was a fairly unknown person to large parts of the country. In 2014, he's much better known now. Second, as has been pointed out, the social coalition of the BJP has transformed in these past 10 years. And it's not just transformed for one time, it's a continual process. So if you look at Karnataka, his home state, you have Lingayats in a big way and a significant section of Vokaligas voting together. Yes. Which has not happened, I think, in a big way since the 80s. Okay, when the Janata Dal
always on the opposite side.
So in the 80s, for some period, used to vote together. But so the BJP has been very nimble in creating new coalitions, reaching out to Deve Gowda, for instance, and his family in the state of Karnataka. Even in the last 1 year, from the time they lost the Karnataka elections. So it's Mr. Modi's image, but it's backed by very nimble and dynamic social coalition building.
Do you think that the BJP has perhaps been successful if you look at the exit poll figures in the consolidation of the Vokaliga and the Lingayats, because they've made a very concerted pitch to do it, whether it is B.S. Yediyurappa's son becoming the BJP chief or the alliance with the JDS. I mean, it's been like he said, a very conscious effort to make that happen.
That's absolutely, the kind of social coalitions that they've built, not just in Karnataka, in Tamil Nadu as well. see, that is, if you look at the numbers that the exit polls have thrown up, 80% of the Lingayats have gone with the NDA.
Yes.
70% of the Okaligas have gone with NDA, despite DK Shivkumar being a very strong force and a deputy chief minister.
Yes.
And even when it comes to OBCs, except the Kurubas, all the OBCs have been behind Yediyurappa since 2008.
Yes.
So even when it comes to Kurubas this time, you know, the numbers, if one is to believe those numbers, 40% of it has gone with
Yes.
Many
would say it's the lesson that they learned from the assembly polls as well.
No, assembly polls, I will disagree, because BJP, although everybody says that the BJP lost, they retained their vote share, number one, and they made inroads into an area that they had never been familiar, the south of Karnataka. They increased their vote share there by 3%. So that's, I think, a very, very positive pan-Karnataka spread that they got.
Ashok, you know, there's another point. If you look at another southern state, Tamil Nadu, the BJP is also willing to take long-term risk. In this election, the BJP and the AIDMK have not gone together, which means the opposition vote is split. And even if the BJP gets lots of votes in maybe 1 or 2 seats, the fact is the DMK-Congress alliance should win a big chunk of the seats because the opposition is divided. But they've taken a long-term risk. And that there is some credit to be given for that as well.
But Ashok, just to go back to the point on Modi, in as much as you talk about how he's been positioned to take work with social alliances, which the BJP has been creating, some would suggest that now in 2024 he's somebody who's gone beyond caste or a social alliance to being somebody who's an aspirational leader. If these results translate, exit polls translated to results, look, then he's sort of
one caution here, he's a pan-Indian leader, he adds 10% or maybe more to the BJP everywhere, all of that is true, but in the end you need your social coalitions, and he understands, his party understands that importance.
I mean, look at what's happened in Andhra Pradesh, for instance. You just want to comment on that. The vote share of the BJP in Andhra Pradesh standalone was under 1% in the last 2019 election, but now the alliance is poised to win. So if you're talking about the India alliance, pulling its blocks together, I think the NDA has been equally successful in doing it, if I may say so, especially in states like
Andhra, it's a very interesting case because they put together two very powerful communities, Kapus and Kammas.
Yes.
And the BJP did not try to assert itself. It just took 6 seats, allowed them to sort of play the game that they need to play and gave them space and has slowly entered from the back door, which is very, very interesting. BJP was not known to do that. And even in Tamil Nadu, I completely agree with what Ashokji has been saying. See, in Tamil Nadu, not aligning with AIDMK, I see as a very, very interesting thing, because otherwise you can't ideologically position yourself anti the Dravidian parties. See, the Dravidian idea and the kind of universalized Hindutva idea are pitched opposite to each other. I think that is getting consolidated and that is looking interesting for 2026, not now. That's my
Can I just ask a larger question to you, Ashok? What are these, assuming those exit poll results translate into election results, what is this election really about? Is it about an aspirational India banking on the NDA for a new future that they see with the vision of the Prime Minister? Or is it perhaps the opposition with what some would suggest was a negative agenda, just not meeting those aspirations? Here you've got the BJP talking about change constantly, despite everything else.
No, see, a negative agenda could only work if the Prime Minister and the government were very, very unpopular.
Right.
Okay, which we have not seen. Okay. Now, yes, certainly it's a referendum on Mr. Modi if these results are, if these exit poll numbers hold. It's a referendum on Mr. Modi. It's the voters saying that we trust you to deliver on the economy. It's a work in progress. It hasn't happened yet. It's a work in progress, but the next 5 years could be tectonic. We trust you on that. The growth figures look good. But it's also the BJP's relentless and continuous social and geographical expansion. A party which was a Western and Northern Indian party in 2019 made significant inroads into some parts of the East. Okay, Bengal, a little bit Odisha, Telangana 4 seats. This time it could grow even further. So it's
okay, Ashok, half a second. We've got a quick reaction coming in from Piyush Goyal, who's speaking. Let's just quickly listen.
सभी घटकों ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से ये चुनाव लड़ा है। देश भर में आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की जो लोकप्रियता है, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने 10 वर्ष सेवा भाव से बिना भेदभाव गरीबों का कल्याण किया, नारी शक्ति को सम्मान दिलाया, देश के युवा युवतियों को ढेर सारे अवसर देने का काम किया और हमारे किसानों को एक बेहतरीन भविष्य के लिए बहुत सारे अलग अलग प्रकार के सहयोग से आज भारत अमृत काल में विकसित भारत बनने के लिए नए संकल्प के साथ खड़ा हुआ है। देश की जनता पूरी तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को आशीर्वाद देने के लिए इस चुनाव में बाहर उतरी थी और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार, फिर एक बार देश की सेवा 24 घंटे सातों दिन 24/7 विकसित भारत 2047 तक बने, उसके लिए जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने संकल्प लिया है, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के एक एक कार्यकर्ता ने परिश्रम किया है, उसका आज मतदाताओं द्वारा आशीर्वाद भरपूर मिलेगा और देश में पुनः एक बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक ईमानदार, कर्तृत्ववान और देशभक्त सरकार आज स्थापित होगी।
मुंबई से आप पहली बार लड़ रहे हैं, कितना लीड दिख रहे हैं?
Piyush Goyal speaking over there, saying that he's convinced that the NDA, the BJP coming back into power. But let's go quickly across to NDTV Saurav Gupta, who's been very patiently been waiting for us, covering both the Odisha elections and also Bengal. If there is to be a tectonic change in the politics of Bengal, as some of the exit polls have suggested, with the BJP creeping ahead of the Trinamool Congress, it would mark the accumulation of the rise of the party, both at the assembly level, where they've gone from absolutely nothing and developed from strength to strength, to last time around in the Lok Sabha elections, where it was 20-18 in favor of the TMC, but the BJP did better than many suggested that they would. What's at stake, in fact, for both of the parties right now, the Trinamool and the BJP in Bengal?
Vishnu, if I can just come in, the exit polls are now actually saying 23 to the BJP, the poll of polls and 18 to the TMC. So
yeah,
that's very
exactly
interesting.
What they're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, if the exit polls are right, then let's look at what happened in 2009 and then look and apply that to 2024, because if the BJP is ahead of the Trinamool in the Lok Sabha elections, as the exit polls predict, then perhaps, Vishnu, like you said, tectonic shift. But if it isn't, and if the Trinamool, which is saying that the exit poll numbers are inaccurate and way off the mark, then the Trinamool still doesn't have too much breathing space, because the BJP is a party that's really serious about Bengal. It wants to keep at it, and in Bengal it wants to gain that space that the exit polls seem to be suggesting. So if the exit polls are right, then the Trinamool will have a lot of perhaps work to do in the immediate situation after the elections, because then the BJP will look at toppling the state government as well by elections, or perhaps you could even see an Operation Kamal, as they call it. So that's one thing. In Odisha too, there is a very interesting situation. Now, yesterday Naveen Patnaik has dissolved the assembly in Odisha. That was the last decision of the last cabinet led by Naveen Patnaik. And Odisha has simultaneous elections. So even the Vidhan Sabha, the assembly, is voting. So if the BJP manages to remove Naveen Patnaik from office, historic win again. They would have removed one of the longest serving chief ministers in India. Remember, Naveen Patnaik, if he wins this time, then he becomes India's longest serving chief minister after Jyoti Basu and also Pawan Chamling of Sikkim. And that is something that the BJD is aiming at. The BJP is looking at Odisha, West Bengal as catchment areas where they can increase their tally. So no matter what the results, they're going to be dramatic from this part of the country.
All right. We'll also get a word from Radhika Ramaswamy. Radhika, we just heard Piyush Goyal a short while ago seeming very confident. He's, of course, contesting a Lok Sabha election for the first time. from what is touted to be a BJP safe seat of Mumbai North. You've covered his election campaign as well very extensively, and in about I think 10 minutes from now, Vishnu, the ballot boxes will open up. Of course, you're reporting.
We've seen the strong rooms being opened in many places.
Yes, strong rooms being opened up. Radhika is also from reporting live from a counting centre. But Radhika, very interesting. Piyush Goyal coming out and saying the things that he has, you know, the BJP poised to win. I mean, one expects those kind of sound bites from people early this morning, but it's an interesting battle for him.
Certainly, as far as Piyush Goyal is concerned, yes, as you pointed out, this is an electoral debut for him. We did interact with him multiple times during his campaigns. Of course, you know, he's familiar with the city of Mumbai. He's contesting against another Congress candidate, and Mumbai North has always been a BJP bastion for the longest time at least, and you know, it is filled with a lot of Gujarati, Marwadi population, which is, you know, time and again voted for BJP. So it could be a cakewalk for, you know, Piyush Goyal, but, you know, nothing can be predicted at this point because of the way Maharashtra election sort of changed over the last, in fact, Maharashtra political landscape changed over the last couple of years with the splits that we saw and political realignment. So one cannot predict what could happen, but as far as certain constituencies are concerned, which had been, you know, BJP forte, could go back to them, and one of it is Mumbai North, from where Piyush Goyal is contesting for the first time, electoral debut, and every time we spoke to him, he'd been very, very vocal about and confident about his victory. But there are many other constituencies within Mumbai, 5 more that we are talking about, where the contest could be very, very close. Sena versus Sena playing out for the first time, NCP versus NCP playing out for the first time. And we also saw how both Mahayuti as well as MVA took time to decide on candidates, decide on seats. There were a lot of internal disputes as a result of the splits. You know, certain seats being wide, being fought by all the alliance partners, and some of them even rebelling against their own party, standing as an independent candidate and so on. So we did see a delay as far as announcements are concerned. That could be disadvantage Mahayuti, because within Mahayuti there were multiple disputes. Eknath Shinde's party wanting, you know, many of the seats, some of the Sena bastion seats, but BJP also wanting to fight from there. So all that could be disadvantage for them, and of course the identity and prestige battle that we were talking about, a sympathy factor.
All right, Radhika, we'll come back to you in just a moment. We'll certainly be keeping a close track of what's happening in Maharashtra, but just for the benefit of our viewers, in the poll of polls, the NDA ahead of India, 29 to 19 of a total of 48 seats.
But still losing ground as compared to 2019.
That's right. We're going to take a short break at this stage. We'll keep coming back to the very latest, and then just a little while from now, about 6 minutes or so, is when the first leads are expected to start coming in. The strong rooms have been opened up. Let's see what happens. Stay tuned.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever. पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSlim with reverse rotation mode, जो improve करे air circulation. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election havadi NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एंड्राल NDTV.
चुटणी एटले NDTV.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good morning. Welcome to what will be, one way or the other, a historic day for India. In just a few minutes from now, anytime now, the first leads in these elections are expected to come out, the largest in the world. These will likely be postal ballot leads and results, a small fraction of the deluge of leads and results that will be upon us in the hours ahead. At about 9 a.m., we should have the first non-postal ballot leads coming in, and given the pace at which the entire process works with electronic voting machines, results should be in quite soon, and we'll get a clear idea of who formed the government by noon. In case you're wondering about the trends and results, on the bottom of our screen, that's Surat. That's one. It's not a trend, it's a result. It's a no contest. It's gone in favor of the NDA, but we knew that before this counting started.
Well, absolutely. And the focus of a billion plus people across India, around the world, is going to be on whether the exit polls, which have pretty much unanimously predicted a Narendra Modi win, whether those numbers will actually hold. Well, like Vishnu said, we'll know soon enough. The opposition, interestingly, has completely dismissed the exit polls, even coming out with a number of their own, saying that they're going to cross 290. Whether that actually happens, whether there's some kind of an opposition undercurrent that the pollsters have missed, all of that and more will be clear in just a short while from now.
All right, well, there's some live shots which are coming in now of the process through which the electronic voting machines and the data therein is being tabulated. We'll bring you these images from across the country. But if the BJP does return to power, Narendra Modi will be only the second Prime Minister in India's history after Jawaharlal Nehru to win 3 times in a row. That's a staggering achievement if indeed it were to happen.
Well, absolutely. And we will know all of that and more in just a short bit from now. NDTV will get you the most extensive coverage of the numbers from ground zero with our team of reporters who fanned out across the length and breadth of India. We'll be getting you all the big voices as well as the latest from the counting centers. So stay tuned for all that and more. Vishnu, first up, let's take a look at the headlines.
Well, it is well and truly D-Day. The Lok Sabha polls counting has now begun. The Prime Minister eyes a historic third term. The opposition hopes to prove exit polls wrong. That's the big story.
Well, the exit poll numbers, if they are to be believed, have predicted a huge win for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So is there indeed a Modi wave for the third term and counting, or is there an opposition undercurrent that the pollsters have missed?
A crucial meet of the BJP ahead of the results. The BJP chief, Mr. JP Nadda, calls a meet on counting day.
All eyes will be on the 5 states across the south of India as the BJP aims to breach the southern citadel. The exit polls predict that Prime Minister Modi's south push will pay off. Well, will it translate into vote share or actual numbers is the big question.
But in all this excitement about the Lok Sabha process, let's not forget that there are fascinating assembly elections taking place as well, the results of which will be known. Counting for the Odisha assembly polls will be out today as well. The results will be out. Will Naveen Patnaik win for the 6th straight time? It's a key BJP versus BJD contest in Odisha at so many levels.
Well, simultaneous elections in Andhra Pradesh as well, so counting will begin there in a short while from now. Is there a second term for Jagan Mohan Reddy or not? It's a tough fight from the TDP-JanaSena BJP combined. Central forces have been deployed in Andhra Pradesh to prevent any post-poll violence.
All right, lots of videos coming in now from across the country as the process of tabulating these results actually come in. Remember, electronic voting machine results are being tabulated, but also postal ballots. Postal ballots apply, of course, to our armed forces or government representatives who are abroad, who have been allowed to manually vote the old-fashioned way in these elections. But let's go straight across now to NDTV's Sunil Prabhu, who's at the Congress headquarters at this stage. Sunil, till the end, the opposition has been saying 295 is at least what they're going to get. Is that what they're still going with at this stage? Is there a sense of nervousness? Is there a sense of resignation or something else?
Well, I think a mixed mood here at the Congress headquarters, and no better than Mr. Alok Sharma, who's been at the Hindi heartland. Do you agree with the exit polls in terms of, are you conceding already defeat?
No, not at all. We are not agreeing with the exit polls. We are waiting for the exit polls. And the kind of conduct election commission is behaving with the opposition parties for last 2-3 years. So many things are there, and transparency is now the responsibility of the Election Commission of India. So many news are coming from different states, different areas, that EVMs have been changed. If you go through the Twitter handle of Bhupesh Baghel ji, he has given a list.
But the DO has clarified, saying that there has been no clarification. That's what the Election Commission says.
No, Election Commission is just eye-washing, and they are not giving the exact information. Now, the transparent counting is the responsibility of Election Commission of India, and we hope that they will follow it.
So, do you agree that the Congress, Mr. Karge said 295? Is there a sense of, resignation that you will not be able to make the numbers?
No, 100% we are going to win by the evening. 295 plus is an digit which has been collected from all the alliance partners, from the ground, all the workers, and now I feel that is the exact poll. And these all exit polls are having an impression of the BJP government.
You're a veteran in terms of Congress politics. You've seen what happens. This is the first time a non-Gandhi is the Congress president. Will he be made now the scapegoat in case the Congress does badly?
No, that is a question of future. I don't think that such kind of conditions will
arise. Because we've actually got the first leads coming in over here. These are trends in 4 seats which have come in. 2 of these are in Uttar Pradesh, is what is the detail that we have at this stage. We'll try
one in Kerala and one in Gujarat.
One in Kerala, one in Gujarat,
is of course
and
Surat,
2 in Uttar Pradesh.
Saying, yes.
Surat, of course, is out. So the first leads in Uttar Pradesh out at this stage, and we'll be able to give you an idea of what seats these are in just a few moments from now. But shall we introduce our panelists?
Yes. Well, Ashok Malik and Sugata Srinivas Raju have been with us in the studio since early this morning. We're also joined by Hilal Ahmed and Sandeep Shastri. Thank you very much, all of you, for being with us. It's going to be a long day. It promises to be a very exciting one at that. So we have the first leads, like Vishnu said, coming in. One from Gujarat, which is, of course, Surat. We know two from the seats in Uttar Pradesh and one from Kerala at the moment. This is, of course, just postal ballots. I want to just break this down and simplify it for our viewers. Professor Sandeep Shastri, 8 a.m., first leads coming in. How long before we have a clear picture on whether the exit poll numbers hold?
As you will notice, the initial counting is of the postal ballots.
Yes.
And that generally shows one trend. People who vote earlier would be the elderly, those from the armed forces, those working outside the city where they are registered as voters. That does not really give us a trend of how the voting in that constituency would go. I think our trends would be more visible by 10:30. Okay. And where there is a real close contest, it could take a little later. But I think we will have the result sometime by 12 o'clock this afternoon.
So, postal ballots account for what? Approximately 1% of all votes?
Much less than that. It's, I think, 0.5% or something.
0.5%. Right. So, in fact, we all get extremely excited when the initial trends come. But remember, it is largely postal ballots at this stage. But we do have some trends, and remember, these are trends. As more rounds of counting, even electronically, take place, these end up becoming results. So we've got 15 trends at this stage, and in terms of the states, these are coming in from 1 in Bihar, 2 in Gujarat, 2 in Kerala, 2 in Maharashtra, 1 in Madhya Pradesh,
and 5 in Uttar Pradesh.
In Uttar Pradesh, 1 in Rajasthan, 1 in Himachal Pradesh. So those are some of the trends coming in. I think it's fairly safe to say, for example, in the case of Himachal Pradesh, where there is a large number of soldiers deployed, that's quite clearly a postal ballot number coming in at this stage. So that's what we have at this stage. The leads point at this stage to the BJP, 2 in terms of leads, that's down 1. The India Alliance up 1 from last time, but again, very early days indeed.
All right, we have Vasudha joining us live at the moment. Let's go across to Vasudha. Vasudha, we know that BJP reporters have already been given messages on what the schedule for the rest of the day is going to look like. That's, of course, how the party works and how the planning works. But we have the initial trends, very initial trends coming in about 20 seats. We'll, of course, continue to break down those numbers for you. But Vasudha, where are you and what's happening?
Well, Vrishika and Vishnu, I'm coming to you live from the BJP headquarters in New Delhi. And of course, there's a lot of activity here. The place is buzzing with a lot of activity. From about 5:30 a.m., reporters, media persons started trickling in, not just national media, but also international media. And now the spokesperson started coming in about 7 o'clock. We are told that from 10 o'clock, senior ministers, senior party leaders could also be coming here. Remember, Rishika, that the party is a party that believes in preparations, but at the same time, it also believes in caution. So while we see puris and laddus being prepared here, being cooked here, they're also very careful about, they're also being very cagey about the scale of celebrations that are being planned for today evening. Just a few meters away from now, there's an extension of this building, a new BJP building that was built 2 years ago. So there are preparations going on there for today's evening event. But all of that scale and intensity of this will depend on the kind of, mandate that the BJP gets. But of course, the historicity and record-breaking nature of the BJP coming back to term would also be, history in itself. So that is something that the BJP wants to drive across. I'm told that JP Nadda also has met a few leaders of the party today to take stock of the preparations. But as of now, at the BJP headquarters, there's a lot of activity, there's a lot of anticipation, there's a lot of excitement. The party, of course, is very happy, and party leaders are mostly very happy, and they're hoping that things go the exit polls way, and not even one state sort of, becomes an outlier in this context.
I just wanted to go across to Anuja Kapoor, spokesperson of the BJP, who joins us at the stage. Good morning, Anuja. It's all right. Just half a second. We've got the election commissioner speaking. Let's listen in.
2.5 महीने की लंबी तैयारियों का
that bite in just a moment. Anuja Kapoor joins us at this stage. Anuja, are you nervous at all? Don't tell me you're not a little bit nervous. Exit poll or no exit poll, all these early trends which have the NDA at 16 trends, not results, little bit of sort of butterflies in the tummy?
Jai Shri Ram. Good morning to everyone. Definitely we are not nervous. We are desperate to open up the sweets as early as possible. We are just in the moment of celebration. We know where we are standing. It is Modi ka parivar. Today they are going to be the ones who's going to be the winners. The Karyakartas, the Panna Pramukh, those are the real warriors who has worked on the booth, who has worked for Modi ji, has come forward, irrespective of caste, creed or religion. This is where Modi stand. The love of Modi is coming back with multifold. With 80% votes, we are coming up with that. Last 2019, it was 50%.
Do you still believe, Anuja, that it's going to be, what, 400 or close to 400? Or that was something that had to be said?
Of course it is 400 and plus. It is 370 plus. Because this is where we belong, because the development which is there, the development will talk about. What Modi's vision, that will talk about. You have already seen, the minute he came out of the sadhana, he started with his 100-day meetings. So you see that, do you see this man? This is a 24/7 leader of yours. Okay. So I'm very blessed that I belong to this party.
And I believe he's speaking at 7 p.m. This evening, right, Anuja? That's when the Prime Minister addresses all the Karyakartas of the party. So that's something that, I mean, irrespective of what happens in these elections, right?
We are going to stand where we stand. It is not about irrespective. It is about what is Modi's vision which has brought us together. It is the unification, what Modi believes in. Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat, he's talking about. Okay. This is the consecutive third term with an eye of 2029. People, all the opposition forgot that. All right. That they're talking about 2024.
NB Subhash, spokesperson of the BJP, is also with us. But before we get a sense from him, Hilal Ahmed, if I can just come to you. You've been with us throughout our poll coverage as well. And it's interesting because, 400 par has been the nara. But at the same time, in the same breath, you heard the BJP spokesperson say we're getting 370 plus. How do you look at this entire positioning as far as 400 par is concerned? Pipe dream, reality, some exit polls are predicting their upper end to be 400.
Basically, political party, the aim of the political party to create a hype, which is exactly what they did.
Yes.
And you just saw the spokesperson's statement that they were going to get 80% of votes. So it means that you have to be more enthusiastic. And one important thing which we must remember about the political mobilization of BJP, it's actually Karyakarta centric, which is, you have to look at not merely the second level leadership, but to go to the bottom. And that's why Panna Pramukh and Karyakarta, Modi ji always talk to Karyakarta directly.
Right.
And that has somehow created an impression that you need to have some kind of a narrative which is more enthusiastic, and 400 par was nothing but just to mobilize that Karyakarta and the Panna Pramukh at the bottom level of mobilization.
Vishnu, do you want to just quickly discuss the trends that are coming in right now? We have
I know,
trends
it is
in
quite,
over 50
it is quite okay. So we've touched the 50 plus 50 mark.
Yes.
Trends in 61 out of
61
543. Remember, 273 is the target, 272, of course, the halfway mark. The NDA at 37, that's down 6 from last time. The India Alliance at 24, up 7. Again, postal ballots most likely in several states, particularly the hill states, Rajasthan as well. Wherever there are armed forces, there are postal ballots which kick in. So these are not reflective by any means of where things might be headed in, let us say, an hour or an hour and a half from now. But this is certainly enough to give us a talking point. If you take a look at these states, and I think this is interesting, again, a hill state of Himachal Pradesh, it accounts for many soldiers of the Indian Army, different regiments, would vote over there, soldiers who are deployed over there. That we just had that number of Himachal Pradesh as well. But before we look at this any further, it's 42-27 in terms of just leads as this time, not results. Let's listen in to Arjun Ram Meghwal, who's spoken to NDTV just a few minutes back.
लोकसभा चुनाव संपन्न होने के बाद आज मतगणना होने जा रही है और मतगणना के दिन हम खड़े हुए हैं केंद्रीय मंत्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल के दौलत खाने पर, जो चौथी मर्तबा बीकानेर से इलेक्शन लड़ रहे हैं। और सर, कितने आश्वस्त थे जीत में?
देखिए, बीकानेर की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भरपूर आशीर्वाद देने जा रही है। आज नतीजे भी ये आपको बता देंगे कि चौथी बार लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जीत हासिल हो गई।
पिछले 3 कार्यकाल से चौथा कार्यकाल कैसा था?
देखिए, वो मैं शाम को 5 बजे बताऊंगा जब मैं सर्टिफिकेट लेके आ जाऊंगा, लेकिन निश्चित रूप से जो विकसित भारत की नींव है उसमें बीकानेर की भी बड़ी हिस्सेदारी होने वाली है।
मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में तीसरी मर्तबा चुनाव।
देखिए, चुनाव 1 जून को 7वां चरण पूरा हो गया। आज तो मतदान के बाद परिणाम का दिन है। तो तीसरी बार मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे, निश्चित रूप से बनेंगे।
All right, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat's also spoken to NDTV, so a lot of top leaders from Rajasthan there. But before we go across to that interview, we have trends in 9 out of 25 seats in Rajasthan and 10 in favor of the BJP. So 10 out of 25 now, 10 in favor of the BJP. Let's listen in to what Gajendra Singh Shekhawat has had to say.
7 चरणों में लोकसभा हुए चुनाव के बाद आज मतगणना है। हमारे साथ हैं जोधपुर संसदीय सीट से भाजपा के प्रत्याशी जो अपना तीसरी बार चुनावी मैदान में है और जीत की हैट्रिक का दावा कर रहे हैं। सर, आज काउंटिंग भी है, कितना उत्साह देखा जा रहा है?
आपने देखा होगा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ता जो मतगणना की प्रक्रिया में हिस्सा लेने के लिए जा रहे हैं वो अपरिमित उत्साह से लबरेज भी हैं और पूरी तरह से जीत के लिए आश्वस्त विश्वस्त होकर के आज मतगणना की प्रक्रिया में जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि धरातल पर काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं को, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता ज़मीन से जुड़े हैं, उन्हें पूरा भरोसा है कि देश की जनता ने विकसित भारत के संकल्प को सिद्ध करने के लिए और गरीब कल्याण, देश की सुरक्षा, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को आगे बढ़ाने और देश का सम्मान पूरे विश्व भर में बढ़ाने के लिए जिस तरह से मोदी सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल तक काम किया, जनता ने उस पर मोहर लगाई है। न केवल जोधपुर में अपितु राजस्थान में और पूरे देश भर में लगाई है। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता एक असीम विश्वास के साथ में आज मतगणना की प्रक्रिया में जा रहा है और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजयी होगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ में विजयी होगी। जो नारा देश की जनता ने हमें दिया था कि अब की बार 400 का पार, और 400 के पार को सिद्ध करने के लिए जिस तरह से देश के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देश भर के कार्यकर्ता जुटे थे, आज वो संकल्प सिद्ध होगा।
Just to explain, Rishika, to our viewers what exactly we are looking at. 543 total number of seats, 110 trends right now, and you might be asking, but could all 110 be postal ballots? And the point, and Professor Shastri will come in on this in just a few moments, is that why not? These could be postal ballots, or are likely postal ballots spread across the country, because postal ballots have been voted upon across the country.
Yes.
And so these reflect just a small number of the total percentage of votes in every seat across the country. Is that right?
Vishnu, you are right in saying that. What we are seeing now is the postal ballots in around 110, 112 constituencies.
Yes.
And this is normally completed in the first half an hour to 40 minutes. As you also said, it could be variation across constituencies. Yeah. In some constituencies, you would have much more postal ballots, where you have more cases, especially as was mentioned, constituencies where armed forces voters or security voters are more.
Yes.
They would have already cast their ballot beforehand. So it varies from constituency to constituency.
How does one actually count postal ballots? It's manually done? Are there a couple of rounds?
Yeah. It's manually
done. So 3 rounds? Ballot
Yes.
paper, 3 rounds of checks and cross checks, right?
Right.
So it does take a little bit of time.
It does.
I want to just also very quickly look at the numbers that are coming in. These are postal ballots, like Professor Shastri has also just explained. But if you look at some of the numbers right now, Maharashtra, India leading in 5, NDA 7, But if you look at Haryana, India 4, BJP 1, I think that is one of the very interesting things. It's also very interesting to see that it's 1 and 1 in Assam. And if you look at Uttar Pradesh, I just had the Uttar Pradesh numbers also. It was very interesting in Uttar Pradesh because Vishnu, it is 17 to 11. So 11 for India and 17 for NDA. We know these are just postal ballots, but very quickly, first reactions, how are you looking at the numbers?
If these translate into actual results, then certainly the India Alliance has put up one heck of a fight.
Yes.
Must add that word of caution.
Caution,
In
of course.
every election
It's
till
only
now,
20 minutes.
we have seen that the postal ballots
It changes
arouse
completely.
a lot of excitement, but the actual trend becomes
We should
much
have a
different
big
later.
ticker saying warning, these aren't it.
Health warning with exit polls, health warning with postal ballots, but still, initial reactions to the numbers that are coming in, because it's interesting, the numbers that are coming in.
If the postal ballots are mirroring our exit poll, then I think it's more or less coming the way that the exit poll predicted.
Okay. Do you agree? Ashok Malik?
No, I mean, obviously these, look, I don't take postal ballots as indicative of anything because the sheer number of postal ballots is very, very small. And I would be extremely cautious in drawing any larger conclusion.
Right. Okay, let's go across to NDTV's Pratibha, who joins us now from Bengaluru. Pratibha, go ahead.
The Adi Chunchungiri Mutt, and this is one of the mutts that is famous for the Vokaliga community, and we have with us the JDS leader, the state president, Mr. H.D. Kumarasamy here, also a very famous Vokaliga leader here in Karnataka. So that is H.D. Kumarasamy seeking divine intervention here right on the day of counting. In fact, just a couple of days ago, he was at one of the resorts here after a marathon election campaign that he partook in. Plus, we were talking about how the first phase of the election that was witnessed in Karnataka was more about Modi guarantees as well as the Congress guarantees. And then during the next phase of the election, we had one of the most controversial issues of Prajwal Revanna doing the rounds here. Let me see if I can actually get a word or two from Mr. Kumarasamy. Sir, one word from you with respect to the counting. How nervous or how hopeful are you?
There is no question of nervous. There is no question of nervous. We are totally full confidence. We are going to win the elections. All our candidates from BJP and JDS, they will win.
Kumarasamy, extremely hopeful all our candidates will win the election. Sir, one of the most controversial issues has been the Prajwal Revanna issue.
There also we will going to win the election. After the election results, what are the decision we have to take, we'll take.
That was Mr. Kumarasamy talking to us about how there will be a decision that will be taken after the election results based on what transpires with respect to the Prajwal Revanna issue. Well, massive crowd here with respect to everybody trying to get a word or two from Mr. H.D. Kumarasamy there. So there he is talking much more on the election results today.
Kumarasamy over there, the entire Prajwal Revanna controversy which broke fairly early in this election process, will it impact them or not? Let's just see. They are, of course, in alliance with the BJP in the state. But if we look at Karnataka, interestingly, we've got that graphic on the stage over there. The NDA has leads of 12. The Congress at 2. Again, very early days. These are likely postal ballots.
Yes.
We need to keep saying that. Rishika?
But I just want to say that I think, Sugata Srinivas Raju, if you want to come in here, I think the Prajwal Revanna controversy all happened after polling in Karnataka was complete. So the controversy in no way has a bearing on that. Prajwal Revanna's constituency had voted.
The controversy broke 3 days before the first phase of polling. That is, Hassan went to polls the first phase, and 3 days before this whole circulation of the pen drive in Hassan had happened.
But it became national
It became
news
national only after that.
And
so
how
I
many
think
phases did Karnataka have?
Two phases.
2 phases.
So north of Karnataka and central parts of Karnataka voted in the second phase. But this broke in the first phase, so it will reflect if, the number of votes he's going to get, or he's going to win, or is he going to lose. All of that is
But I think
good.
it became public information only after his constituency had voted, Hassan had voted.
You have its possible impact being limited to Hassan,
Yes.
because the news was spread in Hassan. But by the time the second phase in Karnataka came, this broke out. And the second phase was the phase where BJP was hoping to do very well. So that was the worry for the BJP, that this issue broke out before the second phase of the poll.
Just out of curiosity, where are the postal ballots in Karnataka? 14 of 28 out. The NDA leading in 13, that's down 1. The Congress at 2 is up 1. So it's still resoundingly, going in the NDA direction, but again, with
Where
all the
it's really
caveats.
neck and neck, Vishnu, is Maharashtra, because it's 11 and 11. Just if we are
They are
talking about the
predicted to
postal
sweep.
lead. Yes.
Good for the Congress, they can feel some
So
kind
despite
of
this
Yes.
controversy
reassurance,
taking place.
Yes.
at least for
Let's
an
go
hour.
across to Mahima Singh of the Congress Party. Mahima, these are of course very early days. The trends in 216 of 543 places the NDA at 116, the India Alliance at 96, 117 to 96 at this stage. Any thoughts on what we are seeing on our screen at this stage? We know that it's early, but any thoughts as far as the opposition is concerned, your party is concerned?
Jai Hind. Those famous lines of Dushyant Kumar's occur to me this morning when he says, "Kaise आकाश में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो." We have fought this election on the ground with the people of this country very strongly with all our might and all our efforts. So I am very sure that the results, as they will turn in during the day, will favor the people of this country, will favor the democracy, will favor the constitutional values. We are very hopeful. Our cadres are very hopeful. All we have done through the elections is raise people's issues. And that is how an election must be contested in a parliamentary democracy such as India's.
All right, Neerja Chaudhary is also with us in the studios. Neerja, how are you looking at the numbers? We have leads in 227 out of trends rather, 543, and it's only 8:30, so a lot of health warnings. These are still postal ballots, very early on in the morning. So no smiles, no excitement, just very boring. How are you feeling?
No, I don't think we should rob ourselves of excitement, even if it's early hours. And it's, this is D-Day. We waited for 2024 counting day for a very long time.
80 days, 7 phases, 3 months. Ask us.
Yes, a long, hot election.
Yes.
And every election is very exciting. The early, what we were saying, let's be cautious, let's be cautious. Of course, let's be cautious.
Yes.
Let's not come to any conclusion. But let's not, as I said, rob ourselves of the excitement of another government being formed in democratic India.
Yes.
Of all the contention that's, gone on in the last weeks. So I would say, looking at it, early days, yes. Early hours, yes, 100 and 131 or 103, so India is not so way behind as the exit polls had predicted. But that's neither here nor there. I would say that.
When do we know that we are more or less through with postal ballots and there are non-postal ballot leads coming in? How do we know? It's not as if the Election Commission announces
one indication of that would be the sudden jump in numbers. Right. Because when the EVMs
jump in the number of trends.
Yeah, in the overall numbers, sudden jump in the overall numbers.
Okay. Because these are fairly robust numbers at 246. It's going up every few seconds. So again...
Have you become more efficient and faster, perhaps? I think that's the question here.
It could well be at this stage that there would be a couple of non-postal ballot leads as well. Look, in the course of this sentence, it's jumped up to 250. And there's no way of knowing.
I think the seats, the constituencies where the number of postal ballots would be very limited, I'm sure the EVM process would have now begun. And it's very difficult to say in which constituencies the postal ballot count has ended and in which constituencies the EVM's data has started coming out. That would be very difficult to say at this stage. But by 9, we can surely say that the postal ballot would be done and everywhere it's the EVMs which are being
which would start
reported.
coming in. Let's listen into Shashi Tharoor, the senior Congress leader who's been speaking to the media in the last few moments. Let's just take a look.
Expectations on this counting day?
Yeah, I have no doubt. The expectations were set on the 26th of April, not today. Because the fact is that once people have cast their votes and the boxes are sealed in the strong rooms, there is frankly no further room for any argument or debate, right? I mean, this has happened, it's happened. So people have voted. All we have been doing is waiting 6 weeks to find out how they voted then. So whatever has been said since then, including the exit polls, can have no bearing on the outcome because the outcome was established on the 26th of April.
Okay, sir, there is always an analysis that, the cross-voting helped you in the previous elections.
No,
This time is at a tight three-quarter
I
fight.
definitely do not buy that theory. I know for a fact that there was no cross-voting in the last election. Mr. Divakaran had a very, very strong belief that he was going to do well, and I think the left rallied behind him very solidly. I don't think there was any cross-voting at all. In any case, neither have we benefited from cross-voting in the past, nor did we expect to see any cross-voting this time. We will win on our own merits or we will fail, but my own view is we are winning.
So are you concerned about your majority that it is going to repeat?
How does it matter? How does it matter? I've served in Parliament twice with a 1 lakh majority and once with a 15,700 majority. It made no difference. Once you are there, you have earned the right to represent your people, and as far as they are concerned, whether you go there with a 10-vote majority or a 10,000-vote majority or a lakh majority, you're still their representative. And I've always taken the view that once I have been elected, I am the representative of all, whether they voted for me or not. And I'll work in that same spirit in future.
All right, so this is going to be one of the interesting battles to watch out for, Rajiv Chandrasekhar versus Shashi Tharoor, and there's a strong left candidate as well, Vishnu, in Thiruvananthapuram. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Very close contest.
Throw a spanner in the works of how we should be analysing this entire thing and say that the India alliance is ahead of the left at this stage, but it's equal, in fact, even Stevens, nine apiece. But again, when I was asking Professor Shastri what this was all about and our other panelists, they pointed out that there is a huge number of migrant workers from Kerala, and therefore these are likely postal ballots which are coming in. But just for the sake of curiosity and our viewers, it's now India leads in 9, the India Alliance, the left leads in 9, the NDA is actually at 0. So correction, none for the NDA at this stage, but that's changed around again. So there we go. It keeps changing. It's changing around.
Professor Shastri.
If you notice, the gap between the NDA and the India Alliance is slowly increasing.
Yes.
You saw a much smaller gap in the beginning, but now that gap is going bigger.
As ballot boxes are being
as ballot boxes, as the EVMs are being opened, it's
so now we can say that we're gradually shifting from the postal ballot to the ballot boxes. All right. We have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us live from Accounting Centre. Harsha Kumari Singh also joining us at the moment. Radhika, to you first. You're at a major counting centre. Give us a sense of what's happening there.
That's right. I am at a counting centre in Goregaon. In fact, 3 constituencies votes being counted here, which include important constituencies in Mumbai North Central, as well as Mumbai Northwest constituency. Of course, Mumbai North is from where Piyush Goyal is contesting. It could be a cakewalk for him because North had been a BJP bastion of sorts. He's contesting against Congress. As far as Mumbai is concerned, it's BJP versus Congress in 2 seats and Sena versus Sena in 3 seats. And what we are hearing now is, as far as Mumbai Northeast is concerned, where it is a contest between BJP and UBT Sena, which is Mihir Kotecha versus Sanjay Dina Patil. Looks like Sanjay Dina Patil at the moment is having a lead. So Uddhav Sena having a lead. Also, we are hearing that this is a close contest. That's what exit polls have been saying. 11-11 is what we are hearing at this point. Of course, too early to speak about, the results as of now.
In favor of India.
As we've been predicting, as a result of the change in political landscape, this time what we are seeing is a very close contest between the newly formed alliances, between Mahayuti as well as MVA. Looks like it's the legacy battle that is in a sense winning. It's the traditional Sena and traditional NCP that is sort of being given a preference over perhaps the rebels, but again too early to say. But certainly this may not be a clean sweep for Mahayuti as being predicted by pollsters. Last time around, as far as NDA is concerned, 41 out of 48, which of course included undivided Sena. This time we are talking about divided Sena, divided NCP, multiple realignments. So this is going to be a keenly watched result as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and could be very, very neck to neck.
You know, what's going to be very interesting to see in Maharashtra as well is the margins, Vishnu, because given how fascinating the battle is, it's going to be very interesting to see what the margins are going to look like.
But this is a fairly remarkable story, because I suspect at this stage you'd be probably getting a couple of leads as well, not just postal ballot results and leads. And so therefore, I think before we go across to Harsha, Rishika, I think it's interesting to take a look at the overall number.
Yes.
And this overall number, the large number of which would be postal ballots, but also a couple of non-postal ballot leads coming in at this stage, indicates for the India Alliance that they're actually up at this stage by 43 from last time around, the NDA down 33. Now, this trend by itself doesn't necessarily augur that badly for the NDA. They may still end up well above the magic mark. They are still very much on course at this stage. But I think even if these are leads with postal ballots and a couple of leads thrown in, I mean, this would be encouraging. I think that's the word which can be used for the India Alliance. Nija, how would you look at this? Postal ballots and a couple of leads coming in for both the
35 minutes. It is early days.
Counting.
We've seen one group or another overtake, the other one. So I think I would say on that to come to any conclusion. But overall, what it's telling you is not a runaway success of 400 plus. If you go at this rate, we may not go at this rate as we progress into the counting. But let's see. But it's becoming quite interesting sitting here at this moment.
41 seats are up. 2019 figures, it's 41 seats. Even if you go by
now 40,
postal year,
and NDA down
40,
31, even if these are
But
postal trends.
Vishnu, I would still be a little cautious at this stage.
Yes.
Because I remember in 2019 and 14, there was a lot of excitement because of this initial. We will have to wait till around 9:30 for the trend.
Yes, well, it's only 35 minutes into counting. There are also early
we should
trends
allow
as
them
far
some
as
excitement. That's
Hilal,
positive.
how would you take
no,
a look?
Professor Shastri has told us no excitement, so we're taking that very, very
but
seriously.
Hilal, your thoughts
I
on
go
this?
with Professor Shastri.
You go with him.
No,
So you're
no
playing very
excitement.
safe over here, Hilal. No, whatever he says,
Okay,
right?
I want to
There's a
just say
reaction,
we
I
have
think.
we have a reaction coming in from Omar Abdullah. But speaking of Jammu and Kashmir, trends in 4 out of 5 seats in favour of India. India leading in 3 and BJP in 1 at the moment. But let's listen into what Omar Abdullah has said.
Important elections for the National Conference, particularly you.
Important elections for the nation. It's a general election. It will decide the course of the next 5 years. Of course, for Jammu and Kashmir, a big election. So let's hope for the best.
Confident for your victory?
Quietly so.
Thank you.
Such important elections these in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly given the voter turnout, which has been so large.
Yes.
If there's been one of the major successes in this entire election process has been people coming out to vote without fear. That's been a huge factor in elections in the past, and irrespective of who does well, the fact that we've got a security situation across large parts of Jammu and Kashmir which have actually allowed that, I think is
The
a huge
highest in 4
takeaway.
decades, Vishnu.
Incredible, absolutely. But let's go across to Harsha Kumari Singh right now. Harsha monitoring all these leads and results very closely. Harsha, the latest we have 21 out of 25 seats. These are leads, largely postal ballots, presumably 14 for the BJP, India at 7. For the BJP means that it's 6 down from last time. But Rajasthan is a state where we've got the BSF, we've got the Indian Army, so postal ballots would certainly constitute an important part, right, Harsha?
Also, Harsha, these leads very interesting given the fact that the BJP is eyeing a 25 on 25 hat-trick this time around. They've clean swept in 2014 and 19.
Well, yes, and unanimously I've looked at all the exit polls, and our sense on the ground also is that Rajasthan is one of the few states where the Congress can actually hope to open their account. So I think perhaps these early leads could be indicative, though of course I don't know how much we're going to get out of Congress leaders. Mr. Ashok Gehlot unfortunately is down with a slip disc, so he's been advised bed rest, but I'm sure if the party does quite well, he will at least give us a bite. And Sachin Pilot, surprisingly, is in Delhi, so maybe someone can go off to his residence and get something from there. But yes, on a more serious note, Vishnu, I think, the issue in Rajasthan is not so much the 25 out of 25, but really the litmus test for the new leadership. Remember, Rajasthan is one of the states where the BJP central leadership has experimented. They've edged out Vasundhara Raje. They've put in little-known Bhajan Lal as the chief minister. Has this government been able to perform or not in the past 4 months? I think that's something that the people would also have voted when they went in to vote in the first phase. And remember, in the first phase, the voting actually dropped alarmingly. It was almost 5 to 6% down. So that was definitely a cause of worry. Of course, big faces from the BJP. Bhupendra Yadav, first time making a foray into electoral politics from Alwar.
Harsha, I'm interrupting you for half a second because Professor Shastri, what we are seeing in the last 30 seconds is the NDA alliance leads from postal ballots and other leads as well, presumably at this stage, pulling well ahead.
The gap is widening, as you
India.
said.
That gap is widening. That was something which was expected certainly by exit polls.
Vishnu, not only is the gap widening, the trend we saw state by state seems to be the trend that is being picked up from the results of the exit poll. The only exception seems to be West Bengal and Maharashtra, where the TMC and the India Alliance seem to be a little ahead. That's the only exceptions to the broader trend.
Well, you're talking about Bengal. It's absolutely fascinating. And Nija, you're welcome to come in on this. 22 out of 42 trends at this stage. The BJP 11, the Trinamool at 10, the Congress at 1. In Bengal, the BJP just a little bit ahead of the Trinamool at this stage. Very early, but still.
Yeah, very early, but neck and neck, and yet the exit polls also pointed to the BJP being a little ahead. And Maharashtra or even Rajasthan is very fascinating.
Yes.
Because, 7 leads for India. That's the way the ground situation had shown, that they were tucker in many, many constituencies. So let's see how it ends up. But Rajasthan, Haryana, Maharashtra, those are the states where the opposition put up a contest.
So Rajasthan, Haryana and Maharashtra, we have MV Suresh as well of the BJP. He's been waiting. Thanks very much for waiting so patiently. Your quick reaction to the numbers that we're seeing right now.
Mr. Suresh, can you hear us? All right, sorry, we don't have him just yet. Ashok, would you like to come in over here? What's happened in the last 1 or 2 minutes is that the number of trends have really shot up and in favor of the NDA. This is more or less along the lines of what the exit polls were saying. But again, early days. Any thoughts?
It's early days, but yes, we are now seeing leads as well as postal ballots. It would indicate that the NDA is ahead on the lines of the exit polls, but some of the exaggerations of some of the exit polls, some of the froth at the top, especially in places like Bengal, perhaps being belied. Of course, it's very early days. Maybe the fight in Bengal is much closer than some of the exit polls suggested, which would make more political sense, really. But let's see, it's too early.
It's close the 200 mark, Vishnu. 202, yes.
So, Professor Shastri, at this stage, can we say, leads pretty much across the country, not just postal ballots? It is early, 8:44. But what you were discussing earlier, we've got trends in 350 seats. That's huge.
Vishnu, I would say 2 trends. One where there is a huge difference between the major players, which I think indicates a clear trend. And you also see certain states, West Bengal, Haryana, where the difference is very marginal. Maharashtra, West Bengal, Haryana, where the gap between the main players is very, very less. And now those could change quite interestingly.
And so those may still be postal ballots.
No, it could be the EVMs have opened, but the initial rounds of EVMs, the fight is still tough. So I'm looking at the difference where the gap is quite wide between the contestants, which seems to settle a trend. Whereas where it is narrow, still it could go either way in the next hour.
Well, we have some leads, Vishnu, that are coming in as far as leaders are concerned as well. Some of the key faces in this election, and that's going to be very interesting to see, how that plays out. Gaurav Gogoi leading in Jorhat, Mr. Sonowal leading in Dibrugarh. These are as far as Assam is concerned. But we have Uma Sudhir joining us as well, and as far, Uma Sudhir and Sam Daniel both joining us. As far as Telangana is concerned, Asauddin Owaisi is leading. He was up against a formidable opponent this time around, Madhvi Lata, who's trailing at least at this moment. But Uma, what's the general sense as far as the numbers at the moment are concerned?
So one of the most high-profile seats, of course, in Telangana has been Hyderabad with Madhvi Lata, who in her debut election, taking on someone as tall as an Asauddin Owaisi, has managed to catch national attention, media attention, and quite a bit of media space as well. She was, in fact, this morning at the Lal Darwaza temple for her prayers and, speaking out her players aloud, and that has also been one of the things that has attracted many people to her, the way in which she utters her prayers, etc. But yes, she is trailing in Hyderabad Lok Sabha constituency, and it is not a surprise that Asaduddin Owaisi is leading and is perhaps expected to, in fact, win that constituency unless there is really an upset there. The other seats that the BJP per se would be looking at is also Itela Rajender's seat in Malkajgiri, at which counting centre I am. He's also someone who's come in from the BRS and is contesting on the BJP ticket here. Then you have Adilabad that they are looking at, where they are hoping to be able to get a win. Then Bandi Sanjay's Karimnagar and Chevella, where they have Konda Vishweshwar Reddy. All these seats, and BJP would really need to almost increase its vote share significantly if it were to really go into double digits, as their national leaders as well as Amit Shah have been
Uma,
saying.
there's something interesting to look at over here. Of course, very early days, but Prajwal Revanna and Hassan is actually leading at this stage.
The exit polls have predicted that he will.
That's, way early days, obviously. H.D. Kumaraswamy leading as well. Just taking to Karnataka, D.K. Suresh of the Congress party leading, Tejasvi Surya leading in Bangalore South. And in terms of other leaders, Rahul Gandhi at this stage leading in Wayanad.
And leading in Raebareli as well.
I see.
Yes, he's leading in Raebareli, and in fact Smriti Irani is leading in Amethi. Many had said it's going to be a tough fight for Smriti Irani this time around as well, but
she's leading in Amethi, is she?
Yes, Smriti Irani is leading, Menaka Gandhi is leading, Akhilesh Yadav, his wife Dimple Yadav, both leading. Karan Bhushan, very interesting, Kaisarganj, his father was denied a ticket on grounds of sexual harassment charges. He's leading. Very interesting also in Purvanchal, Afzal Ansari from Ghazipur is leading at the moment. Narendra Modi, of course, from Varanasi
And
is
Shashi
leading. No surprises there.
Tharoor, in the Tharoor versus Chandrasekhar fight, it's
Is
Shashi
leading.
Tharoor
Yes,
who's leading right now.
Yes,
at this stage.
very interesting.
So
Sam
far, no
also
shocks.
with us. Sam, it's over to you. How are you looking at the numbers right now?
Well, Rishika and Vishnu, in Tamil Nadu, it appears the DMK and alliance, the DMK Congress alliance leads in most of the constituencies. Initial leads from Tirunelveli, particularly the postal votes count, suggest the BJP's Nainar Nagendran is leading. It's with respect to the postal votes thing. But largely, if it continues, then it will be advantage BJP in terms of opening its first account fighting elections in Tamil Nadu on its own. But too early to say that. But initial trends show at least in one constituency in Tirunelveli the BJP is leading. But otherwise, it appears to be a clear advantage, a clear sweep-like trend for the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu, which had retained its 2019 alliance, which had swept the poll last time as well. The DMK had largely fielded its standing candidates. Of course, some changes were brought in. The key candidates include Dayanidhi Maran, Kanimoli, T.R. Balu. In Congress is Karthi Chidambaram. In BJP, of course, you have Union Minister Murugan, BJP Chief Annamalai. At the moment, they're all trailing. And in terms of the AIADMK, although it's the first election under the singular leadership of Edappadi Palaniswamy, they had fielded, many would say, weak candidates. Many of the veterans were not really keen to fight this time, perhaps hoping that the ruling DMK has a better chance, but too early now. But numbers go as predicted by the exit polls. The DMK and its allies largely leading in most of the seats, except one going in favor of the BJP. That's in Tamil Nadu. That's in Tirunelveli.
Well, one of the most fascinating states, we'll just go across to a guest in a moment. Let's pull up the numbers for Bengal at this stage, where it does appear that the BJP is actually pulling ahead of the Trinamool Congress. It is still a big fight over here. But the Trinamool is down 2 from last time. The Congress is, in a sense, a surprise in a state which has been dominated last time around by the BJP and the Trinamool. And all of the major leaders of the BJP at this stage appear to be leading, several of them, in fact, other than Lokit Chatterjee, I should say, yes, who's actually trailing in Hooghly.
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is also leading, and Yusuf Pathan is trailing there. So that was going to be a very interesting, a very interesting seat to watch out for at the moment. Before we, quickly get a word from the spokespersons, can we just look at the numbers right now, given the gaps, Sandeep Shastri? Are we allowed to be a little excited or not yet?
You're seeing a gap of around 85 seats now. And
so that
of
is
course,
the trend. I mean, we can
depending on where you sit, people will be smiling or
purely in
not
the
smiling.
center. Purely in the center.
So again, is this a trend in terms of beyond postal ballots? Can we now move beyond that?
Yes.
Because
Beyond a shadow of doubt.
Without
Now
a
this
shadow
is
of
the
doubt.
EVMs.
So these are
EVMs
EVMs now coming in. So postal ballots and non-postal ballots. Rishika?
Dispassionately, that was my question. So no smiles
So
either
we can
way,
move
but
beyond
yes.
that.
Yes, we can move beyond that. We have Mahima Singh, like we said, NV Subhash, Shivam Chhabra. Shivam Chhabra and NV Subhash, both BJP spokespersons with us. We'll quickly get in a word. NV Subhash, okay, Shivam Chhabra, to you first. How are you looking at the numbers as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned, particularly Haryana and Rajasthan at the moment?
See, I think early trends are never reflective of the actual result. But whatever the postal ballots they are basically delivering is certainly interesting. And I think we must not jump the goals and probably wait for the right moment to come and then celebrate what we are here to do so for today. I think the results are going to be better than the trends. This is what I can say.
You know, a couple of interesting states over here in terms of trends. Odisha, 12 out of 21 trends at this stage. The BJP up 10, the India Alliance at 1, and the BJD is down 6 at only 1. So what we are seeing is, you know, a clear indicator of a trend away from the BJD in Odisha. In Punjab, the Congress is of 12 leads is at 6, the BJP at 4. It's still 2 down for the Congress. Mahima, you know, if you take a look at some of these leads at this stage, and the overall situation places the India Alliance at 165. It appears you're going to be well short of your hope for 295, because at this stage we are moving well beyond postal ballots.
I would say, Vishnu, के यकीन चांद पे सूरज पे एतबार भी रख, मगर निगाह में थोड़ा सा इंतजार भी रख. These are early trends. And we already see that democracy is paving way for itself. The results are showing that India is gaining ground. People's issues are gaining ground. Ginti karo, pehli naukri pakki, Mahalakshmi is gaining ground. So we are very, very optimistic. The people of this country are very optimistic that the hate-mongering regime, the autocratic regime of the BJP, the kind of majority it has been enjoying is certainly going to be ousted. And no, we will not wonder if India has gained much more number of seats by the next couple of hours. So let's wait and watch. We are very sure that it will be a victory of the democracy, whichever way it is.
You know, Mahima, we're already up to 260.
Yes.
Remember, they're at 261. They're chasing 272 is the halfway mark. So it's really moving faster. Yeah,
yes.
You know, from...
But
Sorry,
again, it's yes. I actually wanted to get in a word from NV Subhash on Haryana, because, you know, Haryana is one of those very interesting states where actually 60% of the BJP's candidates were turncoats from the Congress. And ironically, it appears that the India bloc is leading in 6. At least as of now. Naveen Jindal is trailing from Kurukshetra. Dr. Sushil Gupta of the Aam Aadmi Party actually leading from there, which is very interesting. Kumari Shelja is also leading from Sirsa at the moment. That's what we are learning, which is also very, very interesting. And Manohar Lal Khattar is also trailing at the moment from Karnal, which I think is also very interesting. So very quickly, NV Subhash, there was a lot of turbulence in Haryana, you know, change of guard, new faces got in. There was a sense that the BJP had sensed anti-incumbency and therefore made all of those changes. How are you looking at the numbers overall and Haryana in particular?
See, as far as the trends is concerned, the exit polls have very clearly given a good number of seats for NDA, which is, the slogan that "Abki baar Modi Sarkar, Abki baar 400 bar." It is going to come true as you see the exit polls and the postal polls, the ballot and the countings of the EMS, just EVMs. So this is very clear and evident that Bharatiya Janata Party under the leadership of Modi, which Modi guarantee, will definitely prevail. As far as Haryana, you are just talking about. Even I'm seeing in the screen that this is too early to predict or to say anything.
Okay.
Because the Haryana has a unique culture that they give either one way to the one party and the next to other party.
Hilal
But
first
we are
and then
very
Professor
sure.
Shastri.
But,
Sir, just
yeah,
half a
we
second, sir. Some important trends coming in. Hilal first.
Yeah, first thing is that initially we were talking about a wave election, etc. But it turns out to be clear that it is not a wave election. It's a highly localized election.
Yes.
Every state is different, and that's why if you carefully look at the number at the national level, you find that India Alliance is not doing badly.
Yes, they put up a fight.
The other point is the NDA as an alliance is 7 short of the halfway mark in terms of leads.
Yes.
But if you look at the left corner,
This
the
is
BJP
not going to be a
being shown-
400 result. I think from now it's pretty clear that it's not going to be NDA at 400. It can't be.
You see, if you look at the BJP leads, it's in 235 seats, which is 29 down from last time.
Yes.
And in the case of the Congress, it is 76 leads, which is 31 up from last time. So I think we need to look at both these numbers, the big numbers there of NDA, India and others, and also the 2 major parties which is being shown in the box on the left side.
You know what is interesting, and I want to spend a little bit of time on this, is Uttar Pradesh. The reason the India Alliance is where they are at 177, commendable compared to their performance last time around, is Uttar Pradesh. This is where there was a sense that the BJP was going to sweep like last time, but it's actually 36-26 at this stage. That's 20, a change of 20 for the India Alliance, right? And it's down 12 for the NDA. Remember, this is 63 of 80, but irrespective of whether it goes, if this trend holds, then it's a positive performance, certainly, for the India Alliance. And all of their big leaders appear to be winning at this stage.
It's 271 now.
It's already at
we are one short of 272.
We are one short of the magic mark.
So, we know that, they are going to form the government. But these numbers are actually very interesting and complicated. It's not 400 par, 370.
Let's just take a look at the strike rate data which is coming in right now.
State by state.
Okay, it's 272 now. We are at the halfway mark. The NDA 36 down from last time, but quite clearly at this stage, I think it's safe to say that they're headed towards government formation. We are well beyond postal ballots. Professor Shastri?
If you look at the non-BJP NDA, that is leads in 36, and in the original estimate of 400 par, 370 was to be the BJP and the non-BJP NDA 30. But in the leads, they have already crossed 36. 36 of the NDA leads are non-BJP leads.
So we're now the NDA at 272, it was 273 a few moments back. So it is quite clear where we are headed for the next 5 years, unless there is a massive reversal. But given the gap between the two, it seems pretty unlikely. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a small margin victories. These trends, these numbers, and the fight that the India Alliance is putting up, it is going to be a small margin victories all across, I suppose.
But I think we have to
Is that
specify-
necessarily
It's not going to be
small,
like
it's not going to be
2019.
it's not going to be like it's not going to be 400, maybe 350 might be tough. But
I think it's too early. It's too early, Vishnu. I will say
big
that
NDA lead at this stage.
because it's 9 and the postal ballots would have
They're
just
still
about
90.
ended.
No, it's what
No, so
our
I'm
consensus here.
to say that these numbers are going to hold and
I would
because
still wait
No, we aren't
I'll
saying
still
the
wait
numbers
for 1 hour
are-
before
are
coming to a
holding.
conclusion.
We're just sort of saying that we are well beyond postal ballots at this stage, is what our experts have been saying. However, it is still 90 in favor of the NDA. So if this is a pattern that holds, then they're already above, as you can see, that halfway mark. We are above the postal ballot situation.
Yes,
Nadia, is
it's
a simple
8:45. It's
that I'm
8:45
making.
is when the postal ballots end. So the first round of EVM counts would have just about begun in most of these constituencies. So let's tell that to our viewers and have a lot of skepticism at this stage because even if we look at these numbers,
Professor Shastri, your interpretation on that, are we still at postal ballots or given the gap, the trends, and you can see that in states as well?
I think we have started off with the EVM trends. But as Maria says, we are still in early days.
It's very
a trend is visible, but how does that trend consolidate? We will need to wait at least till 9:30 for that to happen.
Yes, because if you look at the gap, I mean, the trends are still, we have got trends, yet to get trends in almost 70 seats. 474 for 543 out of 543. So it's very much early trend. Let's tell our viewers that it's 9 a.m. sharp right now, which essentially means
that the first round would have been happening in most of these constituencies. 70 seats are yet to be announced. So let's hold our horses and wait to see how that loss of 41 to the NDA and gain of 88 to India actually translates. Yes.
See, in the first few rounds of
yes.
EVMs being opened, the margins are very small, so it keeps moving back and forth, and as more trends consolidate, the leader will tend to pull away in every constituency.
And these 479 that we are seeing are largely coming from Maharashtra, where it's important to again reiterate that it's also coming from Rajasthan, Haryana, and
India is doing better.
But overall, 9 a.m. it's still just the postal ballot and first round of EVM. Still almost like 43 and another 20. So you have 63 seats to go. Sandeep Shastri, you would add to that.
Yeah, Maria, I would concede the point you are making. The trends seem to be visible, but then do these trends consolidate over time? Because already you are seeing a gap of around 94 seats between the India Alliance and the NDA.
Yes.
And if you look at the left box, you are looking at 241 leads for the BJP out of the 278 and 79 leads for the Congress in the India bloc. It's interesting, Maria, that the Congress leads in India is half, whereas the BJP leads in NDA is quite significantly higher. Though, of course, the non-BJP NDA's leads are in the range of around 37 seats.
So not much of a surprise that Rahul Gandhi is leading from Wayanad.
From both seats, in fact. But let's bring up that graphic on strike rates if we can at some stage. What does appear to be quite interesting is that while the exit poll, the exit poll results, if you want to use that word, has been consistent across the state, the one area where the lead's position is curious at this stage is the state of Uttar Pradesh, where 67 of 80 are out, where the India Alliance is actually up 23 from last time, leading in 29, the NDA at 37, that's down 14. Again, early days, all of that, but we are now into that first round, at least, of the EVM results which have come in. Maharashtra is another curious state because that is one where, that's right, we've got the, okay, right, so let's just Maharashtra over there. The India Alliance, narrowly, reasonably ahead over here of the NDA. But everywhere else, Maria, it's, the gap has opened up substantially between the NDA and the India Alliance.
Okay, let's straight go to the Congress headquarters, 24 Akbar Road. That's where Sunil Prabhu is joining us live from. Sunil, the Congress, how are they viewing it? Early trends, not really trends, I would say. It's still the EVM rounds are yet to begin.
Well, they are quite gratified and no better than Mr. Pawan Khera, who's been working for the media right through this entire campaign and much before that for the last 1.5 years. Are you happy with the kind of trends that are emerging right now?
Well, no premature celebration, no premature depression. These are postal ballots. We value postal ballots. These are government employees expressing their anger against the government. And we are very confident when the machines open, we'll do even better.
But given the trends and the forecast, it still shows that the NDA has the numbers and they will be able to form a government.
We are absolutely confident. Let the machines open. We are absolutely confident of touching the 295 number.
It's interesting that you say you have confidence in the EVM because right through this campaign, and we saw that, and no less than the Election Commission pointed it out, that you kept casting aspersions on the electoral voting machine. Why are you now having so much of faith?
None of us should be touch-me-nots. If we are questioning something, doesn't mean we are attacking them. Why is the Election Commission as insecure as with the Prime Minister of India that they can't tolerate a question? I mean, we have a right to question and it's their duty to respond to our questions. As simple as that.
Now the question is that in case the numbers don't come, This is the first time that a non-Gandhi has led the Congress party. Will Mr. Kharge become the scapegoat in this entire exercise?
It's not the first time a non-Gandhi.
I mean, after Sitaram Kesri as well as Narasimha Rao.
You know the history of the Congress better than I do, so don't say that.
So I mean, I'm saying after such a long time, Mr. Kharge, will he become the scapegoat? Because we saw Narasimha Rao and Kesri Sahib.
Why do we talk the language of the BJP? The scapegoats are for the BJP to find, not for us. We don't find scapegoats. We work together. We sink together, we sail together, we win together.
Is this a question mark on Rahul Gandhi's, leadership?
No, there is nothing of that kind. Everybody did his or her assigned role. Mr. Kharge decided that Mr. Gandhi should go on a Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. Mr. Gandhi went on a Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. The Congress president decided that Priyanka ji should campaign extensively, and she did campaign extensively. So we have all been assigned roles by the party president.
The real issue, of course, is somewhere where you have been the political secretary to Sheila Dixit. A sad day for Delhi in terms of the AAP and the Congress coming together, and yet the trends clearly show that alliance hasn't worked.
Let's wait and watch.
But you know, the fact that the alliance didn't work on the ground.
I would not jump to any conclusions. It's too early in the day to jump to any such conclusions.
And do you think that this trend of an AAP Congress combined can work together in the assembly elections?
As I said, it's too early. Let's wait and watch.
Okay. So here you have it. That's the kind of response you're getting from the Congress party here. They are really looking and assessing the situation here as things evolve. We'll have to wait and see whether those trends continue, but I think you got a full overview of what the Congress perspective is from these initial trends.
In the Congress camp, and after a long time, this is the number that they have been hoping for, and it is a reason why we can see, spokespersons and senior party functionaries come out and speak. Ratandeep is joining us, and also Aishwarya outside Chandrababu Naidu's residence in. I'm coming to you, Ratandeep, first. Where is Himanta Biswa Sarma? Because if Northeast numbers really hold, then he will be seen as the man of the moment.
Well, Himanta Biswa Sarma was till this morning at the national capital. He was supposed to fly back to Guwahati last night, but there were some urgent meetings. So what we are hearing that sometime from now he would land in Guwahati, and then he might be heading towards the party office. We will try to track him. But what is important to note, after the postal ballot round is over in Assam, Gaurav Gogoi, the Congress leader, the deputy leader in Lok Sabha, is leading in Jorhat. Remember, all eyes have been on Jorhat because Gaurav Gogoi had to change his Koliabor constituency from where he was elected twice because of delimitation. That constituency no longer exists, and had to move to Jorhat, where he's up against the sitting BJP MP Tapan Gogoi. And in Jorhat, the entire state leadership of BJP led by Himanta Biswa Sarma and also the top national leaders of BJP, all of them had campaigned there. And although it's early trends, only postal ballot, but he's leading there. Also, one good news for Congress in Assam, in Dhubri, the seat which was with Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, the head, the supremo of AIUDF, there after round one, Congress candidate Rakibul Hussain is leading in that seat. However, BJP has leads in 5 seats in Assam. That includes Dibrugarh, where
half a second, let's quickly go across to Aishwarya also, who joins us outside the residence of Chandrababu Naidu. We're going to pull up some of the trends coming in from Andhra Pradesh as well. But go ahead, Aishwarya.
Well, certainly as far as early trends are concerned, it's a good news for the NDA out here in Andhra Pradesh, as TDP, Bharatiya Janata Party and JanaSena had been in alliance, and it was Chandrababu Naidu who clearly stated that this is his last election. The emotional message was sent out to the people of Andhra Pradesh, and certainly since morning, currently I am at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. These big posters clearly narrates the story. Pawan Kalyan along with Nara Lokesh, Chandrababu Naidu Naidu's son. These posters have been put out at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. This is the residence of Chandrababu Naidu where he is currently, and we've been told by the party workers and the leaders who are arriving since morning that Babu Naidu might arrive at the party headquarters somewhere at around 10 to 11 a.m. Because early trends clearly shows that it is lead for TDP, JanaSena and the Bharatiya Janata Party out here, and that's what the exit poll also predicted, and therefore the reason perhaps the workers seems very happy out here. On the other side, it is YSRCP Jagan Reddy, who's also in Vijayawada currently, and he will be also reaching his party office very soon. So a very fierce battle was played out. Yes. Remember, it was comments like dictator and such words were used by Chandrababu Naidu against.
Where exactly is Mr. Naidu himself?
And,
does he have plans to address the party workers if the results actually firm up?
Well, yes, he is here at his residence currently in Vijayawada, and he will be heading to party office at around 10 to 11 a.m. is what we have been told.
All right.
And he will be addressing the party workers as well.
So, Aishwarya, hold on for 1 second. We've got GVL Narasimha Rao, Rajya Sabha MP of the BJP with us. Thanks very much for being with us. So, the unfortunate part, Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, is that we can never be entirely sure when we are out of postal ballots and into first round counting. Mari and I have been fighting over this. I would suggest that we are well and truly into first round countings because a couple of these trends have actually firmed up. I'm just curious to know what your sense is at 9:12 in the morning, where it's 282 right now for the NDA, 281, 282, and about 199. Do you believe that we are beyond postal ballots at this stage, or just postal ballots?
Good morning, Vishnu, to you, Maria, and all the panelists and the viewers. I think these are too early trends. You see, as a rule, I have never commented on the results per se until about 10:30 or so, because 8:30 is when actually the counting on the EVMs begins. And the first round is usually completed by 9 a.m. We are 9:09 now, but it does take time for the information from counting stations because it's not a sort of an automatic system where you count in the polling station and let's say Election Commission headquarters has the information. No, it doesn't happen that way. It is your reporters and the agencies who are in the field get this information and transmit it over telephone or through an app. So it does take some time. So I think the first round electronic voting information would not have come from more than 50 or 100 parliamentary constituencies till now. Sure. But I'm really very happy with the numbers now, because usually the employees, government employees and service voters, they are never very favorable to an incumbent establishment. So therefore the result, the leads that we have on your screen,
no, but Mr. GVL
broadly.
Rao, I would just suggest that at 501 trends out of 543 seats, these are, the numbers are fairly robust at this stage. And with these numbers, it goes between 279 and 280. For the last 10-15 minutes, it just does quite clearly, 400, 350, these are all things we can debate forever, but it does seem that you're firmly, going to form the government.
Yeah, very true. You see,
unless there's a massive reversal in trends, and the trend is quite clear. It's been clear from the morning.
The early trends suggest the same direction in which exit polls have predicted. A sizable majority government for the NDA, and I think as you get electronic voting trends, which certainly, because women voters are 50% in the general population, they are never 50% in government employees. They might even be less than 10% or 15%. So that itself, you see, the lead for the BJP in the women voters is going to be substantial across the country. Yes. This is borne out by evidence. So therefore, the initial trends, what you're seeing on the screen, will go far in excess of BJP support as trends, as electronic voting begins to trickle in.
Okay, GVL, continue to be with us. Let me come back to the studio and speak to GVL and speak to Sandeep Shastri. Professor Shastri, we are looking at these numbers, 278 for NDA, and most of these Lok Sabha constituencies, depending on, of course, the size of it, have close to 20 to 25 rounds. So when we are looking at 915, even if EVM rounds would have begun in number of them, it would have been only first or second round, because after the first round all the polling agents sit across, then there is that signing and the formality that is completed before the second round begins.
Maria, 2 points on what you say. One, yes, these may be the initial rounds of the EVM, and these could strengthen or change.
Yes.
Second point, I think I would like to emphasize, a lot of the trends are coming from states where the NDA and not just the BJP are contesting. So therefore, you see the large non-BJP NDA leads also coming, because you're talking of Maharashtra, you're talking of Bihar, you're talking of states where the non-BJP partners are also there. So I think I would still wait till around 9:30, 9:45 to see the crystallizing of the trends. The direction seems clear. The intensity of that direction, I would still wait for 9:30, 9:45.
You know, because I'm looking at these leads. Look at Gujarat. It shows out of 21, the BJP, is trailing in 5. Haryana -6, many would say it's believable. Jharkhand -2, many would say again is believable.
Look at Uttar Pradesh.
But then if you go ahead and look at Madhya Pradesh, the one seat where BJP is not doing well, could be again the seat of Chindwara, which has been won by Kamal Nath's family for very long. Rajasthan, it's -10. So I would still be very, very cautious when we look at these numbers, because it's very, very early moment, particularly keeping in mind Gujarat.
I think, Maria, we tended to dismiss when people talked about Gujarat. There are 3, 4, 5 seats by name, they would say, where there is a takkar. And because Gujarat is Gujarat, the Prime Minister and Home Minister state, it seemed unthinkable. But is that that is getting reflected? And remember, the overall number, India is climbing faster now in the last sort of 20 minutes or so. I mean, we shouldn't come to any conclusion. I absolutely agree with you. Last time also we made this mistake. But it doesn't look to be an absolute runaway thing, 400, as the exit polls had predicted.
What the most surprising aspect of all of this, and again, just to add to Maria's argument that we really should be waiting, is because despite conventional wisdom, it's the India Alliance which is ahead of the NDA in Uttar Pradesh. 74 out of 80 seats are seeing trends at this stage, where it's 37, 36 in favor of India. The India Alliance is up 31, the NDA down 22. So some would suggest that these would be pretty early, because I don't think any exit poll, anybody would have expected a change so drastic in the state of Uttar Pradesh, which is key obviously for any political party or alliance looking to win these elections.
Yeah, so I think, look, right from the beginning, there was never any doubt that NDA would form the next government. I don't think that was ever in doubt. It was really a pipe dream to expect India to get the numbers that they were projecting and form the government. The question is really, where would the NDA stop? Would it stop at 300? Would it cross and go into 350, 400? Today, as per the trends we're seeing, it looks like they cannot go beyond 300.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be at the moment, unless things change. As Sandeep ji said, let's wait till 10 for the trends to crystallize. And the two key battleground states, which we have been talking about through all these weeks, Maharashtra and UP. These are the two key battleground states that are going to determine the fate of the BJP and the NDA. And so, at the moment, the numbers are not looking very good for the NDA.
Yes, because
India is putting up a huge fight.
Absolutely, yeah. Because in Uttar Pradesh, if we were to look at that number, and I'll ask the producer to put that on the television screens, because it's -22 for the NDA, because there is Apna Dal and Nishad Party also part of it, and +31 for the India bloc. Again, early trends, but how do you look at this?
You know,
So how do you look at Uttar Pradesh numbers?
Look, the Uttar Pradesh looks tight at the moment. I would still say we should wait for some more rounds to come in, because in all elections, the leader, whichever is the leader in the constituency or the state, tends to pull away as more numbers come.
Sure.
But certainly, whatever we've heard on the ground, about a consolidation of OBC votes and some Dalit votes in favor of the India alliance seems to be bearing out. It's a very gritty fight at the moment.
It's a tough fight that has been.
All right, there's some breaking news coming in from the markets which have just opened or a little while back. They are down, I believe 2% is what I've been told at this stage, or 1,100 points. The Sensex has gone down 1,100 points. So the markets, the Nifty is down over 300 points. Professor Shastri, the markets are spooked. Do any of you want to talk about the markets? I mean,
I think this is an immediate reaction to the early trends that you see.
Yeah, because the markets opened at 9.
The expectation that the NDA would be much higher and the BJP would be much higher in the leads is something that it is responding to. But Vishnu, if you look at, again, I'm looking at the left box.
Yes.
If you look at the BJP leads and the Congress leads, very clearly, much of our numbers are coming from where there is a direct contest between the Congress and the BJP now. And there, you gave the example of Gujarat, you gave the example of Madhya Pradesh, you gave the example of Rajasthan. And there it is, I think the differences are coming, because you see the left box talks about 50 leads down for the BJP and 44 leads up for the Congress. And that's where I think the difference is clearly coming in the leads.
Let's go across to Adil Boparai, who joins us at this stage of the Congress party. Adil, thanks very much for being with us. Are you encouraged by the trends that you see on the screen right now, or do you believe it's still early days? And any comments at all on what is happening in Uttar Pradesh, with the caveat, of course, that, very early, these are still leads?
Vishnu, a couple of pointers. Firstly, right from the word go, we were very confident about this election, and our feedback is that the leads in favor of the India alliance will further solidify. Having said this, yes, indeed, these are early hours. I think we'll have a clearer picture by 11:30 or so. But our information is that the EVM counting has started. The postal ballots appears to be over. Point number one. Point number two, there are two battleground states in my opinion. One is Uttar Pradesh and the second is Maharashtra. The exit pollsters, regardless of the final outcome and the final tally, I think one very key takeaway is that the exit pollsters got Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh wrong. Our feedback was that the BJP will be reduced to in their 40s when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, and they will be decimated. More particularly, Eknath Shinde's party will be decimated in Maharashtra. The early trends do indicate that that seems to be the case. Having said this, I think let's wait till about 11:30. The India alliance will do much better than what the BJP and their very ardent acolytes had really hoped.
Okay, GVL, what's your assessment?
We'll have a better
it's
picture.
9:22 now, and early trends aren't really, of course, the majority mark has been crossed as per early trends, but it's not as the exit polls were suggesting. All of them were in the upwards of 330, 340.
Maria, as I mentioned earlier, there are many states where things got reversed completely by 10:30. So therefore, I think coming to any conclusions based on counting of just postal ballots, in some cases the numbers are very, very small. So therefore, I suggest, I'm looking at the Election Commission site, where on some of the seats, in fact, is EVM counting is available, where almost 50,000 votes have been counted. Therefore, I think if your technical team can separate these two and look at only leads based on EVM counts and early leads based on postal ballots, that will tell you a better story. And for that to really clarity to say, currently these two are, you have merged these two trends coming from only past postal ballots and also including the EVM count. Therefore, the picture will not become clear until 10:30. At least you will get a better picture by 10:30. So I think broadly, NDA majority government is clearly visible on your screens. We are very confident of a full majority BJP government. There can be no, I think I have no doubt about
the
that
trends
whatsoever.
seem to be quite clearly indicating that, GVL Narasimha Rao. I think the only question at this stage is the margin of that, and I think that'll firm up in a while from now. But some would suggest, and I think it's a fair assessment, that this isn't going to be 400 in favor of the NDA. Whether you get to the 350 mark based on the current trends is something that needs to be looked at. But if these trends hold, then you're already past, the magic mark. Figure. But I think, Maria, there's just half a sec, Aarti, and then you're welcome to jump in on this. It's 4-3 right now in Delhi in favor of the NDA. But in a state where the BJP won all the seats last time around, it is quite interesting. And
it's a bellwether state.
It is a bellwether state. So it's it's narrowly in favor of the BJP at this stage. Chandni Chowk, the BJP is trailing in Chandni Chowk. The BJP is leading, is Manoj Tiwari in northeast Delhi. Kanhaiya Kumar is trailing at this stage of the Congress party. Jaiprakash Agarwal of the Congress party is trailing. And Basuri Swaraj is leading in the New Delhi constituency. Somnath Bharti is trailing at this stage.
So who's leading in the India Alliance?
The India Alliance.
Jaiprakash Agarwal.
Yeah, 3 seats they've given India Alliance.
Yeah, so where they're leading?
Who are the three? Which are the 3 seats?
Delhi East.
Now they're saying trails.
Mansoori is trailing also, it says.
Basuri Swaraj says it's leading at this stage, but we'll just find out.
But your screen says trails.
We'll just find out where.
Yes, we'll try and get those details. But we'll try and connect with our reporters as well, who are at various counting centers. Now Manoj Tiwari is leading, and Adil is back with us. That is Kanhaiya Kumar. We were seeing this as a very important battle. Adil, any word on this battle between Manoj Tiwari and Kanhaiya Kumar in Northeast Delhi? The numbers, initial numbers suggest that
I think
Manoj
Mr.
Tiwari
Kanhaiya Kumar
very well, he's leading. Yes.
I'm sorry. Please complete. Well, I think, and this is something. In fact, I also had gone to that constituency and got a first-hand experience. I think the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kanhaiya Kumar particularly, and kudos to him, he ran a very, very spirited campaign. I think Northeast Delhi will go down to the last wire. Let's hold our horses on Northeast Delhi. But again, even if we go by the early trends, even if we go by the first 2-3 rounds of counting, it appears to be a 4-3 situation, a 4-3 matrix in Delhi. So therefore, right from the beginning, I think one clear deduction which can be made, and I think all your panelists would perhaps agree with me, one clear deduction is that this is a very closed election. Notwithstanding BJP's propaganda of 400, their gimmick of 400, the exit polls chipping in and trying to lift the BJP, I think one thing is very clear, this is a close election, regardless of the final numbers. And we are confident, I again repeat to you, we are very confident of performing spectacularly in states like Haryana, in states like Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Karnataka particularly. And in my home state of Punjab, I think the Congress party's performance is stupendous till now. The BJP will be reduced to 0. The Aam Aadmi Party there appears to be anti-incumbency, and the Congress is benefiting from that anti-incumbency. Most of our leaders, our former Chief Minister, Mr. Channi, our President, we are leading, and you will see a lot of surprises.
All right. GVL wanted to come in on that. Adil, let's just listen to
Vishnu,
go ahead.
Congress has a habit of claiming victory even in a very straight third term defeat. The BJP is forming the next government. Even your numbers suggest that. A third time in a row. This is historic. This has not happened in half a century or maybe even longer. So what the BJP is doing today is a historic. Okay, with regard to exit polls, if the numbers turn out to be fewer than what they are, it doesn't qualitatively make any difference. But it's early trends. We certainly hope to be well past 300 mark, and we will certainly have a BJP majority government, and that's going to be a historic verdict.
Yes.
The Congress need not become extremely exuberant.
No, but we'll try and break that number of the NDA now and try and get details as to how many is the BJP getting, because remember in 2014 when Prime Minister Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister for the first time, the BJP's own number was 282, which became better to 303 in 2019. So we'll try and break down that number and get more details. For the moment, let's listen into what Vikramaditya is saying he is, of course, the Congress candidate contesting from Mandi. In Mandi, the BJP's vote share in 2019 was 69%. But historically, if we were to look at it, the Congress has won this constituency 11 times out of 17. So this is an interesting battle that is playing out in Mandi. Vikramaditya first.
क्या उम्मीद है? मैंने तो अभी तक रिजल्ट देखे ही नहीं है, आगे है कि पीछे है क्या है। अभी तो हम आशीर्वाद लेने आए हैं हनुमान जी का, और उसके बाद ही सब शुरुआत होगी। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि हमने मेहनत करी है, जनता साथ है, मुद्दे विकास पे चुनाव लड़ा है, तो अच्छा परिणाम निकलेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। और हनुमान जी का, बजरंगबली का आशीर्वाद है तो निश्चित तौर से हर विजय प्राप्ति होगी। बनेगी क्यों नहीं बनेगी। और सभी नेताओं ने भी कहा है एग्जिट पोल जो है वो तो एक मैन्युफैक्चर्ड वो है जो मीडिया हाउसेस और कॉरपोरेट जगत द्वारा किया गया है, मगर जो असली वर्डिक्ट है वो बिल्कुल ठीक होगा। उस पर लड़ाई लड़ी है पूरे देश में, और जो मुद्दे रहे हैं वो बहुत जनता से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे हैं। तो निश्चित तौर से उन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए परिणाम अच्छे आएंगे, सुखद आएंगे और देश की प्रगति के लिए आएंगे। आज आप, मैं तो वैसे भी हर मंगलवार आता ही हूँ, मगर आज क्योंकि विशेष दिन है, आज परिणाम निकल रहे हैं, निश्चित तौर से बजरंगबली जी का आशीर्वाद लेने हम यहाँ पर आए हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा कि आशीर्वाद ले लिया है तो पूरा दिन अच्छा रहेगा और सभी प्रदेश के लोगों की मनोकामनाएं जो है वो पूरी होगी।
All right, well, the other trend that we are monitoring, of course, is where the markets are. The Sensex down. It was down by more than 1,100 points. I believe that's gone down even further. The market sliding to 2.5% at this stage, not where what they had expected with the resounding exit poll results as they were. What this does show, Maria, if these trends do hold, is that while the NDA appears to be well set to form the next government, which is a landmark victory, of course, it's going to be, the India Alliance has put up a real fight, which is not what the exit polls had suggested as well. Professor Shastri?
Yes, Vishnu, the trends as of now seem to suggest that. It would be interesting to see whether, as is the past trends, that as the counting progresses, the one forward pushes more forward,
right,
or whether the one in second place catches up. What is also important to see that as per the leads, the BJP currently is around 29 seats short of the 272 mark, and you have around 28 seats where the trends have still to come in. So it will be interesting to see where the BJP trends move in the next half an hour to 45 minutes.
In terms of leads is at 244 down 82, 245 down 52. So the point that you're making is that the BJP, on the strength of its own cadre, may not necessarily cross the magic mark. They'd have to rely on the support of the
it's a little
allies.
early to say that, but then
if this firms up,
there is a word of caution we have to put in that the BJP's seats and trends now seem to be 52 less than last time, and the Congress is 47
okay,
up.
The Election Commission speaking, let's just listen in.
हम लोग आज यहाँ आपको पहली बार अपने कंट्रोल रूम का एक्सेस दे रहे हैं। हमारी सारी टीम्स यहाँ बैठी हुई हैं जो पूरा आईटी बैकग्राउंड से कितना बड़ा काम हो रहा है उसको देख रही हैं यहाँ पर। बहुत सारी टीम्स हमारी पुणे से, शास्त्री पार्क दिल्ली से, त्रिवेंद्रम से, बॉम्बे से, हैदराबाद से, बहुत सारे जो बैकग्राउंड लोग हैं वो जुड़े हुए हैं। और इस समय हमारी जो रिजल्ट्स की जो वेबसाइट है उस पर करीब करीब 2 लाख हिट्स पर सेकंड है। एक सेकंड में 2 लाख लोग हमारे साथ उस पर हिट कर रहे हैं। सो ऑल ऑफ दैट वी आर मैनेजिंग एंड सीइंग फ्रॉम हियर, तो दैट जितने भी लोग जानना चाहते हैं, देखना चाहते हैं, उन्हें कोई परेशानी ना हो। और सभी आरओज़ को जो 542 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज में इस समय काउंटिंग करा रहे हैं, जहां करीब करीब 65,000 से ऊपर की टेबल्स लगी हुई हैं, हर जगह में उनको कहा गया है कि पोलिंग एजेंट्स को और कैंडिडेट्स को निश्चित रूप से बैठने दें, पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ काउंटिंग करें, जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन अक्षरते करें, मतलब एक भी वायलेशन नहीं होनी चाहिए, अदरवाइज खैर नहीं है। यानी जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन करें, पारदर्शिता से पालन करें, कैंडिडेट्स को और उनके एजेंट्स को हर जगह में शामिल रखें। सीसीटीवी फुटेज 24/7 लेते रहें हर प्रक्रिया का, ताकि पूरी पारदर्शिता बनी रहे। तो जैसे वोट डालने में मेहनत की, उसी तरीके से आज यहाँ भी पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ वो सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं।
सर अगर किसी तरह की गड़बड़ी की रिपोर्ट मिलती है तो किस तरह का एक्शन आप लेते हैं?
हम लोग खुद यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे सारे सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स बैठे हुए हैं। हर काउंटिंग सेंटर में एक सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर है जो वहाँ बैठा हुआ है, वो सर्टिफाई करेगा रिजल्ट को हर राउंड के, उसी के बाद डिक्लेयर होगा। हमारा एजेंट है वो, हमारे मतलब आईज एंड ईयर्स वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हम उनके सबके कॉन्टैक्ट में हैं और कहीं से भी कोई प्रॉब्लम आएगी हमारे सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स को बताएंगे, कैंडिडेट्स वहाँ मौजूद हैं वो लोग, और हमारे पास आएगी बात तो उसको इमीडिएट ठीक करेंगे। कोई गलती करने की संभावना नहीं है, सबको सख्त हिदायतें दी गई हैं, लेकिन अगर कोई कहीं से किसी को शक है, कोई शिकायत आती है तो बताएं हमें, एविडेंस के साथ हम लोग इमीडिएट कार्रवाई करें।
अपडेट कैसे कर रहे हैं वेबसाइट वगैरह पे जो लोग देख रहे हैं, आप बता रहे हैं?
वो कंटिन्यूस अपडेट हो रहा है, वो डायरेक्ट डाटा फीड करते हैं सेंटर से, हर टेबल से, और हर राउंड के बाद वो कंटिन्यूस फीड हो रहा है।
और कब तक सब तस्वीर साफ हो जाने की?
अब ये तो शुरू हो गया है, फर्स्ट राउंड के रिजल्ट आने शुरू हो गए हैं, 9 बज चुके हैं। सारी टीम हमारी रात भर 2-3 दिन से यहीं काम कर रही है, सो रही है यहीं पर, और आ जाएगा, धीरे धीरे खुल ही जाएगा।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू।
Okay. Uma Sudhir is joining us live. Uma, quick update from where you are. How is the counting progressing? And overall, how is Telangana looking? Because I'm still looking at the data. The early trends are giving a mixed signal. If you can give us details into how many rounds are over. Uma, we'll try and
Uma,
connect
your
with.
audio, can you write?
Okay, we'll
Just
try and
reconnecting
connect
Uma's
with.
audio.
Yes, Aarti, you wanted to make a point.
No, I just wanted to say I think it's very important to break up the NDA number into BJP and allies, because the whole question in this through
It's
this
246.
election,
Out
through
of
this election has
297, which
been
is
how many
showing.
seats will the BJP win? Will it touch? You know, there was Yogendra Yadav on one side who was saying that
250.
250, he went down to 220 at one
220,
point, yes. And then there was other people, who were saying above 300 for the BJP. So this has been the question that has been puzzling everybody. How much will the BJP drive this election? How much will the BJP drive the NDA numbers? So it would be interesting to see, if we put up that breakup so that we can see where the BJP is at this point of time.
So
Again, health
245.
warning,
If you look
it may
at the
all
left-hand
change.
side of your
It may all
screen,
change.
just under KK Shailaja's image over there, the BJP alone at 245, that's down 244, down 53. The Congress at 99, up 49. So the Congress is going to score a century this time, it appears at this stage.
So the Congress's own tally is 97
The Congress
at
is
the moment.
99.
Yeah.
The
it has gone
Congress's
up.
own tally is 98. That's up 48. The
Yeah.
BJP alone at 240. So we are just the two parties there. And the alliance numbers we have, the NDA at 289, India at 213. The market's down more than 3%. When they started up today, they'd expected something more resounding.
Yes.
The interesting states, of course, as we've been mentioning,
Is
are
Uttar Pradesh, because if you look at
Maharashtra,
Uttar
but in a
Pradesh-
different
Maharashtra and Uttar
context.
Pradesh.
In Uttar Pradesh,
Odisha as well.
is the
There's been a
Samajwadi
complete
Party,
swap.
is at 34. Is what the leads are suggesting.
Is that what it is?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
suggesting 34 at present, and so it's looking very, very promising for them. In Bihar, RJD at 5. Let's look at the TMC number. It's showing
TMC
18.
below
Below the BJP there, because the BJP
But
is
where
at-
the BJP has gained a lot when it comes to their overall numbers is in Odisha, where the BJD at the level of the national election has been washed out. If these trends hold. Now
So
that
they
was
are at
widely
2.
expected. Yeah, I mean the BJD last time was, I forget the number off the top of my head, but it's 13 to 2
The
right now.
last time it was 10.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they're down 8. And the India Alliance has gained 2 seats. They're leading now in 3, but the BJP at 13. So the BJP have really made a huge mark in the state of Odisha.
How's Telangana?
Yes,
And
let's-
also
let's-
Telangana. They seem to be gaining in Telangana.
Yes, and let's go to Uma Sudhir, who's joining us.
9-6
Uma,
in
how
Telangana.
many rounds are over, from where you are reporting? We want to understand that are these trends that we are seeing on our television screens right now after 2 or 3 rounds of EVM counting?
Maria, let me just give you the picture in Andhra Pradesh. If there was any doubt about the exit polls showing a lead for NDA, that seems to be put at rest, I must say, because out of the 116 seats for which we have leads in the assembly election, more than 100 are going towards the NDA, with the TDP in fact leading in about 80, JSP, JanaSena party of Pawan Kalyan leading in about 16, and the BJP leading in about 5 seats out of their 10. The YSRCP is leading in just about 15 of the 115 seats for which we have leads as of now. Anakapalli Assembly, where CM Ramesh, who is a BJP leader and the BJP candidate from there, of course, originally of the TDP brand, he is leading by more than 9,000 votes. Pawan Kalyan is leading in Pitapuram. That's an assembly seat that we are talking about. In more than 85 seats now, we are seeing the lead of the TDP. And yes, in Tenali, Nadendra Manohar is the number 2 in the JanaSena party. He is also leading in Tenali assembly seat. Guntur, where we had reported that it is the richest candidate in this Lok Sabha election, Pemasani Chandrasekhar, he is of the TDP, the NDA candidate. He is once again leading. Then you have Kiran Kumar Reddy, Rajampet, Rayalaseema region, former chief minister, last chief minister of United Andhra Pradesh, now a BJP candidate. He is also leading. So the elections really seem to be going one way. Most of the ministers, in fact, are trailing, and Sujana Chaudhary, who is contesting his first election this time round from Vijayawada West, he is also leading. He is, of course, the BJP candidate from Vijayawada West. He is leading. And Purandeshwari, once again, Rajamundry, she is the BJP candidate from there. She is also leading. So the elections in Andhra Pradesh certainly going to be seeming to be going one way. Even in the Lok Sabha, you're seeing TDP 12 ahead, JSP contesting only 2 seats but 1 ahead, BJP contesting 6 seats, 5 ahead, and YSR Congress, which is contesting, of course, all the 5 seats, is leading as of now only in about 2 seats.
Okay.
Back to you, Mariam.
Uma, thank you so much for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. So exit polls certainly seem to have got Andhra Pradesh right, both in assembly and also in the Lok Sabha results. CR Keswan of the BJP is joining us from the party headquarters. CR Keswan, it's 9:40. A word of caution still, but you know, 293 is something that NDA wasn't really expecting. You were expecting a number upwards of 300, but more so, out of this 293, the BJP seems to be down by 51 at 247.
Good morning to Vishnu, Maria and all the NDTV viewers. I think I'm very happy to say that we're meeting on a day when hope and history will rhyme. We are very confident already. You see, when 25 seats are yet to be counted, the NDA has crossed the majority mark. And I think today, the people of India will ensure that Modi ji becomes the first Indian ever to be born in independent India, and also the first Indian born after a constitution came into force to secure a historic third term. Second thing I want to say before I address your question. Now the postal ballots have come out, probably the first round of voting is coming. And now you've seen how the Congress and India Alliance have been impugning the integrity of the constitutional institutions. It's so ironic. You would remember, Vishnu, in 1986, it was Rajiv Gandhi who passed the postal amendment bill where he could intercept even individual posts of people, and these people are talking about democracy. It's very funny. But coming back to the story here, I think if you look at the exit polls in this, besides Uttar Pradesh, everything seems to be going perfectly fine. There have been enormous, surge in the east. If you see Odisha is similar to what's happening in West Bengal. It's like a landslide. And if you see the south, Karnataka, Andhra we've gained, Telangana we've gained, and the numbers I'm seeing in the local regional channels in Tamil Nadu, they're trickling in well. Kerala, we may make a mark. So I think if you want me to sum it up, very early trends, but I think we'll consolidate, and BJP will very comfortably cross 300, and NDA will also be, have an overwhelming majority. North and west of India, the BJP and NDA will consolidate. And as you see, there has been an overwhelming support in the east, and there have been significant surge and stride and support in the south. So I think it's perfectly on track, and today history will be made when Modi ji secures a consecutive third term.
You certainly weren't expecting an election. Of course, there's a gap of 80 good seats, but you weren't expecting such a close election. Just look at Uttar Pradesh. It's presenting a completely different picture from what the BJP was expecting.
Maria, you're such a seasoned anchor. Postal ballots have come in. First round is 30,000 votes. You see the trend. You have it's like 12, 15 lakh votes in a constituency. It's a first round of counting. Already we have established it, and as you see, these only will consolidate. So wait till 10 o'clock and you see us comfortable. We'll have a discussion and chat
So
again.
you believe, C.R. Keshavan, that what we are seeing in terms of leads in Uttar Pradesh would likely be reversed in your favor, because you are absolutely convinced that what we are seeing is postal ballots or very early phase.
Undoubtedly, unequivocally, certainly, we will be.
So that's an important point, because if what C.R. Keshavan says is correct,
and
then
Vishnu,
what we are seeing,
because we have some details coming in of seats on which the margin is less than 5% of votes, which is Baghpat, the vote margin is just 30. Uttar Pradesh, another constituency, Kairana, the vote margin between the two parties, that is the BJP and the Samajwadi party, is just 294. Going further, Bijnor and Moradabad, again the vote margin is around 1,000. So, and Firozabad, Dhaurahar, again the vote margin is roughly around 2,683 and 2,881. So, yes, it's close. Yes, case one, you wanted to come in. CR case
Maria,
the leads position also, C.R. Keshavan, has changed now, it's 39.
No, right when I joined the show, Vishnu and Maria, the NDA was trailing behind the India Alliance in Uttar Pradesh, and the Honorable Prime Minister was said to be trailing in Varanasi. See what has happened in 5 minutes. You're all very seasoned people. The numbers in the exit poll are all the same, except, and now Uttar Pradesh is reversing its trend, going exactly back where the exit poll said. See, let me make this very clear. It is a vote for Modi ji ki guarantee. People have seen the Prime Minister perform, transform and reform the country. It is a vote for progress and development, and it's been a very, very divisive campaign by the BJP. So I think that is rejected. They have cast aspersions on every constitutional institution.
But looking at the India numbers, and that's where Adil will come in. Yes, overall India seems to be doing well, but the Congress is doing much better than expected. TMC is down. The other India partners, including, in RJD was expecting somewhere upwards of 7, 8. That's not happening. Congress definitely 97 at the moment out of 206. Adil?
Well, Maria, there are 3-4 aspects which I would urge your viewers and your panel to consider. Number one, there is no rocket science that these are early trends. And the early trends may solidify or it may take a turn for the worse. The fact of the matter which is worth considering is that this is an indicator. It is a bellwether. It is something which pierces and demolishes BJP's propaganda balloon that they're coming to power with 400. Of course, we'll have a clearer picture by 12 noon. Nobody can disagree with that proposition. Point number one. Point number two, responding to your question, a safe and a plausible deduction can be that the Congress party's consistent yatra, the Bharat Jodo yatra, has made significant progress and significant contribution to increasing our tally. Our pro-positive and People's Manifesto, our Nyaya Patra, all these are issues which appear to have had resonance amongst the voters of this country. This is the early trend, are an indicator. If you open the first round, if you open the second round, of course it is not final. Every constituency ranges from 10 to 15 lakhs. But it does indicate that what is the mood on the ground. It can't be very much divergent. So having said this, we are very confident because we ran a very constructive campaign, Maria. I said this to you earlier on one of your programs. We ran a constructive campaign and we fought the might of the BJP and their propaganda machinery. I have no qualms in saying that we were not allowed a level playing field. Our bank accounts were frozen days before the elections. Our chief ministers were arrested on flimsy charges. No stone was left unturned to browbeat us and arm twist us. A large
and if
section
we were to
of the
go
mainstream
statewise,
media,
let's try and put some more data on our television screens
the Congress
now.
Party, but this is notwithstanding that.
Yes, absolutely. Let's look at the numbers more. Bihar, NDA minus 10 at 947. If we were to look at Karnataka, it is minus 9. NDA is minus 9 in Karnataka. Then further, Maharashtra is minus 8 is how it's looking like. Rajasthan minus 11. Uttar Pradesh is still becoming clear. NDA at the moment minus 25.
I just wanted to, before we go across to our panelists, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the big picture which is emerging over here. In as much as what we are seeing in early trends is a fairly strong performance by the India Alliance, which was not expected to do so well, the larger picture is that it does indicate, if these trends hold, that the NDA will return to power. albeit with a fewer number of seats in the Lok Sabha. They're well above the 272 mark. So unless there are some sharp reversals, which can still take place, it appears that they would likely cross 300. They're at 296. If this is to be the case, it would still be a landmark as far as Narendra Modi is concerned. The second time in India's history that you've got a Prime Minister coming back for the third term. So at this juncture, it does appear quite clearly that it's going to be a BJP government or an NDA government at the center. But obviously, there'll be a lot of in-depth research. Their NDA allies, in many cases, have done quite well. And irrespective of what the final position is in Uttar Pradesh, it is safe to say that the India alliance would have done well in Uttar Pradesh, right? It's 39 each right now. One party would be only marginally ahead of the other when the final results actually come out.
Yes.
Where the NDA has done very well, particularly the BJP, Maria, is in Odisha. That is where the BJD has reversed completely. The BJP has reversed completely where the BJD was dominant. And in Bengal, it was 20-18 when I saw a few minutes back. It goes back and forth. It's pretty much a flip of what happened last time when it was the Trinamool, which was at 22, the BJP at 18. This time, right now, it's the BJP at 21 and the Trinamool at 19. So these are the states which are really interesting.
And if you look at the south, the expected opening of the account in Tamil Nadu and Kerala does not seem to be happening from the leads, at least, that we are showing at the moment.
So, should we really wait a little bit before we jump to conclusions? Because there's a lot of flip-flop going on,
Not really, Aarti. Not in the larger numbers.
Suddenly you find somebody is trailing. Supriya Sule was leading. Now she's trailing.
One or two.
So,
Aarti, 1 or 2. For example, it was NDA 299. It's now 298. But I'm saying in terms of a sharp reversal, nowhere in the last half an hour have we seen a sharp reversal in the overall.
Vishnu, as I said earlier, wherever the gap is narrow between the major party and the number 2, there is a chance. But where that gap is big, that gap is continuing to hold the way it is.
So then the real story of these elections, of course, it's historic. It's historic that the BJP is going to come back for a third term. Narendra Modi is going to be that. It looks like that. But I think what is also historic is that a party that was written off as dead, finished, decayed, and so on, is suddenly coming to so many adjectives. Is suddenly coming to life.
So
and I mean,
surprisingly, I'm looking at these
touch 3 digits.
Even the BSP seems to be getting 1 seat.
3 digits. I mean, this is
unbelievable. Aarti, that's the beauty of India's democracy.
Absolutely. Never write anybody off, never write a leader off, never write a party off, because, things can change.
In Karnataka, the Congress is leading in double digits.
Okay, we'll try and connect with Kanishk and also Sunil Prabhu is joining us from 24 Akbar Road. Sunil, I think celebrations have already begun at 24 Akbar Road.
Where I come from. Uttar Pradesh getting 45 seats.
Well, not celebrations, but they are quite elated here at the present moment because the Congress party is extremely elated. I'm waiting for Supriya Shinte to join us, who's going to give us their perspective. They feel that one way or the other, especially the trends that are coming from Uttar Pradesh, it's extremely important to see how things play out. And it's in this context that they are very, very gratified. Somebody who's read this social media campaign for the Congress party, for the India Alliance, what's your response to what's the initial trends now?
I think I'm going to still wait for these early trends to consolidate. I don't believe in premature celebration, but whatever the early trends are showing is very encouraging, especially from my home state of Uttar Pradesh. India Gadbandhan leading in 44 to 45 seats, the BJP and the NDA trailing, tells you a picture. It tells you a picture that this was considered to be a bastion of the BJP, and still the BJP seems to be trailing here. The Prime Minister himself trailing by 11,000 votes is no mean task.
So then why do you want? Why are you saying no premature thing? Because
I'm by nature a little cautious. I'm by nature, I wait for trends to consolidate. I by nature believe in numbers, and let's just wait and watch. I do believe that the early trends are very encouraging. I do believe the early trends give us enough to cheer about. But by nature, I'm somebody who likes to see the trends mature, see the trends consolidate.
Supriya, what do you look if these trends do work out this way? What is this an indicator? Because we've seen...
The biggest indicator is that the people of this country are wiser than any soul around, are wiser than any political commentators, are wiser than any anchors, are wiser than the wisest souls that roam this earth, because we fought the election on the issues of people of this country. If these numbers indeed consolidate and if these margins are indeed maintained, then it's very...
Okay, let's now go to Tanishq, who's joining us from Lucknow. Tanishq, where exactly are you? Are you now planning to move towards the Samajwadi Party headquarters? Because Samajwadi Party seems to be doing well in Uttar Pradesh. The India bloc in totality.
Yes, of course. You know, but Maria, these are of course early trends.
Okay, so for the first time, the NDA has touched
anything, but
300.
yes, according to what
that is at
see,
954. The NDA touching 300 and India at 208. Please go ahead.
Yes, so, you know, I'm right now at the BJP headquarters, and apart from the preparations, you know, the BJP of course is very confident that they are going to win this time. Apart from the preparations they have been doing for their Lok Sabha win, there is also preparations of the Bada Mangal that is celebrated in Lucknow. But you know, these are of course, what we are looking at right now is of course the early trends where we see Samajwadi Party or the India bloc in a stronger position than expected by many. You know, if I look right now, okay, the Congress is leading on 7 seats, the Samajwadi Party on 28. Now RLD is leading on both the seats right now, which according to EC data, RLD is currently leading on both the seats right now, on which Bijnor and Baghpat, on which they were of course contesting. But of course these are very early trends, but some of the key close contests, you know, my eyes are of course on Amethi, because of course I've been there for the longest time. Right now KL Sharma is leading by around 5,000 votes. It's against him, of course, is the giant slayer who defeated Rahul Gandhi in 2019 by a margin of 55,000 votes. So Amethi is of course going to be very closely watched this time. But of course these are early trends. If I talk about
just
other
move around and show
leading,
that has the level of enthusiasm perhaps gone down at the BJP office. Where is Yogi Adityanath? When is he expected to arrive?
You know, there are not many party workers present, but you know, you can see over there the preparations are going on, but these are just not for the, of course, the for the Lok Sabha results, but these preparations I'm sorry, are also for the Bada Mangal Bhandara that is organized across Lucknow. You can see over there, puri is being made, sabji is being made, and of course I would like to show you the delicious laddus being prepared here at the Samajwadi Party office. If my camera person could show the delicious laddus over there being prepared at the Bharatiya Janata Party office here in Lucknow. But these are just not for the election results. These are of course also for the Bada Mangal that is celebrated here in Lucknow. But yes, early trends show a close contest. India bloc in a stronger position, but these are of course the early trends. We have to wait. We can't say anything as of now. But yes, these are.
We'll come back to you in just a few moments. But just for the benefit of our viewers, a lot of what we are discussing is being looked at in granular detail on ndtv.com. So do please log on to ndtv.com, where you can get a lot of the details which are coming in. But the overall position, as I get set to take a break, is 540 trends out of 543 seats. The NDA alliance above 300 at this stage. India at 208. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Harsha Kumari Singh, who's got Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore with her.
Well, yes, Vishnu, I have Rajyavardhan Singh ji with me. Now, remember, he's the person who fought the MP election, then fought the MLA election in Rajasthan. So, and he's, of course, qualified, therefore, to speak on both, if I may say so. Overall, NDA, a good trend, but in Rajasthan, the Congress is making significant dents or at least taking some leads.
No, there is a couple of constituencies where we might have a little close contest, but out of 25 seats, these are perhaps just 3 or 4 seats where there would be a close contest, mind you. So these are, you know, when the counting begins, it begins from certain villages, and therefore these are too early trends to say anything. But we are very confident. We are a dominant party. We are forming government. Everybody knows that. So we are winning for sure.
Okay. Vishnu, anything you would like to ask Rajyavardhan ji, or should I carry on?
Harsha, please carry on.
Okay.
Let's.
Okay. So. Okay, so yeah, well, so but in Rajasthan, you see now there is an entire new leadership that has, taken over. There have been certain places, like for example, a lot of your people, in fact, the BJP has changed at least 14 MLAs, MPs they've changed. They've tried to, sort of break the anti-incumbency factor. But at the same time, in places, say like Nagaur, in the Jat heartland, where Agniveer is an issue, the farmers' protests may have been an issue. Bardmer, for example, Ravindra Bhati, the BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
The challenges here are not the issues, local issues. This is a national election, and therefore, broadly, everybody understands the development that the country has seen, and the development that is reaching the villages is only through a government that is led by Prime Minister Modi. It is well known, whether it is some of the districts that you have mentioned or otherwise. And like I said, there are certain places where it's a close contest, and even that close contest is not because of Congress. Okay, if all of you, the experts sitting there, if you just analyze, it is our own people, right? And therefore, not more than 3 or 4 seats where we are close, but this is 25 seats in Rajasthan, and we'd probably end up with 24 or 25.
Okay, I absolutely picked up on that, where you said wherever there's a close contest, it's somewhere our own people. So I think that's been a problem here in this election, or I won't say a problem, but there have been so many crossovers, Rajyavardhan ji, that I think even the grassroots worker is confused. He says, I was with Rahul Kaswaha, now you're asking me to be with Devendra Jhajaria, Similarly, in Kota, Prahlad Gunjal, the caste factor, the caste vote is with him, the party workers are with him. I think Mr. Om Birla was confused sometimes. He didn't know whether the BJP worker who was actually coming out in his rallies was with him or not. It was a situation. Similarly with the Congress, Mahendrajit Singh Malviya, you have him, he's the Congress MLA, he becomes the MP candidate, and then the Congress candidate refuses to withdraw. So, there was this confusion on the ground.
Yeah, it's all right. If you look at it from a magnifying glass, you will see some of these issues that you mentioned. But how many constituencies? You just named 3 constituencies, right? That's what I'm saying. There is close contest in very, very few constituencies. But overall, as the day progresses, you will see that the BJP will be in majority of the constituencies in lead.
One other factor that worried the BJP, I know, because in the first phase, the voting percentage came down by 6%. The second phase, of course, I think everyone stepped up. But it was a cause of worry that the voting percentage had come down as much as 6% in the first 12 to 13 seats.
The voting percentage overall in the first phase was low, but it was also low from some of the communities, some of the segments that actually vote for Congress. So it was both ways. I do not think at all that the low percentage would have dented BJP especially. It's dented both parties. I think the overall enthusiasm wasn't there initially, where people were very sure that BJP is winning, and therefore, if I can say that they felt that BJP will win irrespective of them going to vote or not. In the second phase onwards, everybody realized that they are voters, they need to make an effort, and therefore the percentage increased everywhere. But it's not dented BJP at all.
Okay. So very confident Colonel Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore here with us, of course. It's early trends yet, but let's wait and watch.
Yes, thank you so much for getting us that voice, Harsha Kumari Singh. Yes, it's 10 a.m. The counting is currently on. The EVM machines have opened, and after second round, this is what we are seeing on our television screens. There is not as what was being predicted.
300 par, and the India bloc being 200 par. So that's quite interesting. Congress not yet at that 100 par mark, I think, which is what
if we were to
look
at it from various zone point of view, and I would ask Ashok Malik and Aarti Jairath to come in on this, it's the setback for the BJP in early trends is coming from Uttar Pradesh and also from West zone, which includes Gujarat, Maharashtra, even Rajasthan. Rajasthan minus
and
11.
Rajasthan with Rajavardhan Rathore, talking about something, Aarti, we talked about earlier on also after the first phase of voting about, voter turnout and enthusiasm and how a lot of them weren't coming out to, cast their votes given that the turnout was low and how, so Rajavardhan Rathore, they're making the point, then we realized and we pushed them. So this is something that has been a talking point and something that he spoke about as well.
So, the Rajasthan and Gujarat, so far, the trends are very, very interesting because these were two states where we had heard about anger among certain communities. In Gujarat, we had heard about Rajput anger. And in Rajasthan about Jat anger, which moved, which moved across the border into Haryana as well, So if these trends are holding, it shows that anger has actually translated into votes against the BJP. If these trends hold.
Yes.
I don't know what will happen later.
If these trends hold,
If these trends, we have to keep adding the health warning,
all the
But so this whole thing of ignoring this community anger,
Gujarat,
I think
and again,
it's at its own peril.
There were expectations from South Zone. They are making gains, and the gain is largely coming from Andhra Pradesh. It's the NDA which is gaining in Andhra Pradesh, not as much as the BJP. But Karnataka, the BJP is down minus 10. Again, there is a significant loss if these numbers actually hold. And let me go straight
all right, Mara, we have Pratibha with us,
who's joining us live with Tejasvi Surya. Pratibha, what is Tejasvi saying particularly of the Karnataka numbers? Not very much as the BJP had expected. It's minus
or
down
as the exit
per the
polls
leads.
had predicted. Yes.
Well, I'm posing the very same question to BJP's firebrand leader, Tejasvi Surya here. So the numbers do not really seem to be in line with what the BJP really projected. So what is your take on this?
Ma'am, these are still very early rounds in the counting today. In a parliamentary election, on an average, there are 18 to 20 rounds of counting. I think most of the places, it's just the completion of the second round or maximum the third round. There is still 15 to 20 rounds of counting, 15 to 18 rounds of counting left. A lot may change in that. But look at it from the perspective of a party being in power for 10 years. You have no parallel in world history where after 10 years of being in power, there has been a pro-incumbency wave and a prime minister has gotten re-elected with such a large mandate. I am very confident that the Bharatiya Janata Party will win with a big margin and Narendra Modi ji will be Prime Minister of the country with a very, very comfortable victory.
What about your prediction for Karnataka? How do you see the numbers there?
Well, the early trends are showing that we are leading in about 20 seats. I'm pretty sure that the numbers will only increase by at least 2 seats where the leads are less than 6,000 and 7,000.
He himself is a candidate.
Worst case scenario, Karnataka will give 18 seats.
How many
and
rounds
the best case
are
scenario,
over in
Karnataka
his
will
constituency?
be at 23 or 24.
Because that will give us a fair idea of how the election or the counting is going on.
Right. The curiosity also lies in Bangalore South because that has been one of the most, that has witnessed one of the most prestige battles there. So how do you see the numbers in Bengaluru South when it comes to your own constituency?
Madam, just the numbers that I got right now after 3 rounds of counting is that we are 44,000 votes ahead. There is still 17 rounds of counting left. I am very confident that the people of Bengaluru South will bless us with a very big margin.
In fact, in 2019, Bengaluru Rural was the only constituency that was won by the Congress. And this time it seems like Dr. Manjunath of the BJP seems to be in the lead there. So how do you see this? Do you think that this is going to break the jinx with respect to Bengaluru Rural being a Congress bastion?
We are very confident, madam, because the BJP-JDS alliance has really benefited the Bharatiya Janata Party's candidate in Bengaluru Rural. In about 4 to 5 assembly constituencies in Bengaluru Rural, the JDS is a very formidable force. In the three urban areas, the BJP is a very formidable force. So it is very clear from the initial trends, Dr. Manjunath is leading by almost 58,000 votes, which is a considerable margin. It is a clear indication that vote transfer has happened from the JDS to the BJP candidate in the rural seats, and the BJP voters and the BJP support is consolidated in the three urban seats. So we are very confident of a victory in Bengaluru rural. It is a big stamp of approval on the BJP's pan-India vision and a vision of treating and seeing the country as
Some
one part.
Some concerns there for the
contrast
BJP
to the
coming in from Karnataka. Prajwal Revanna is trailing from Hassan.
Right, that's interesting
in
to
fact,
see, given how much...
Yes, Basavaraj Bommai, former Chief Minister, is also trailing. So these are, when we look at these -10, which is coming essentially from Karnataka, it is actually showcasing that the BJP may not be able to retain the numbers it had in 2019. So Aarti, you know, we have been talking about CM, PM elections, that people vote differently. The Congress seems to be holding on, if not doing very, very well. The BJP is, you know, not, as per these trends, is not making gains. In fact, it's losing in Karnataka.
And in Karnataka, it's going to have an impact as well in the internal politics, on the party politics in the state as well. So that's going to be interesting.
So, you know, this is very interesting because Karnataka is one state where there's always been a difference between the local poll results and the national poll results, you know. So if this time, you know, the BJP is not doing so well, I would attribute it to two reasons. One, I think this, you know, the Siddaramaya's guarantees, you know, seem to have had traction with the voter, and that has helped the Congress a lot. And the second is, you know, there's been a lot of internal trouble in the BJP, which actually nobody's talked about, nobody's focused on.
But this time, Yediyurappa was given a free hand.
Doesn't matter. There's a huge section of the BJP that is opposed to Yediyurappa. You know, and there has been a lot of internal fighting in the BJP. It took them so long, I think almost 6 months to appoint a leader of opposition because of the fighting, you know, in the party. And, you know, the Lingayat community never came fully back to them after it went away in the assembly elections. So I think, you know, these are some of the reasons why the BJP's numbers are falling in Karnataka. And, well, I mean, the BJP will have to do a lot of...
for Yediyurappa and his son, but also for DK Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah, with the Congress doing better. Manisha Priyam, if we can bring you in here, you're joining us. All right.
Yeah, so one thing that I would like to say that on Karnataka itself, the Prajwal Revanna misfortune, unfortunate event happened right after the first phase. And the Congress party, even otherwise, was quite confident. Remember, the last elections in the assembly had been won by them, as they said, on class issues, in large parts of rural issues. So class kept overwhelming rural areas. And I think some of what we see today is a persistence of class-based rural disappointment with the performance of the BJP, also the state-level leadership of the BJP, although hands have changed, and many have criticized the Congress party, saying only family members have been given tickets. But in the BJP itself, a party that talks against Parivarvad, lots of Parivarvad, even in the BJP.
Absolutely.
Raghavendra persisting, for example, you know, I will win only if my Shettar went here, came back through the back door. So literally, if the electorate gets a vision that the old order is going to persist, nothing much is going to change, then certainly you will see some amount of disappointment, and that's happening. Now for the BJP, the warning will be that the old style politics based on the region, the North Karnataka region, and only the bharosa on the Lingayats, that's something that's overturning. New scripts in Karnataka being written if these trends hold.
And with that, the Congress has also, you know, hit a century, up 48. It's 10-12. That's what the time is. The BJP is down by 54. And of course, as Tejasvi was telling, and he has details from his own constituency, which is South Bangalore, there are 17 rounds which are left. There are 3 rounds of EVM counting which has happened. Most of these constituencies are very, very large. Amitabh Tiwari is joining us. Amitabh, a word on Karnataka in particular. 25 is what the BJP won in 2019. They are minus 11 this time. The leads are showing only in 14 constituencies.
Some losses were expected. However, I think these losses are higher than what the party would have anticipated. It could be largely because of 2-3 reasons. One is that the coming together of BJP and JDS signals a coming together of two influential communities, Lingayat and Vokalikas. Now, if two influential communities, whenever they come together, there is natural anger and discontent amongst the other communities. So, this has led to perhaps a consolidation of the Ahinda bloc, which is the SC, ST, lower OBCs, Kurubas, Muslims, towards the Congress party. That's number one. Number two, the state government has implemented the guarantees in total, except for one scheme, which is the unemployment scheme. Largely, the schemes have been implemented well in Karnataka. The women have shown a tendency to vote for the Congress party there because of the cash doles or income support of 2,000 per month. That's a, huge number.
Right.
And the ticket distribution, as Manisha ji is saying, also does not seem to have favored
So
India
what is
bloc
the
as of
narrative
now.
which is emerging at the moment, even as we go to Saurav, who's joining us from outside Mamata Banerjee's residence?
And West Bengal is very interesting. In fact, the numbers are changing there. BJP now leading in 16, and the India, or rather Trinamool Congress and Congress, etc., 26. So that's something to watch out for, and I'm sure being watched very closely. Yes, Saurav.
Region-wise breakdown, Saurav.
Well, obviously, in what we are seeing is in some of the seats in North Bengal, which we've considered a BJP stronghold in our sort of analysis and election coverage, there seems to be a little bit of weakening of position of the BJP. But the BJP is gaining in some other places as well. So this, of course, is something where the BJP would be happy with anything above 18. They'd be unhappy about anything below 18 because 18 is where they had reached already. So if the BJP can cross the 18 mark, they'll be very happy with what they have in West Bengal. But the Trinamool as of now is saying that, look, we are leading in about more than 20 seats, 23 or 24 is what you said. And that is a figure that even the Trinamool would be very comfortable with, even though it expects that number to go higher as more rounds are counted. These are still early rounds of counting. These are only leads, these are not wins, so no one can be really sure unless we count them as wins. But in the early rounds of counting, the trends are something that the BJP would be a little worried about. The Trinamool also will not be very comfortable. Anything above 18 for the BJP would be a good gain on what they've built since 2019. Anything below 18 for the BJP would be, of course, going back to the drawing board. For the Trinamool, if they can better 2019, they'd be happy with that. They had set
I think
higher
that
targets.
issue of
So
Sandesh
if they fall short of targets, they'll be unhappy.
Saurav, that the BJP had really nailed it in many ways. They kept on talking about it. That seems to be yielding electoral dividends if actually
and
Rekha
even if she
Patra
doesn't actually win that, it created a momentum for the BJP
Certainly
within
did.
the state, especially
Absolutely.
a big talking point. And, we saw that during the election with the Prime Minister also coming there, speaking about it and speaking to some of the women as well. Yes, Saurabh. He's greeting somebody there.
Well, Sandesh Khali was a part of the election narrative, but Sandesh Khali, one must remember, is one assembly constituency within the larger Boshirhat Lok Sabha seat. And the larger Boshirhat Lok Sabha seat is about 7 assembly constituencies. And if you look at the booth-wise numbers, yes, the BJP believe that perhaps it can turn around some seats in West Bengal with this kind of campaign. And women voters are something that is stuck by Mamata Banerjee. And the BJP's aim is to dent the women voters base of Mamata Banerjee, because they know very well that if they have to beat her, women voters have to vote for the BJP. Mamata Banerjee's Lokhir Bhandar scheme is really something that the Trinamool spoke at the grassroots level.
on Behrampur.
The BJP spoke of
This
women's
is a constituency,
security. So,
interestingly, which Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, it is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary versus Yusuf Pathan, and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has won this constituency 5 times in a row.
And looks like
if he
he's set
manages to consolidate
win it
again,
once again, yes.
it again will be an important battle.
And I know
because
that, we said 26 for India in West Bengal, but obviously not. It's 24 for Trinamool Congress and 2
TMC
for the
has never won
Congress.
this constituency at all. Thank you so much for joining us, Saurabh. Let's bring in Ghazali, who is joining us. Ghazali, an update on Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party office, are there some signs of celebrations? Delhi, of course, 7 seats. The trends are showing a mixed reaction. In fact, the trends are showing that BJP could be -1. Which is this -1 for BJP?
See, as of now, no such celebration in Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The leaders are not around. The supporters are here. They're glued to the TV screens, Twitter, EC website, and they're just checking after every round the counting of votes. Just a few minutes ago, it was showing that from New Delhi seat, Bansuri Swaraj was trailing. Then suddenly she started leading. So that kind of mixed reaction coming from the workers here, though no top leadership is available at the headquarters right now. And also, Aam Aadmi Party is also keeping a close eye on Punjab, where they're also fighting elections, but not with Congress. Even there, they're expecting some good, healthy lead in 4 to 5 seats. The trend suggests that perhaps in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 4 to 5 seats, as well as Congress is also leading on similar number of seats. A big surprise would be the BJP in Punjab, but as far as Delhi is concerned, just a short while back, it was 7 seats. On all of those 7 seats, the BJP was leading. That one particular seat where BJP is not leading was Manoj Tiwari's seat, but it keeps changing every hour, as you know, as the rounds of counting continues. So as of now, no such celebration, but loud cheers whenever the trends or whenever the television screen shows that perhaps Aam Aadmi Party or the India bloc is leading on some of the seats in Delhi and Punjab.
So Kanhaiya Kumar trailing from Northeast Delhi, where it is a direct battle. Again, Bansuri Swaraj leading.
I think it's the Chandni Chowk seat, which the Congress
is being watched very closely. Let's shift focus now to Jammu and Kashmir, from where straight to Srinagar, where Nazir is joining us. Nazir, as of now, National Conference leading in 2, they are down -1. Which is this -1?
Well, Omar Abdullah is trailing, so is Mehbooba Mufti. So you can see leaders of both the 2 main regional parties, National Conference and PDP, are trailing. Omar Abdullah is trailing in Baramulla, where jail leader Engineer Rashid, who is in Tihar jail for last 5 years on terror funding charges. He is leading by more than 19,000 votes. These are early rounds of counting. Things can change, but this clearly shows the direction which way this election is going. And Mehbooba Mufti is trailing from Anantnag constituency, where National Conference leader Mia Altaf is leading by more than 60,000 votes. National Conference leader Aga Ruhul candidate is also leading from Srinagar. So, but the big news from Kashmir is that both the former chief ministers, PDP and National Conference leaders, they are trailing in this election. And in Ladakh, independent candidate who is actually unofficial candidate of National Conference is leading from Ladakh constituency, where both the Congress official candidate and the BJP candidate election, because this is the first election post abrogation of 370. People are trying to send a message. Engineer Rashid was someone who was always talking about plebiscite. He was his politics was bordering around separatism. And that's why he was jailed in 2019. And today, when he contests election, he created sort of waves during the campaigning without spending a single penny. We have been reporting it, how whether he loses or wins, but he is redefining politics in Jammu and Kashmir, challenging the collective might of National Conference and the People's Conference, Sajjad Lone, who had backing of multiple parties, and also opposition accusing him of being the team B of the BJP. He is at number 3, Sajjad Lone. So clearly very, very interesting election from Jammu and Kashmir. Both the former chief ministers of Jammu and Kashmir are trailing.
Right, and that's quite something, yes, to have both Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti trailing on their respective seats. So that's something that's going to be quite significant to watch in Jammu and Kashmir. But let's take a look at the numbers now, Maria. Congress down from that 100 mark, so that 100 par, not currently as trends hold. And let's get in Ashok Malik as well. And your comments on, so far what we're seeing, it's around, almost 10:30, and 200 par for India bloc, 300 par for the NDA.
To be fair, these are still early trends. While broadly this will hold, numbers keep changing here and there. Okay, and in any election, the leader tends to, the trend tends to crystallize around the leader. This is true at the constituency level, this is true overall. So I think three things to watch out for. One, NDA certainly seems above the majority mark. What people will watch out for, will the BJP cross 272? I will still stick my neck out and say that's a high likelihood because as numbers consolidate. But third, this has been a very competitive election, much more competitive than the exit poll suggested. I think Indian democracy is well and truly alive. All those who were saying this was, this election was a sham and all of that, owe everybody an apology,
I think
including the
we'll
election
talk
commission.
about the exit polls after this, and we'll get Amitabh on that just a minute. But yes, Shugata, Srinivas, Raju, you've just joined us, and your comments on, and what is it that you're looking at right now with these early trends, the way the fight is in Karnataka, Maharashtra, Delhi, of course, we're seeing that just one down. Yes.
First, the bigger point, I completely endorse what Ashokji just said, that Indian democracy is well and alive, and I think Modi's government, if not for the numbers, credit for the numbers they would usually take, they should go out and say that, see, we have not rigged the system. The institutional credibility was being questioned big time even yesterday. And I think that is completely evaporated with the kind of trends that you're seeing. So it's a big, big thing for Indian democracy. So that's point number one. And point number two, Karnataka...
Having a strong opposition.
Yes, there's a strong opposition and the numbers are not... it's as the opposition expected. The trends are in that direction, although they may not touch the figures that they have.
And you're referring to Mr. Bhupesh Baghel's that,
yes,
thing that he put out saying about the EVMs, etc.
Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav.
But Rahul Gandhi had commented on the exit polls
yes,
more
and
than
also Mallikarjun Kharge's letter to all the people saying, be brave. They were trying to create a hysteria. And also jeopardizing the kind of liberal space that existed in India by sort of reacting overboard.
But overall, if we look at it region-wise, Amitabh, what is becoming clear is that even when we were talking about BJP's forts, that seems to be dithering in a way. Look at Gujarat, -5. Look at Rajasthan, -11. So the localized anger seems to be turning into electoral numbers or seat numbers for the opposition.
Yeah, so BJP was expected to lose seats in Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Bihar, and they were likely to compensate it through gains in West Bengal, Odisha and the southern part of India. Now, if you see, something interesting is happening. The BJP, as of earlier trends, is down 51 seats and the Congress party is up 46. Because this election is largely a Congress versus BJP based election. Congress gains, BJP loses. That's the crux of the election. Now, as Ashokji said, the key number to watch out for is 272 for the BJP and 300 plus for the NDA bloc. We are seeing that the exit poll projections are likely to ending up as of now towards the lower end of the projections.
No, in fact,
300,
way off the mark.
300-ish.
Way off the mark.
Majority of them.
One second. All those who ridiculed us as academics, we put our life's labor, and we can tell you today that our field visions are being upheld by the results thanks to the Election Commission. And let me give the health warnings that NDTV gave every day were literally such important health warnings, and discredit to a lot of the exit pollsters. I think they owe a lot to India's electorate. They were causing the hysteria because people felt that, oh, we voted this way and we are seeing the exit polls this way.
And that
so why
feeding into this doubt that was being created.
Why just blame the political parties? We were keeping quiet because we wanted the hysteria to die down. And to everybody yesterday I said, including you, I said, let's not do the late evening shows. Let's wait for today. It's the day of democracy. And democracy, the numbers, the election commission.
All right, well, speaking of that, we're now joined by Gaurav Vallabh from the BJP office and Matthew Antony joining us, spokesperson, Congress party. Gaurav Vallabh, first to you, your comments on what it's looking like right now. Yes, it's going to be another BJP-led government, the way the trends are going, but not as emphatic a victory as the exit polls would have had us believe.
See, first thing we should appreciate that till now only 2 rounds or 3 rounds or at the most 4 rounds are completed.
It's 10:30.
And there are 20 and there are something around 21 rounds on an average in a Lok Sabha constituency. This is point number 1. Point number 2, Am I audible to you?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Yes, yes. And point number two, that for last 5-7 minutes I was online and I was viewing and listening the comments of the experts. You can see when I joined, the NDA tally was 298 and then it moved to up to 305 and right now it is 300. So I think let us wait for some more time. We are expecting that we are going to outperform the 2019 numbers, first thing, as a party individually, and the NDA performance will be something similar to what exit polls had predicted 2-3 days back.
All right,
So
we'll
now
have to-
I hope that Congress party is now not going to say at 4 o'clock today in the evening when they are going to lose that EVMs are tempered, election commission is compromised,
All right, we'll let
constitutional
Matthew
bodies are
Anthony,
not
take that.
functioning.
We're also joined by Manuraj Sundaram of the DMK. One moment, Gaurav. So, Matthew Anthony, your comments on that and the kind of, questions and doubts that were raised by many of your party leaders on the eve of counting.
See, we have made our comments and our actions very clear about our concerns with the Election Commission as well as, with the entire process where we have seen many compromises happen in the past. Now, these are very early numbers and this is not a one-day match. The results are already there. We're just counting the numbers right now. And the trends are in favor and the trends are looking good for our performance, which we've done. We expect a little bit more to happen as the day progresses. And that's where we look at it. And then we will call out the exit polls, after the results comes out in the final numbers.
Absolutely.
Then we will see what exactly it is. And the state of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra is giving the trends in a very clear manner about the dissatisfaction against the Modi regime.
Sundaram, it certainly appears that AIA-DMK maybe is leading on 5. And the DMK could be down by -4. So it is very much a Dravidian party versus a Dravidian party which is at play in Tamil Nadu. And you had built that narrative of all the push that the BJP did. It is not really translating into seats in Tamil Nadu.
I think that was always apparent from the time Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah have come into politics. From 2014, BJP has rarely won any seat in Tamil Nadu. So I think it's a rejection of the BJP brand of politics led by Amit Shah, Modi and et al. But nevertheless, this election, I think by and large, your exit polls on Tamil Nadu have held good. I'll give you that much. But really, the first story of this election is that all exit polls done have been way off the mark. And I want to make this point right at the beginning because, of course, at 4 p.m. we'll be discussing the final results or something closer to the final results. So I think we need to acknowledge that we've spent 2 days discussing numbers which haven't at all made any sense. Second point is that the real story is the rejection of the BJP brand of politics across the country. See, right, nobody has been speaking about the 400 number or the 370 or even the 350 number. It's much more sober numbers around 280, 290, 300. And the revival of the India alliance. I think this early trends indicate a general thumbs up across the country for the India alliance. All the regional parties led by the Congress, I think, have been given a general thumbs up. And my last point, based on something that earlier speakers have spoken, is that there is no more Modi magic factor. Mr. Modi himself was trailing in Varanasi just a few 10 minutes ago.
That was just one round. So I don't think we can really,
No, that's fine. But all of this is based on early leads. All of this is based on early leads. It might be.
Clearly what is happening in Tamil Nadu is that it's a Dravidian party versus a Dravidian party which is at play. The Congress, of course, did piggy riding on you. So they have ensured that the numbers are going up.
But let's ask Gaurav Vallabh about this, about, there was a lot of talk and, exit polls also indicated that, with this election, BJP would be a pan-India party opening its account there in Tamil Nadu, even in, not opening its account, getting a seat again in this election and in Kerala as well. But your comments on what the numbers so far indicate?
See, as I told you that please wait for 1 more hour, 2 more hours. We are very hopeful of getting good numbers from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. We are doing well and we are going to outperform
what is good
our
numbers for
in
you? I mean, it's great to see optimism, but yes, what are the good numbers?
Good numbers from Tamil Nadu, if we are getting something around 3 to 5, that's a good number to start with.
All right.
All right. I think what will be interesting to see is the final vote share of the BJP that,
But overall, if you look at it, if we were to break down that NDA into BJP and its allies, the BJP is minus 59 from 303 it had last time around. So even NDA is not touching 303, the number that the BJP had in 2019. I think that 244 mark is something that will be seen. And just look at the swing or the growth of the Congress. Manisha Priyam, we have broken down India to Congress and its allies, NDA into BJP and its alliance partners, BJP minus 61, Congress on the upwards.
Currently, yes.
And this is only consolidating now. And it's, of course, 10:30.
So it's 10:30. Even if we were to take these as early trends, I would say the Congress doing much better than what had been expected for it. The Congress becoming the pole of the performance of the India alliance, but also the victor of this moment definitely seems to be Akhilesh Yadav. And I would say, since the NDA alliance is still ahead of the India alliance and comfortably so, I would say the opposition remains in India. In 2014, I had done an article, the title of which was Electing the Ruling Party and the Opposition. And that's what India remains today, that the Indian electorate, India's democracy, wants a ruling party
and
an
it's not
opposition.
Just look at this number now. India at 221. NDA now below 300, much below even the tally of the BJP in 2019. And in fact, Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party, which had 5 in 2019, is now leading in 34 more. So which is leading in in all 29 more seats. So Tanishq is joining us from Lucknow. Let's get a word. Third largest party. Tanishq, where is Akhilesh Yadav? Is he in Manpuri or Kannauj, or is he in Lucknow?
Ma'am, Maria, he's currently in Lucknow. He of course held a press conference yesterday, and after the press conference, he seemed very confident that he's of course going to get better numbers than what was being projected in exit polls. But we must not forget that these are of course these are of course not the final result. But of course, as we see, the India bloc as of now is currently performing really better than what was expected. But apart from Samajwadi Party, I would also like to talk about the Congress here. Out of the 17 seats that Congress contested, it is currently leading on 8 seats. So, that of course seems to be a very good sign of hope for the Congress, especially here in Uttar Pradesh, where of course it was seeking its revival. In 2019, it was last. Only 1 seat was won by the Congress party. That was its bastion Rai Bareli seat, and they had also lost the Amethi seat. But time and again, I would like to mention these are of course the early trends we are seeing. Each constituency has around 10 to 12 lakh voters. What we are seeing data is around of 1 lakh voters. The counting is of around 1 lakh voters in most of the constituencies, 1 to 1.5 lakh voters. So of course a lot of votes are still to be are yet to be counted. But of course, very interesting results if these transfer into into the final results. The Congress party seems to be doing better this time. Talking about the most watched, of course.
I want to get more comments on this from our panelists also on what's happening in UP and Srinivas Raju. This UP ke ladke, that whole chemistry worked, the Khatakar promises.
Arithmetic also worked.
And
I mean, somehow the
of
arithmetic.
Course, Samajwadi Party doing a lot better. But
see, if these numbers hold and if this trend holds, obviously what the BJP expected, that the BSP's collapse would help with only the BJP.
It went the other way.
It probably went.
Yes, because what was completely seen on the ground is that the Jatabs were looking towards the cycle more because of the slogan of 400 par.
No, that PDA. You have to understand the PDA. The second thing is that Bahan Mayawati is not coming up and fighting the fight. She pulls down her own nephew Akash Anand, who she had nominated, because he smelt the tea leaves and he started speaking an opposition rhetoric. So I do think that the voters want their leaders to go out there and fight the election.
And do you think that really discredited the whole image?
Yes, for the Congress party also. Yeah. The voters wanted them to go out there and fight the elections. But if you sit in cocoon chambers surrounded by people who talk only about you.
But just look at the fight that
that is true. The fact is, both in Maharashtra and in UP, from the trends that were coming, the feedback that was coming even before the exit polls or these results.
Is the feedback which is actually coming true?
The feedback was coming especially from Dalit voters. What 400 par or 400 par could mean for reservations.
Change of constitution.
So that fear aspect that the Congress translated. I guess Mr. Srivas Raju wants to speak.
I was just wanting to speak about the reservations issue which Ashokji has raised. See, that is precisely the reason why I think the Modi campaign kept on clarifying. I mean, an innumerable number of times.
They went on the defensive with the attack of the Congress.
When the elections moved from third phase onwards, that slogan was back in action. So I think
but in the second phase,
that bringing back of the slogan may not have been a great idea.
So I think apart from Samvidhan, the other main issue was of Naujawan and Naukri. I have interviews where in Bihar people are voting the Prime Minister, affirm their faith in his leadership, the schemes have delivered, but point out to Agniveer as being a very important
And that is why I'm going to Bihar now. Prabhakar Kumar is joining us. Prabhakar, look at the Bihar numbers.
Right, it's quite,
JDU seems to be pulling down even the BJP. They are -8 and the BJP is -4. And if anything, Tejasvi Yadav's, those massive rallies that we saw with all the fury and sound seems to be translating into seats as well.
Yeah, exactly. That is what the RJD camp is hoping for. When we reached the BJP office here in the morning, they were all preparing for the celebration, but that has now all been put on hold because the numbers, the trends which are coming is not what they had actually expected. They were hoping to reach that figure, that exit poll figure, which had kept them, it's almost deserted BJP office. You can see behind me, and as far the JDU is concerned, it is Maria very much on the expected lines. It was since the poll began, it was expected that JDU is the one, actually the coalition partner which will pull down the number of NDA's seats in Bihar, and that is exactly what is happening. The RJD has started on the zero tally, and they were hoping to score, they were hoping to get into double digits. And if the trend continues as we are seeing on our screens, they might actually be able to do it today. So it would be a big political upset as far as the JDU's numbers coming down is concerned, and as far as RJD's upsurge in Bihar is concerned.
Yes, and if we were to break that down further in terms of the constituencies, Prabhakar, is Rohini leading? In fact, Meesa Bharti is leading against Ramkirpal Yadav. Ramkirpal Yadav trailing from Patliputra. Let's put out another placard and show what is the, battle like in Saran. Between Rajiv Pratap Rudy and another daughter of Lalu Yadav. She is trailing. Rohini Acharya trailing, and Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading. Yes, ma'am.
So, you have very important news coming out of Bihar. Jahanabad, the RJD is leading.
Hina
in
Shahab
Begusarai, the
Citadel. This is interesting. Sivan, Hina Shahab, who's an independent.
Independent is leading. Now, in Begusarai, called the Leningrad in this thing, you have the CPI going ahead. Giriraj Singh, the tall and stalwart. In Shivhar, you had a very important young woman panchayat, Ritu Jaiswal. It may still be a tough fight, this may go anywhere, but at the moment Ritu Jaiswal, who had given up an important career in an urban city, become a woman panchayat, did a lot of work during the COVID thing with her.
But again, this one, Karakat, because if Upendra Kushwaha is trailing.
CPI-ML leading. CPI Raja Ram
Kushwaha is leading.
But Hina Shahab contesting as a independent this time around, Muhammad Shahabuddin's widow.
One common thread between UP and Bihar is that in UP and Bihar, the BJP has not replaced candidates. 55 out of 62 were renominated in UP, whereas the national average of drop is around 35 to 40%. So it seems that there is clearly natural anti-incumbency against the sitting MPs.
But if I
the allies of BJP are still doing fairly well. 292 minus 241 is 50-ish. That is what they have got in
yes,
2019
so
also.
you have to
The
realize a lot
BJP is
of the
pulling
BJP
down
candidates
its own
And
numbers.
surprise numbers coming from
Early trends, early trends.
There is no automaticity to this change candidates and you will do well, because in Rajasthan, for instance, you had 11 rebel candidates because you changed candidates, because you didn't, so it can work both ways, to be fair.
Yes, but if we were to look at Uttar Pradesh, and I think Uttar Pradesh story is most fascinating.
And Pappu Yadav, they're leading in Purnia right now. Again, he was somebody who spoiled the India.
We have not discussed the Yogi factor at all in Uttar Pradesh. The general talk was that it is Yogi who's pulling the engine there. It's not Modi, the brand Modi.
In fact,
it's
on
Yogi.
the ground, and of course, Maria can talk more on this.
So what happens to the Yogi thing?
Factor
and when Arvind Kejriwal made a statement that Prime Minister Modi will not remain PM because he will cross 75 years. That was countered by BJP. But he also made a statement that BJP will replace Yogi as CM after the elections. That was never countered.
Okay, we'll be going straight to Andhra Pradesh, and the only state or assembly which the pollsters seem to have got right is Andhra Pradesh. And that's where Aishwarya is joining us from. Aishwarya, you're joining us from Vijayawada. Chandrababu Naidu, man of the moment. It's a landslide for them. The alliance of the BJP, JanaSena and the TDP has worked. YSRCP down to 5. Several top YSRCP leaders trailing. And in fact, you have Purandeshwari leading. From Rajampet, there is that. Of course, this is the interesting
Sharmila Reddy
one.
trailing as well.
Why Sharmila is trailing? Yes, go ahead. When are the celebrations starting? And we are told that on 9th is when Chandrababu Naidu's astrologer has said that he should take oath.
Well, certainly, and celebrations are already underway here at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. If I can tell my camera person, Momin, to just show around. These are the firecrackers that are bursting at Chandrababu Naidu's residence, and this started just 30 minutes back, and since then I'm hearing these sounds of firecrackers being busted at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. The leaders, the MLAs of the TDP are coming at Naidu's residence, and the celebrations are here. The workers are already outside, and it is just one way in Andhra Pradesh. The alliance has worked as far as TDP, Bharatiya Janata Party and JanaSena is concerned. All the leaders are trailing the